truth, and that the truth is the lie. Who changed the truth for God into a lie? In English, Jesus Christ, in Hebrew, is Yahweh Shai. So do or die. The immaculate conception is deception, along with the myth of giving gifts on December 25th. Christmas is Satan's clause, the birth of Nimrod, and not the son of God. To you was kinda odd. On the Passover, Christ was born in the spring. So now we bring the truth about the King of Kings. That's Black Jesus and not Caesar Borgias. And the facts can't be changed. It's all about the Most High. It's all about Yahweh Shai. It's all about the Most High. It's all about Yahweh Shai. It's all about the Most High. It's all about Yahweh Shai. It's all about the Most High. It's all about Yahweh.
Shalom, brothers and sisters.
Shalom.
All right, welcome to Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. We're here at 8524 South Bridgewood Boulevard, Houston, Texas, 77071. We have class times Monday and Wednesday from 7 to 10, Friday from 6 to 9 p.m., and then Saturdays 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. If you have any questions or comments during the course of the class, please text only. You can either text or call Priest Kazaki, or you can text Priest Kazaki at 281-707-2737, or Priest Quatzazap at 303-557-8979. During the course of the class, if you want any of your questions addressed online, then please text only 832-941-2443. All right, and we'll go ahead and address your questions right here live. You can also comment on the bottom on the chat section of your YouTube or Facebook. We got an oil business over at the First Colony Mall in Sugar Land, Texas. All right, that's American Eastern Oils. We're also located in the Baybrook Mall out in Friendswood, Texas. So look those two locations up, and you can come out and see us, get some beautiful scents. Get some frankincense and myrrh for your house, fragrances for your house, for your body, fragrance, aromatherapeutic, massage, and essential oils. We do all that. Kids classes every Sunday, 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. We have kids class on ISBHPK Kids. All right, that's ISBHPK Kids on YouTube. All right, 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. every Sunday. Let's see. The cable show, we got the cable show up and running every Tuesday live. That's a live cable show, live call-in cable show every Tuesday from 8:30 to 9:30 p.m. And that's on channel 17 local, channel 95 Comcast. All right, you can catch that every Tuesday from 8:30 to 9:30 p.m. We're on Blog Talk Radio also. Blog Talk with Mashaba. That's blogtalkradio.com/MASHAHBA. All right, so that's blogtalk.com/Mashaba. And that's every Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. All right, if you got to email us, if you got any correspondence, you got to email us ISBHPK ISBHPK@ISBHPK.org. All right, so that's our ISBHPK@ISBHPK.org. All right, you can email us. If you got any donations you want to give, canned goods, clothes, clothing, pencils, pads, anything that will help the educational process, any office supplies, school supplies, anything like that, anything that you think will help the homeless, canned goods, stuff like that, you can send it to any of the school locations, San Antonio, Houston, or Albuquerque, and then we got Virginia coming soon. If you have monetary donations, you can send that into our Wells Fargo account, and that's account number 101-580-6167. All right, that's account number 101-580-6167 at Wells Fargo, and that's under the Israelite School of Biblical History. Oh, also you can hit the Google Wallet, ISBHPK@gmail.com. All right, so if you have any questions, we're going to handle those after class, after the reading. So this is the Sabbath ceremony we're going to be doing. We're gonna rise and face the east and start the Sabbath ceremony. If you have questions on any topic, We're gonna do those after the reading. So we're gonna get through the reading and then hit the questions. All right. All right. So we'll go ahead and get that started.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Thaladawa. Awar. Zayawam.
The
water. Aman.
And that's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thank you, so be it. And the light, lighting the candles represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we get through the scriptures. You know, and that's what the light represents.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Thaladawa.
Rayachacha.
The
water.
Aman. And that's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents the sweet savor, and our prayer our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Thaladawa.
Shabbat.
Shalom. That's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath day in peace. Thank you, so be it.
All right, this is Psalms 121. Anasha,
Ayamibya,
Al, Baharyam, Ma'aya, Yabawa'ah, Isaiah, Yabawa'ah, Ma'yahawa, Sha'aisha, Shamayam, Ma'aratazah, La'ah, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'ah, Nawam, Shashawamar, Yasha'Allah, Yahweh, Samaria, Yahweh, Tazalia, Al, Yimyah, Hashamash, Wala'ah, Hakaya, Mayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashamaria, Yakom, Rai, Yashamar, Yapashya, Yahweh, Yashamar, Awalakya, Wa'aya, Ma'aithan, Wa'ai, Aman.
Psalm chapter 121. I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore.
The water.
Aman.
Shema Yashallah.
Shema Yashallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayadawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayadawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yashallah.
Shema Yashallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayadawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayadawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yashallah.
Shema Yashallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayadawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayadawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad. And that's hero Israel. Yahweh, our power. Yahweh is one.
All right, this is the Lord's Prayer. You can find that in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9 through 13. Abanawa, Shamayam, Kodash, Haya, Shamka, Yahweh, Malakwathka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Ba'aratazah, Kawa, Haya, Hashamayam, Batalanawa, Lacham, Kal, Yawam, وصلخ نوا خوبات نوا كسلخ نوا خوبات ينوا ولا أبيا نوا ولا سيوان أبا أبو سينوا ميان راي كيا لكا أملاكوا وها الله وها تابا أراث لا أولميم أمان.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen.
All right, it's the 10 Commandments. Found in Exodus chapter 20. La'a, Yahaya, Laka,
Thou shalt
Alahayim, Acharyim, Alpanya.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'a, Ta'aisha, Laka, Pasol, La'a, Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'a, Talakwach'ath, Sham Yahweh,
Bashawa. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Kabad, I'm sorry, Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabath,
Lakwadashwa. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad, Abaka,
Wa Amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'a, Taratazach,
Thou shalt not kill.
La'a, Tana'ap,
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'a, Taganab,
Thou shalt not steal.
La'a, Ta'aina Shakwar,
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'a, Tachamad, Kol, Asherah, Lara'eka.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Yeshadim, which means to be seated.
All right, so again, we're going to start out this week's Torah reading. All right, the Sabbath reading for this week. We're going to start at Exodus chapter 5 and verse 1 through 21. All right, so we're going to have the first reader come up.
Max, Sabbath Reading, Loya, Banya Shala.
Max, Sabbath Reading, Laya, Banya Shala, Imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shai Brakatham.
Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shai Brakatham.
Exodus chapter 25.
What chapter?
Chapter 25. Exodus chapter 25, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, that they bring me an offering. Of every man that giveth it willingly, his heart shall ye, with his heart ye shall take my offering. And this is the offering which ye shall take of them, gold, and silver, and brass, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and goat's hair, and ram's skin dyed red, and badger skin, and shittim wood, oil for the light, spices for anointing oil, and for sweet incense, onyx stones, and stones to be set in the ephod, and in the breastplate. And let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them, according to all that I showed thee, after the pattern of the tabernacle, tabernacle, and the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall ye make it. And they shall make an ark of shittim wood, 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, within and without shalt thou overlay it, and shalt make upon it a crown of gold round about. And thou shalt cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them in the 4 corners thereof. And 2 rings shall be in the one side of it, and 2 rings in the other side of it. And thou shalt make staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And thou shalt put the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark, that the ark may be borne with them. The staves shall be in the rings of the ark, they shall not be taken from it. And thou shalt put into the ark the testimony which I shall give thee. And thou shalt make a mercy seat of pure gold, 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And thou shalt make 2 cherubims of gold, of beaten work shalt thou make them, in the 2 ends of the mercy seat, and make 1 cherub on the one end, and the other cherub on the other end. Even of the mercy seat shall ye make the cherubims on the 2 ends thereof. And the cherubims shall stretch forth their wings on high, covering the mercy seat with their wings. And their faces shall look one to another. Toward the mercy seat shall the faces of the cherubims be. And thou shalt put the mercy seat above upon the ark. And in the ark thou shalt put the testimony that I shall give thee. And that's the end of the first one.
So what it's describing here, if you guys haven't already picked it up, it's describing the Ark of the Covenant. You know, it was very detailed in the way, the Most High was very detailed in the way he wanted it to be created. It talks about the certain amounts of cubics, what kind of wood to use, the type of gold, and the things to put in it, and how they wanted how he wanted the angels to be looking on it. So he was given a detailed description on how he wanted the Ark of the Covenant to be created. And from there, we're going to get the next reader up.
Jermaine, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Bun, Yashala.
Jermaine, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Ban Yashala. Amayim.
Yahweh Ba'ashem, Yahweh Shai Barakatham.
Yahweh Ba'ashem, Yahweh Shai Barakatham.
And there, Exodus chapter 25, 22. And there I will meet with thee, and I will commune with thee from above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubims which are upon the ark of the testimony, of all things which I will give thee in commandment and to the children of Israel. Thou shalt also make a table of shittim wood. 2 cubits shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, and make thereunto a crown of gold runabout. And thou shalt make unto it a border of handbreadth round about, and thou shalt make a golden crown to the border thereof round about. And thou shalt make it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings in the 4 corners that are on the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border shall the rings be for the places of the staves to bear the table. And thou shalt make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, and the table may be borne with them. And thou shalt make the dishes thereof, and spoons thereof, and covers thereof, and bowls thereof, to cover withal. Of pure gold shalt thou make them. Verse 30. And thou shalt set upon the table shewbread before me always. And thou shalt make a candlestick of pure gold, of beaten work shall the candlestick be made. His shaft and his branches, his bowls, his knobs, and his flowers shall be of the same. Verse 32. And 6 branches shall come out of the sides of it, 3 branches of the candlestick out of the one side, and 3 branches of the candlestick out of the other side. 3 bowls made like unto almond, which a knob and a flower in one branch, and 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch, with a knob and a flower. So in the 6 branches that come out of the candlestick. And in the candlestick shall be 4 bowls made like unto almonds, with their knobs and their flowers. And there shall be a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under the 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceed out of the candlestick. Their knobs and their branches shall be of the same, and it shall be one beaten work of pure gold. And thou shalt make the 7 lamps thereof, and they shall light the lamps thereof, and they may give light over against it. And the tongs thereof, and the snuff dishes thereof, shall be of pure gold. Of a talent of pure gold shall he make it, with all these vessels. And look that thou make them after their pattern, which has shewed thee in the mountains. Exodus 26, verse 1.
One thing you got to see as you're reading through this, as you're listening to this, or if you're reading with us, he said, read that last verse again.
Verse 40. And look that thou make them after their pattern, which has shewed thee.
Read it again.
And look that thou make them after this pattern, which has showed thee in the mounts.
Right. See, he said, look that you make it after this pattern that I showed you in the mount. So it was a pattern. What you got in the temple of Moses, it was a pattern of the things in the heavens. All right. It was a pattern that the Most High showed him. So, you know, you got these people talking about, well, we can't congregate, we can't do this until the temple's risen back up and all that. Everything that Moses did was just a pattern of what was up there. So when you pray, when you getting together with your brothers and sisters, you're praying towards the heavens. You're praying toward the Most High. You're lifting your voice up to the heavens anyway. All that was on the earth was a pattern of what was going on in heaven. Y'all see that? So there never was an original temple, if you want to call it like that. All right, there never was an original tabernacle. It was a pattern of something else. But heaven and earth ain't passed away, has it? So if heaven's still there, all you was ever praying to was a pattern, why not pray toward the original? Y'all see that? Why not congregate underneath the original and knowing that the Most High is watching you in the original heaven? All you was praying to in the time of Moses and congregating under in the time of Moses was a pattern of the original. Y'all get that? Because like I said, you know, I see a lot of different arguments, a lot of different people trying to be contentious. That's mostly what it is, right? People trying to be contentious toward the truth, and they'll bring this up. They'll bring up that the temple hasn't been risen up. You know what I mean? It's like, that's your excuse. You're gonna use that the temple's not erected, so we can't get together, we can't have Passover, we can't do these things. That wasn't the point. Those things were a pattern. Come on. All right, so we got to see that. It might not seem like a big deal, but wait till you start talking to these cats and they trying to cause division over simple little things like this. Over the fact that we don't have our Solomon's temple isn't erected, or the tabernacle, the Moses erected in the wilderness isn't up. Those kind of things is stupid, because you're seeing right here in the scriptures that was just a pattern. That means a pattern comes from something that comes from an original, right? Right. So that means there's an original out there somewhere, and all you was ever messing with was a pattern. Y'all get that? Just like when you go to the mint, right? They minted off all the coins. All those are cut from a pattern. There's an original template somewhere. Y'all see that? When the counterfeiters get to trying to counterfeit money, they got those original plates that you gotta have so you can print off the patterns. Y'all see that? And what's more important, the original or the pattern?
The original.
The original, because you can always copy the original. You can't. The pattern is just gonna give you more watered down copies. Y'all see that? All right. So, you know, again, just in case you get in that kind of argument, or you get in that kind of debate, you know, people want to do the strifes against words. That was a pattern. All right. Where we at?
26:1, last one.
All right.
Exodus 26, verse 1. Moreover, there shall make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, with cherubims of cunning work shalt thou make them.
All right. Another thing is all these are graven images. We're graving and carving and making all these things out of gold and metals and things like that. They're all graven images, but were we worshiping those things? No, we didn't worship the cherubims that were carved into there, which are angels, right? Those are images of angels we carved into works, but we didn't worship them. We didn't worship the almonds, the pomegranates, the bells, the knops, any of that stuff that was carved into these works. But we did have graven images, all right? We did have artwork. That's what the Most High liked. He wanted that put in the temple. Y'all see that? All right, so it was just that we did not bow down and worship them. So we do it. What, next reader?
Yes, sir.
All right. So get the next reader up. These are going by pretty quick.
Who's up?
William, Sabbath Reading, Yehuda, Ban Yasharala.
William, Sabbath Reading, Yehuda, Ban Yasharala, Imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Simi Awasab Rakta.
Yahweh Shem Awasab Rakata.
Come on up.
All right, so we have Exodus chapter 26, verse 2 through verse 22.
Exodus chapter 26, verse 2. The length of one curtain shall be 8 and 20 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. And every one of the curtains shall have one measure. 5 curtains shall be coupled together one to another, and the other 5 curtains shall be coupled one to another. And thou shalt make loops of blue upon the edge of one of the curtains from the selvage in the coupling. And likewise shalt thou make it the uttermost edge of another curtain in the coupling of the second. 50 loops shalt thou make in one curtain, and 50 loops shalt thou make in the edge of the curtain that is in the coupling of the second, that the loops may take hold one of another. And thou shalt make 50 taches of gold, and couple the curtains together with the taches, and it shall be one tabernacle. Verse 7. And thou shalt make curtains of goat's hair to be covering upon the tabernacle. 11 curtains shall thou make. The length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. And the 11 curtains shall be all of one measure. And thou shalt couple 5 curtains by themselves, and the 6 curtains by themselves, and shalt double in the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. And thou shalt make 50 loops on one. And thou shalt make 50 loops on the edge of one of the curtains that is outmost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain which is coupled the second. And thou shalt make 50 taches of brass, and put the taches into the loops, and couple the tent together, that it may be one. And the raiment that remaineth of the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that remaineth shall hang over the backside of the tabernacle, and a cubit on one side, and a cubit on the other side. Of that which remaineth in the length of the curtains of the tent, it shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle, on this side and on that side, to cover it. Verse 14. And thou shalt make a covering for the tent of ram skin dyed red, and a covering above the badger skin. And thou shalt make boards. Then thou shalt make boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood standing up. 10 cubits shall be the length of a board, and a cubit and a half shall be the breadth of one board. 2 tenons shall there be in one board, set order one against another. Thus shalt thou make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And thou shalt make the boards for the tabernacle 20 boards on the south side, southward. And thou shalt make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle, on the north side, there shall be 20 boards. And there are 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward, thou shalt make 6 boards. And two boards shalt thou make for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. And they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled.
You 22.
22.
All right, so y'all got any questions? All right, when you're looking at this, you're looking at the cubits. Whatever it says in cubits, you just double it. That's a Mesopotamian cubit is like 2 feet. All right, you double it, and that's what you get in feet. So if it says 50 cubits, that's 100 feet. All right. Now the things that you're reading, the materials you're reading, you're not looking at cheap stuff in there. All right. Let's talk about making these sockets. We're talking about just like the little rings. You know how you put your shower rings up? Yeah, right? You got the little things that go right there. Those are in the shower, and then you got the rings that go into those to put the curtain onto the rod. That was pure gold. Each one. Y'all see that? We was dealing with pure gold on that. Then those curtains was like 100 feet long. And there was like 3 or 4 rows of these curtains. So you're dealing with 100 feet long and of the finest materials. So you gotta see when we put into the temple, man, when we put it into the tabernacle, we put our all into it. You got people sitting around, tithes is just vegetables and fruit. We ain't supposed to give y'all nothing because they got hurt by the church. But what are you gonna put into your temple? Y'all see that? The Most High gave us this pattern so that we could experience what He's living in up there. Y'all see that? He wanted us to have the luxury that as best luxury we could get on earth as it was in heaven. That's why He gave him a pattern. The pattern was of the heavenly things. How do you know? Let's go to Hebrews real quick. Show y'all real quick so that y'all can see everything y'all reading about. Hebrews chapter 8, and you're going to read verse 5.
Hebrews chapter 8, verse 5. Who serve unto the example and shadow of heavenly things.
All right, hold on. Read it slow. Read it again.
Who serve unto the example and shadow of heavenly things.
Right, see, you're getting the example and shadow of heavenly things. So what Moses was given was the example of heavenly things. The Most High, He gave that to us. Now, this, what we're reading, is His gift to us that we can experience heaven on earth. We can experience what the court looks like in heaven. What the actual kingdom looks like up there. That's what He was given to us to experience down here. So when you got ready to go, it wasn't like you just got ready to come to some building. Like you come in here, it's like, we're just part of a little strip mall thing. You know what I mean? You ain't coming into the Holy of Holies. It looks nice, but it ain't like this. You understand? When He was giving Moses, man, you was going into like pure luxury, man. Right. You was going, it's like, you know, you was going into something better than the best penthouses that they can make down here. Y'all see that? You was stepping into a pattern of what was going on in heaven. Watch, read it again.
Who serve unto the example and shadow of heavenly things, as Moses was admonished of the Most High when he was about to make the tabernacle. For he said, For see, saith he, that thou make all things according to the pattern showed to thee in the mount.
See that? So the pattern that was shown to him in the mount, same thing. They're just re-quoting what we just read. Right? That pattern was the example and shadow of heavenly things. What you was walking into when you picture this, you can't just picture some little rinky-dink curtains and some lids. No, you're picturing the finest materials. Y'all see that? You're picturing gold everywhere. I'm talking about, for the Most High to say, listen, make the little rings to hold the curtains up out of gold. That's just clowning right there, man. That's how big we had it back then, and just coming out of Egypt. That we can, listen, I want the rings that hold the curtains up, and the rod, and everything else. I want all that pure gold, man. You was walking into luxury. Y'all see that? So you actually wanted to be coming to the tabernacle. You actually wanted to be in the congregation. You wanted to be there just so you could check everything out, man. And we gave all this stuff willingly to help it be built. Y'all get that? All right. Where we at? Next reader? Or no? Yeah, next reader.
Major, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban, Yasharala.
Major, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yasharala, and Major. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbat Rakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbat Rakatham.
Come on up.
Reading Exodus 26, verse 23. And 2 boards shalt thou make for the corners of the tabernacle and the 2 sides, and they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above the head of it unto 1 ring. Thus shall it be for them both. They shall be for the 2 corners, and they shall be 8 boards, and their 8 sockets, and their sockets of silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under 1 board, and 2 sockets under another board. And thou shalt make bars of shittim wood, 5 of the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the side of the tabernacle, for the 2 sides westward. And the middle bar in the midst of the boards shall reach from end to end. And thou shalt overlay the boards with gold, and make their rings of gold for places for the bars. And thou shalt overlay the bars with gold. And thou shalt rear up the tabernacle according to the fashion thereof, which was shown thee in the mount. And thou shalt make a veil of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen of cunning work, which cherubims shall it be made. And thou shalt hang it upon 4 pillars of the shittim wood, overlaid with gold. Their hooks shall be of gold, upon the 4 sockets of silver. And thou shalt hang up the veil under the taches. And thou mayest bring in thither within the veil the Ark of the Testimony. And the veil shall divide unto you between the holy place and the most holy. And thou shalt put the mercy seat upon the Ark of the Testimony in the most holy place. And thou shalt set the table without the veil, and the candlestick over against the table on the side of the tabernacle toward the south. And thou shalt put the table on the north side. And thou shalt make an hanging for the door of the tent of purple and of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen wrought with needlework. And thou shalt make for the hanging 5 pillars of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, and their hooks shall be of gold. And thou shalt cast 5 sockets of brass for them. Chapter 27, verse 1. And thou shalt make an altar of shittim wood, 5 cubits long, and 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be 4 square, and the height thereof shall be 3 cubits. And thou shalt make the horns of it upon the 4 corners thereof. His horns shall be of the same, and thou shalt overlay it with brass. And thou shalt make his pans to receive his ashes, and his shovels, and his basins, and his flesh hooks, and his fire pans. All the vessels thereof thou shalt make of brass. And thou shalt make for it a grate of network of brass. And upon the net shalt thou make 4 brazen rings in the 4 corners thereof. And thou shalt put it under the compass of the altar beneath, that the net may be even to the midst of the altar. And thou shalt make staves for the altar, staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with brass. And the staves shall be put into the rings, and the staves shall be upon the 2 sides of the altar to bear it. 6. And thou shalt make staves for the altar, staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with brass. That's verse 6.
All right, any questions? What's that?
Is the construction of the ark, is that like part of the the 613 commandments? Or is that something separate?
No, that would be separate. These are the commands of Moses. The Most High gave to Moses, and then Moses gave it to the people to construct the tabernacle. The 600 laws, statutes, and commandments had to do with again the 5 types of laws: moral, civil, dietary, ceremonial, and sacrificial. All right. So those are there are 5 types of laws, and those are what your 613 fall under. These didn't fall under those laws. These just fell under set the tabernacle up this way. All right. Yeah, to my knowledge, I don't think they counted them as the 613. And even then, when he was giving them to Moses, he didn't like sit up and be like, "Listen, these are the 613 laws I'm gonna give you." Nah, somebody sat down and said, "Okay, we're gonna count these out, and this is how many laws it is." All right. So everything he gave them. Now, I don't know how they grouped it, if they grouped this. So let me take that back. I don't know if they grouped that in the 613, but when we set up the tabernacle, this was the pattern he was given. This was how we were supposed to do it. All right? So far as like how to do it in this day and age, you'd have to come up with so much money. You talk about millions, maybe even billions of dollars to make this tabernacle. All right. Again, the things that you're looking at, the smallest things in the temple was made out of pure gold. This altar, this 10 by 10 altar he just made, it was out of pure brass. And then overlaid it with shittim wood. You can't even get shittim wood anymore. All right. Well, if you can, it's very, very rare. I think it's called either shittim or acacia wood. All right, and it's basically a type of wood that is natural bug repellent. So you wouldn't have no bugs in the temple. All right. So, and then on top of that, the wood that he had, he was overlaying that with brass. So all this, you got to think about these materials, man. Gold, brass, that ain't even in some of y'all houses. You know what I mean? It was back in the day when you had a brass tub, right? Or you had maybe a brass door knocker or something like that. Now you're getting what? Plastic and wood. Y'all see that? You getting your house made by the lowest common denominator, the lowest bidder, and they putting whatever on your house. In the temple, you was getting gold, brass, shittim wood. You were getting cedar. Well, when you get to Solomon's time, you was dealing with cedar wood, right? These are expensive woods, man. Like we was when I was in Trinidad, we were trying to figure out how to be making these doors, and we was gonna be able to sell these doors for like $6,000, just doors. Like the door to your house, the door to my house is supposed to be about $6,000-7,000. All this is some carved wood and the little brass doorknob. Now you take that and this is exponentially, man. What you're dealing with in the temple, he said, make the rings that you hang the curtains on out of gold. For 100 feet. 3 rows of that. And the rings are every like 2 feet. Y'all see that? So that's 50 rings made out of pure gold. Y'all got to think about this, man. He just said about the altar. 5 cubits by 5 cubits. So 10 feet by 10 feet. And he said, do what? Verse 2, you shall make the horns of it upon the 4 corners thereof. His horns shall be of the same, and thou shalt overlay it with brass. Brass? Again, you want to get an idea of brass. Buy you a saxophone. How much is that?
It's pretty expensive.
Yeah, good saxophone will run you about $10,000. Minimum, you'll probably run about maybe $2,000 to $3,000 for like a student saxophone. They're about this big. Now he just said 10 feet by 10 feet square, right? And then cover it all in brass. So think of the price for a trumpet, a saxophone, trombone, whatever. That's all brass, right? And then 10 feet by 10 feet of that. Cover everything in brass. That's crazy, man. That's just the altar. He ain't even got into the Ark of the Covenant. He ain't got into. There's a lot more to this. Like I said, when you get to Solomon's temple, had all this plus hewn stones. You talk about it had the cedar wood, had the and that was just the inner sanctum. This part was just the inner part of Solomon's temple. All right, so you gotta imagine that. You gotta be able to put yourself there, man. But any other questions? What's that?
Well, could it be said that when they were in Egypt, that they probably learned like the alchemy to make these like brass? You know, because.
But where did the Egyptians get it from?
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, actually, let me rewind. So.
I would say we learned things in Egypt, but I can't because I know one thing going into the Josephus.
Okay.
You deal with Abraham coming in and teaching them all things, pretty much everything. Then two, when have they built it since we left?
Well, what I'm saying is when they were, because this is out of Egypt, so were they taking that alchemy and making it, making those brass and that gold, because now like today we find that in order to find gold you gotta like go to like either rivers or certain rivers or dig in caves.
Oh no, the scriptures tell you how they got it, man. They got it from they took it from the Egyptians when we left.
Okay.
This is all the gold and everything that the people donated. All right, are we in there yet? Did we read 25? It's either 25 or 35. Yeah, I think it's 35. Yeah, when you get to 35, he tells you how they made everything.
Okay.
All right, verse 35, verse 5. Take you from among you an offering unto the Lord. Whosoever is of a willing heart, let him bring it, an offering of the Lord, gold and silver and brass, and blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen, and goat's hair, and ram skins dyed red, and badger skins and shittim wood, and oil for the light. So he's telling them to take this offering of the people. Now where did the people get it? Let's go back to Exodus, was it 12? So yeah, it didn't have nothing to do with no Egyptian alchemy. It didn't have nothing to do with any of that. So again, and how did they make it? Everything we taught them. Everything Abraham taught them, that then they, of course, probably added to. Then, of course, when Joseph got there, remember when Joseph got there, they didn't even know how to store bread. That's their major export. All right? They didn't know how to store it. They didn't know what to do. So if he had to teach them that, all that alchemy and chemistry and all that stuff they try to tell you the Egyptians came up with didn't come from them. Because again, they haven't been doing it since. Since we left, where is all of that science they so-called came up with gone? Y'all see that? They haven't been using any of that since. That's because we brought that to them. But let's see, I think it's Exodus 12.
12 and 35.
There you go. Yeah, right with you. And the children of Israel did according to the word of Moses, and they borrowed of the Egyptians jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment. Y'all see that? Right, so yeah, these are all things we have from them. We didn't mine it. We weren't mining and doing all that stuff out in the wilderness. All right, we weren't doing all extracting the ore and doing all that stuff. We just had this already. That was already done for us. All right. Yeah. So when you read Exodus 35, you see they took their earrings, they took the jewels and stuff like that they had got from the Egyptians, and this is what they used to donate to the.
Oh, I was thinking of another time too. They did it and made the calf.
Oh yeah, we even had enough left over to make the stupid golden calf. You know what I mean? They broke their earrings off and did all that, and then Aaron melted it down and made a golden calf out of it. So this was all, we already had this.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we didn't have like a mining structure set up and all that. What do they call them? The quarries and all that. We didn't do all that. All right. Any other questions?
So I got one question, kind of following up on what Jermaine was asking. My question was going to be, these things that were so precious inside of the tabernacle and the altar and things of that nature, and I heard you say early on how it was Samson, I want to say you said, was in his, these things were also in his.
Solomon.
Solomon. Solomon. Were these things to be considered artifacts? And if so, where could they be now if they still do exist?
I got you. You got to understand this. We're going to go to Romans. We're going to go to the book of Romans. But as you go through the readings, as we're going to go through the readings, you go through Chronicles, Kings, you're going to find out the Ark temple got ransacked by various kings over and over again. And the only thing they was really coming for was these things. All right? They was coming for all this jewels. But we're going to go to Romans real quick. I'll show you something real quick. I think this is Romans 9. Let me get there with you. Let's see, Romans 9. Let me get this real quick. Okay, 11. I'm sorry. Okay, 11. Romans 11.
Romans chapter 11, verse 11.
Go ahead.
I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? The Most High forbid.
So this is talking about Israel. Have they stumbled that they should fall? He said the Most High forbid. Go ahead.
But rather through their fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles.
Right, see? Through their fall, through Israel's fall, salvation came to the Gentiles. Now read on.
For to provoke them to jealousy.
Go ahead.
Now if the fall of them be the riches of the world.
See, the fall of us became the riches of the world. All right, so when a lot of these nations will go and they just ransack a temple, ransack one temple, the Tabernacle, or try to steal the Ark of the Covenant. The only reason they couldn't dismantle the Ark of the Covenant because it would kill you. It would kill you when you touched it. There was one instance where they brought it in, and this is all through Chronicles and Kings and all that, but they took it to one city, and the people started catching hemorrhoids and cancer. Because the Most High was breaking out on them. You see that? But they took it because when you read about the construction of the Ark of the Covenant, which we're going to read in, I think, is everything was made out of gold. I mean, you talking about like 15 feet high at least, made out of pure gold. Two big angels standing over and everything like that, and that was just the lid. You didn't even talk about the box and the staves, everything else was pure gold. So when they came in, there's one instance, it's the chapters that they were talking about. I remember going through a lesson with this guy bringing this out. It should be in Kings. This one is this is the Mantis Bible app. Mantis. Let's see. Is this it? He made the pillars and 2 rows around the Bible and 1. Yeah, here it is. 1 Kings 7. Start at verse 18 real quick. And then we get the other one.
1 Kings 7, chapter 7, verse 18. And he made the pillars and 2 rows round about upon the one network to cover the chapiters that were upon the top with pomegranates, and so did he for the other chapter.
Go ahead.
Verse 19. And the chapiters that were upon the top of the pillars were of lily work in the porch, 4 cubits. And the chapiters upon the 2 pillars had pomegranates also above over against the belly, which was by the network. And the pomegranates were 200 in rows round about upon the other chapiter. And he set up the pillars in the porch of the temple, and he set up the right pillar, and called the name thereof Jachin. And he set up the left pillar, and called the name thereof Boaz. And upon the top of the pillars was lily work, so was the work of the pillars finished. And he made a molten sea, 10 cubits, from the one brim to the other. It was round all about, and its height was 5 cubits, and a line of 30 cubits did compass it round about.
Right, hold that. Let me see. I'm trying to find the second part of it. It was okay, this is it. It was height was one chapter was 5 cubits, right? This is Jeremiah 52 verse 22.
Jeremiah chapter 52 verse 22. And a chapiter of brass was upon it, and the height of one chapiter was 5 cubits.
All right. Now, it said 5 cubits right there, right?
That's 10 feet.
Now, if you don't know what a chapter is, all right, you got the pillars. Trying to see if there's something I could show that with. Have you ever seen like Washington Monument, or not Washington Monument, the Lincoln Monument? In the front, it's got those pillars, right?
Like the Romans used to build.
Just like the Roman pillars, right? On the top of the pillar, the pillar is this part that just goes straight up and down like this. On the top, there's a big piece that looks like somebody put a cap on it.
Right.
Right. Sometimes it looks like a flower out or something like that. That's a chapter. This thing said the top of that chapter was 5 cubits of pure brass. All right. When you read about the Assyrian king coming and ransacking the temple, he runs off and he takes the chapters off of these pillars. They're 5 cubits of solid brass. All right. 5 cubits is 10 feet tall. Just the top of the pillar is 10 feet tall. And it's made out of solid brass. So this guy did the weight of it. It would probably been like about 50,000 pounds. Of just pure, so 25 tons of solid brass. So when they came in, they wasn't coming in because they wanted to worship the Most High. They came in because they wanted to take all these riches. Our fall became the riches of the Gentiles. All right, when you're dealing with Solomon's time, he was supplying Africa, basically. He was supplying the king of Tyre with 666 talents of gold every year. And that was because Tyre's nation was starving. So he would give them gold so they could buy food. And he would supply them with wheat and everything like that in order for them to bring us their things, their wood and actually gold and wood from there. So we would take those things and we would in turn feed that whole nation just off of what we had. So yeah, through our fall, the Gentiles got rich, man. When you ain't gonna see no artifacts in the Smithsonian like, oh yeah, we found King Solomon's crown.
Right, they're not gonna speak on it.
Nah. We found the Ark of the Covenant. Hell no. Because when you watch movies like Indiana Jones, right? Raiders of the Lost Ark? That's what they was looking for, right? And why were they looking for it? The power. Huh? They weren't even looking for it for the material wealth. They were looking for the power that it had. So when they go and find these things, they don't go find them and put them on display. They go find them and they lock them up just like they did in Indiana Jones. They go put that in the weapons department. And, oh, we ain't touching that. You know what I mean? Next thing you know, you coming out with a brand new cell phone or you coming out with some technology that they done took from those things. Because our things had power. Well, like I said, the Ark of the Covenant, they brought it into one city and it was killing the men of the city. And the only time it stopped was when they made an offering to the Most High and got that thing out of there. So yeah, our stuff that when they find it now, when they find a artifact now they find, you know, like they recently it was King Hezekiah's toilet seat. Like, really? All that gold we was using and all y'all found was a stone toilet seat? What did they do with it though? It's probably all melted down. All the gold that they got out of the temples probably all melted down in gold bricks over there in Iraq or you know, one of these places. Like when you see the pictures of the soldiers over there in Iraq during the Gulf War and all that, they were sitting on these mountains of gold, man. That's all melted down. That's all from them ransacking our temples. See that? Yeah. So yeah, you ain't gonna find you know, oh yeah, we found King David's crown. We found one of Solomon's shields. You ain't gonna find none of that because they're gonna take it, melt it down, and then say, yeah, we're the richest nation on the planet. We're backed by gold. Where do you get the gold from? Right. Y'all wasn't messing with gold when the Roman Empire didn't have gold like that. Right. They was robbing everybody east of them to get that gold, east and south. Then they became an empire. Y'all see that? But all these nations, man, they was stealing from us. They was taking from us. When you read about Egypt was talking about alabaster, stone, you know, all that stuff like that. They didn't really start messing with gold like that till we got there. Till they seen what we were dealing with. Then all of a sudden, the cats is wearing gold crowns and all this stuff like that. But we've been on that. Y'all see that? Then the place we live, the Fertile Crescent, that's where you're going to get the best gold, the best jewels. You're going to get the best, agriculture. Everything comes from that Fertile Crescent right there. That's why the whole world is at war over that little strip. That Fertile Crescent from Iraq to the Mediterranean. Everybody wants that. The Crusades was about everything. Why? Because that's where you're getting the best of everything. And we were using that to build the temple. We were using these resources to be able to build and make our nation rich. But when we fell, everybody came for that. All right? All right, but did that help answer your question?
Absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what I was saying. I was looking for that part about the chapters because there's one part where he says it's 5 cubits, but then when they go and ransack the temple and they're taking the chapter, it's only 3 cubits tall. They said it got smaller. It was like, what they do, they cut off parts of it. They cut that down, and now, okay, wait, we built it was 5. When y'all took it was only 3. Where the other 2? That's sitting in somebody's treasury somewhere. Y'all see that? But yeah, you know, back in the day, we had riches, man. Some of the nations, these other nations had you had Og, the king of Bashan. He was sleeping on a 9 foot long brass bed, pure brass. You know what I mean? And today, you see somebody with a brass bed, just the headboard, the brass headboard thing, you like, dang, they got money. Right? But Caps was living on stuff like that. The temple was laid out with, it was littered with this stuff, man. We talk about like, when he said the shovels, the basins, things like that, we talk about the things we use to shovel the ashes of the incense out of the temple. Was made out of gold and brass. Y'all see that? So, you know, when they show rich people eating, you know, with little forks of gold and everything, like, multiply that by 1 billion, man. Because we were doing that with just the flesh hooks to get the food out of the pot. It was made out of brass and gold. Wow. That's what we just read.
Gotcha.
So, you know, you got to think, if the rich white people now are eating silver spoon, right? Gold forks, that's what they're doing to show their riches. What do you think they came into our temple for?
Riches, more riches.
Yeah, that's what they came for, man. Besides the fact that what we knew to utilize it for was the fact that it didn't, you could clean it. While they was eating out of, you know, clay pots and wood bowls, we was eating out of gold and silver. Because you can clean it. You can wash that up, no germs. When did you start dealing with germs? When you dealt with the white man's territory, right? And they was eating out of clay and wood and passing it around to each other and everything, not washing themselves. And then all the germs get in the pores of the wood and everything like that. You wasn't dealing with germs in the temple. You wasn't dealing with germs and stuff like that in the tabernacle. Y'all see that? Like I said, even the wood it was made out of made it so bugs couldn't get in there. It's a bug repellent. Cedar and shittim wood, is a natural bug repellent. Like those are those kind of trees where you see that the grass ain't even growing by it, because they got their own repellent to keep bugs and even other types of plants from growing near them. Y'all see that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, you can see them on certain trees, man, especially certain evergreen trees. You look at the base of them, there's a perfectly round circle around it where it's just dirt. That ain't man-made. That's the tree killed all the grass. The tree takes all that and won't let anything else grow to take its nutrients. Y'all see that? So our whole buildings were made out of this stuff. So you wasn't having grass trying to grow up into the thing and vines growing all up into the temple and the tabernacle. No, because the things it was made out of repelled that. And bugs.
No termites.
Yeah. So when they came for that, man, they came for our riches and they came for the cleanliness, man. They didn't have that cleanliness in their places. They didn't have that standard of cleanliness. The Most High kept everything perfect. See that? Any other questions? What's that?
If they was like in the Fertile Crescent, why were they always having to go into Egypt? Because of famine.
That's where you have the problem, because the Fertile Crescent is growing certain things like the exotic type of plants. Like they're in there right now, going to Afghanistan for what? Yeah, when I say Fertile Crescent, I don't mean it's like it just grows like everything. I mean it grows the exotic stuff, like the things that were for the healing of the nations, right? That poppy seed, that opium, that's what they're down there for. They want to get the poppy plants, right? So they're growing a lot of exotic things, but every once in a while you're gonna get the same problem. It's agriculture. You're gonna always have that problem. That a bad storm's gonna come through, wipe out a crop, or you know, some bugs or some type of thing's gonna come through and wipe something out. And next thing you know, it's gonna be a famine. You're gonna have to go down to some other type of place, some other region where everything's growing. And for Egypt, they didn't have that problem. They didn't have that cycle of weather and things like that come through. When you're dealing with Israel in that longitudinal line, you're basically dealing with the same temperature climates that you're dealing with in like Colorado. So you're gonna get 4 seasons. You're gonna get snow where nothing's growing. You see that? And then you're gonna get that nice springtime where you get to grow things and everything like that. And then once that wet weather comes through though, all that's gone. You know, we used to deal with that in Colorado all the time. It's like you think it might be a season to grow something, and you're like, damn, it's supposed to be summertime. We got 3 feet of snow. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be summertime. It's raining all week and flooding and everything. You're like, so crops will get wiped out quick. Farmers deal with that all the time. We were in the Fertile Crescent where the best of the things grow, but at the same time, it's still subject to weather. You see that? So and subject to the Most High. So when certain things get wiped out, we would go down to Egypt to get our grain, right? They was going down there for corn and bread, right? So corn and wheat was growing at that time, all the time in Egypt. That's Egypt's major thing, though. That's why I said for them to not have it or have a storage system set up by the time Joseph gets there, that's stupid. Like, that's all you guys do. You see that? Now, why do we have to go down there? We went down there because that season. When that season comes through, wipes those things out, you got to go down to another region where it's growing. All right? But generally, where is all the exotic stuff coming from? You either get the same thing, again, along the same, or close to the longitudinal line, or in between those same kind of longitudinal lines, but further south. Puerto Rico, Jamaica, there's certain plants that only grow on those islands. Right? They only grow there. You ain't gonna find them nowhere else in the world except those islands. So you gotta go there to get those, right? Well, when you deal with that central region where we were, that's the same thing. It was along those same lines that there's certain things only gonna grow here. And you're only gonna get those here. Again, that poppy seed, you're only getting that in between those lines. Now you might get them from Far East all the way to China, but you're only going to get them in between that area. And that's where all the world right now is trying to get at, because what? Drugs. That opium is the base of every, I'm talking about from pharmaceutical to the street crackhead. You got opium as the base of those drugs. Y'all see that? Opium is the part that, it's an opiate. That's what they call it. It makes you feel nice and good, and everything makes you feel like everything's good. So everybody wants that. But where is it growing? It's not growing in Colorado.
Yeah, the white people ODing off of that at a rapid rate.
Yeah, big time. But they've been doing that. They've been doing that since they discovered it in China. Since the Chinese showed them, with the opium dens, and they were smoking themselves retarded. Then the white man got a hold of that, and then next thing you know, they found out how to synthesize it and started using it for medicinal use, which is backwards because you were supposed to use it for medicinal use from the start. Y'all see that? The damn Chinese got a hold of it. They instantly turned it into recreation. But yeah, we had all that. We had all these different things growing. So far as wheat and corn, that wasn't like a big staple for us. You don't find us having really go that route until we get into places like Egypt, or there is a famine. Because when we came into the Promised Land, remember, Caps was carrying out 1 bushel of grapes, 2 men at a time. There was giants there. They was living off giant food. Y'all see that? So we was eating that. We was eating, the best grapes, figs. We had corn, wine, and oil. We had all that. That's what the Most High gave us. That our land from coast to coast, we had olive trees, we had vineyards, we had all these things. The wheat and corn is really kind of like a I'm starving to death diet. It's like for common man. You see that?
So you would say it was more perishable stuff that grows there versus.
I'll say it's less subject, or it's higher subject to weather. Like corn and wheat, unless it's like a snowstorm, it's pretty much gonna grow. Most High have to blast it with locusts and hailstorms with fire mixed in for it to kill everything. You see that? But so far as wheat, it'll pretty much grow in a rainstorm. It'll grow, wind and all that stuff. But when you deal with like figs, when I was down in Honduras, man, they had mangoes, a lot of mangoes down there. Same thing in Trinidad. Nice heavy windstorm, those things falling off the tree. Once they hit the ground, they bruise, the bugs go right out. because they smell so sweet. You know what I mean? Those bugs get right in, you can't even eat those. As soon as you see them hit the ground, man, you pick them up, and they'll be like a hole bolt all the way through it. Little brown hole bored all the way through the thing. Because they'll eat those right away. So I say it's like less subject to weather. Is the stuff we had that we didn't have there. We had stuff that was subject to weather. You know what I mean? That exotic type of stuff. So when you go on, again, grapes are subject to a chill. Certain, I forgot what temperature it is, but when it drops below a certain temperature, all the grapes are dead. Like, they're not good for anything. Not good for eating. They're not good for smashing into grape juice, wine, nothing. Just gone. You just lost the whole crop. Yeah. Go too high, they're all spoiled. You know what I mean? So, and this is the land that we were in. We were in a land with grapes, figs, dates, all these kind of things. Those are those things that you buy at the grocery store and you get mad because by the time you get home, they're gone. You know what I mean? Like everything ages like bananas. You get them home, put them on the shelf. You know what I mean? My rib get mad all the time. I'm like, what do you expect me to do? Eat the whole bushel right now? But yeah, because you have to. Because like, I just bought this whole bushel of bananas and they're already gone. Like, yeah, you waited a day. You know what I mean? That stuff like the Most High said, when you're out in the field, that's going to be the life of a man. You was talking about the fruit of the trees, it's going to be your life. Why? Because you're going to be able to just pick it, eat it. It wasn't meant for you to pick it, sit it in your house. Because it'll go bad just like that. Y'all see that? So we were living in that kind of territory, and when the weather gets bad, all that stuff go bad. So now, what do you got to do? Okay, there's a famine in the land, I got to go down to Egypt and go get wheat and corn. Stuff that just grow all the time, in any condition. You see that? Yeah, but really, that's just showing their status. It's like if I'm wearing J's all the time, and you wearing XJ900s, if you remember those. All right, it's gonna show our status. You shop at Payless. I shop over at Nike store. You know what I mean? I got more money. It's the same thing. The food that the region is eating is really a determining factor of how rich they are, how rich their soil is, how rich their land is, how rich their health is. Because corn and wheat destroy your health. You all right? You go into the Aztec and Incan cultures and read about them and find out what was destroying them. Every time they pull them up, they had gold crowns all over in their mouth. Why? Teeth rotted out. Eating what? Corn. We know by the dental records that the major staple of the Incas was corn. Well, how do you know? Ain't no corn just still growing like that where they lived. So how do you know? Oh, because all their teeth are rotted out. You know what I mean? Because that's what they was eating. It's just majorly corn. And then the corn you get today is like a hybrid because they were eating like this. It was a grass. It was a type of grass mixed with something else that made the corn you eat now, and the corn that they started eating back then. And that's what was rotting their teeth out of their face. See that? Now rich people ain't gonna eat something to rot their teeth out their face. You get that? Who's gonna be eating that? Poor people.
Right.
Or people that's having to live off whatever they got. You see that? And they're in a forced situation. But the Most High put us in the perfect land where it grew everything all year round. It grew the right type of thing all year round. But all those things are subject to being wiped out. Then at the same time, you'll start, Israel's problem as you keep reading is we were always trying to be like the other nations. So it didn't matter what good thing the Most High gave us, what perfect thing He gave us, we were still gonna go somewhere else and try to get their stuff. We want to go eat like the Egyptians. We want to go eat Wonder Bread. Why do you want to eat Wonder Bread when you eating Ezekiel 4:3 bread? If y'all don't know what Ezekiel 4:3 bread is, that's the bread that costs you like $10, $7 to $10 a loaf over at Whole Foods, and it's made with only this certain type of grains and everything that you read in Ezekiel 4:3. All right, but what do we want to do? Man, what's that Wonder Bread about? You mean that bleached, not even real bread that's on the shelf? Right. Doesn't get old? You want to eat that? Well, yeah, look at the bag. Red, white, and blue. We want to eat the poorest thing wrapped in a pretty package. Y'all see that? When we were eating and drinking like kings. Y'all get this? So yeah, we did have to go down to Egypt, but again, you got to look at what we were going down there for. We was going down there for something that's just a staple for everybody. That's like America get hit, so where are we gonna go? China and eat what? Plastic now, right? But their major thing was rice. You know what I mean? You was gonna eat you gonna eat rice. That don't mean you got a high status. That means you're eating what's left. Right. Y'all see that? Like, no, you ain't eating McDonald's. You're gonna eat a bowl of rice. What's it for breakfast? Rice. Lunch, rice. Dinner, rice. Y'all see that? Yeah, that don't mean you eating high off the hog, man. You eating horrible. You see that? You do an all rice diet, well, you see what happens to them. You end up short, pale, and skinny as hell.
God.
This is what it is. They started out black. Now they're yellow. Too much rice. There's some mucus causing food. All right? So, yeah, you got to understand these things. When it says we went down here for this, it tells you there's a famine in the land. You broke. You poor. You going down there to eat with the broke people. Now, if they was eating like that all year round, and we was only doing that on holiday, you know what I mean? We was only doing that when times got bad. That means they weren't eating the best down there. That means that what you find out about, like I said, this is an anthropological study. Now that you know what they were eating, now you know what they look like. Were they Egyptian gods with six packs and big old pecs and 7 feet tall? Hell nah. They was big fat, just like America is right now. Big old pot bellies with titties. Why? Because they was eating what? Wheat and corn all the time. Teeth rotted out their face. So all that stuff they try to show you, like they was just these. Nah, they show you on some of the real shows when they going over there and they're showing you like the actual carvings, and they're like, look, this is King so and so. Now you went to all the servants was built. Why? You lifted 20,000-pound rocks. you building, you hammering, you chiseling all day. You making your own rocks, stomping out mud in the sun. But the royalty, pot bellies were breasts. Men. Why? Because you eat corn and wheat all year.
Now that reminds me of, I was just reading Samuel, and how when Eli died, they said he fell over, he said he was a heavy man.
Yeah, he was fat.
And it reminds me of also King Eglon, the Moabite king, said he was a very, very fat guy.
He stabbed him in his stomach and his whole arm sunk into him. He was so fat, he stabbed him and it said his bowels came out, but his arm went all the way into the hilt, man.
Wow. That fat God.
You imagine sticking somebody you stick him so deep you can't even leave? Like, who killed him? That nigga, he's still stuck there. that cats was eating good though. When you read about Eli, man, him and his sons, they was taking the best. They was eating the fat and the offerings. So they was already getting the best that the people had to offer. All the offerings we read about in Exodus and all that, they were getting the best that was supposed to go to the Most High. And then they was eating the stuff that was supposed to be burnt up to the Most High, the fat. They was eating the meat with the fat. Y'all see that? The stuff that was supposed to be burnt up to the Most High, even the meat part that was supposed to be burnt up to the Most High, they would take that and tell the people, no, just bring it to us like that. See, they didn't even want it. Don't even cook it. We'll just take it like this. They started eating like Edomites, man. So their father, Eli, man, he said he was a great fat man. He fell over, broke his own neck under his own weight.
Oh, God.
That's something, right? Like even me, I'm a pretty round guy, but if I fall down, I can like lift myself up with my own head, like just, you know what I mean, arch up. He fell down and broke his own neck, just off his own fat. That's crazy, but that's eating good, man. That's that good eating, good living. right? Because the Most High said he was going, when he put us in the promised land, he was going to give us a land flowing with milk and honey, man. You weren't drinking milk with the pus in it like you drinking now, right? You talk about the fresh squeezed cow milk with the whey in it, the protein. You was yoked, man. You was strong. Y'all see that? The honey you was eating wasn't some high fructose corn syrup they fed to a bee and then took what he regurgitated out after that, like you get now. You're talking about pure honey, man. The real deal. See that? And those are just, and that's just really an idiom for how good you were going to be living. All right? Because if you think about it now, trying to get one of those kits, I think the kit was like $100-something, man. To try to house bees. They got these little kits that you can like hook onto your house, you know, to house the bees for you so you can make your own honey and all that. It was like $100-something, $200. You got all that extra money just to house the bees. You ain't even talk about the harvesting of it, you know, going out there buying the suit and all that stuff like that you got to do. Or unless you like that guy in India, you just walk out there almost butt naked, let the bees cover you. You know what I mean? We ain't talking about you all that extra equipment and all that stuff. Ain't nobody got money like that. You know, you gotta when I consider these things that the Most High used to give us, I go into all the upkeep and all that because that's what status is about. You know what I mean? When you wear white shoes, people aren't attracted to the whiteness of your shoes just like, oh look, they're white, that's beautiful. People start racking up, especially women, they start racking up. Like, how much does he spend to make sure his shoes are white? Because when you scuff your shoe, guess what? Gotta buy a new pair. You know what I mean? If they're pure white, like you see it with the rap stars and all that, that means scuff them, buying a new pair. Got a little something on them. If it don't rub out, buying a new pair. You got money for upkeep. You buy a yacht. Right? People just thinking you buying a boat. Why do yachts cost so much? They cost more to maintain than they do to buy. Because your maintenance is going to be some guy having to come out with a scuba gear on, scrape all the barnacles off from under the boat. Or they're going to have to put it up on the thing, you know, take it out, put it up on the thing and scrape the barnacles off of there. Barnacles like the underwater sea life that grows onto your boat. And you got to scrape that off or it'll rot the whole bottom of your boat out. And to upkeep that like every single year, you got to do it at least once a year. So when you buy a yacht, you're not thinking about, oh, I'm just going to have a yacht, $50,000, $100,000. No, I'm thinking about upkeep, $25,000, maybe a quarter. So what makes you rich that you got a yacht? Yeah, people see yacht, but they think upkeep. See that? When you look at the temple, you had a kind of a low upkeep, but at the same time, everything had to be pure. Everything had to be clean. You was coming in there every day, throwing blood all over the place. Clean it up. See that? That's upkeep. That whole staff of Levites, that's upkeep. So this is money. When we're reading this in Exodus, we're reading. Now I won't even say money, man. This is dope. You know what I mean? Because money is what you spend at Walgreens. This is dope right here, man. This is where people make banks off of what we had in the temple. Y'all get that? I'm talking about no society since has been decorated like we were. That's how the Most High did us, man. Where we lived, the place we lived. Again, the land of the Canaanites. Can you imagine how much you buy a bushel of grapes for now? And y'all get the whack ones, right? With the no seeds in them, the GMO, pesticide injected and all that.
Ones for like a pound or like $5.49.
$5.49 for a handful of grapes. We'll say my handful, you know, I can hold a lot of grapes. All right? 2 men carrying 1 bushel. Having to carry 1 bushel of grapes. That means your grapes was like the size of basketballs, man. And you paying $5 for 1 handful. 1 grape was the size of a basketball. How much would you pay for that? How much would that be worth? Who knows what pashmina is? That's our broke status. You know what I mean? Pashmina is what they be wearing in the Middle East, man. You can get a pashmina scarf. Pashmina scarf is about maybe 5 feet long. It'll cost you $300. And all it is a scarf. All right? It's goat's hair. Interwoven to be like softer than cashmere.
Oh, wow.
All right? Read the Bible. We was just throwing goat's hair on everything. It said overlay this with goat's hair. That's pashmina. All right? So the showbread, you imagine you got a thing about this long right here, table about this long. In the middle, you got the showbread, right? On top of the showbread, you're going to throw some pashmina. That just covers bread. That's baller. Come to somebody's house and they, hey, where your bread at? Oh yeah, just lift up that pashmina over there. Grab you a piece. That's how we just decorated the temple, man. When he said about the curtains, right? And then he said wrought with needlework. That means that was embroidered curtains. I got an embroidered shirt from Express a while back when they used to sell rope. Was it Express or? Yeah, I think it's Express. No, that's the other one.
Yes. Banana Republic.
Structure?
No, I think it is Express. Buckle. This shirt was on sale, cost $84. All right, probably the best purchase I bought in my life because 10 years later it still looked like brand new. But it's embroidered. And they were selling it, it was originally like $170. It's just a large shirt, $170. Now large for me, I'm only 5'8", 5'9". All right? That's not that much material. We just decorated the temple with 100 feet worth of curtains. 3 rows of that. All embroidered from top to bottom. We were spending dough. Y'all see that? Now, take it to today. This is how you know Israelites got style. Like, you know, people make fun of us for our garments, right? If I stand up, this is one of our basic garments. This will cost you $500. This is basic. It ain't nothing but the tunic part, some leather right here, some studs. This costs you $500 in just materials. So what are we wearing? The things we're wearing today show that we're richer than the Gentiles, but it's richer in spirit. Because we'll sit here, take all this stuff, people make fun of us, but they can't even buy what we wear. We wearing a person's month's rent. You know what I mean? And I was just having to think about it because I was like, damn, you know what I mean? I need to go out and get me like a, you know, one of them big time Armani suits or something like that. But I'm looking at my closet and I'm like, damn, everything in here costs me minimum $500. And I got a few of these garments. You know what I mean? I got at least like 30-something garments. So you do the math. And that's just material. We ain't even talking about the labor, because that's what they charge you for when you buy that. When you buy that crap in the store, that's what they charge you for, labor. Right? You buy some. I forgot who's the style of pants now, man. Back in the day, we had what was it, like Red Monkey or something like that. But those are the expensive ones, right? What's the expensive stuff now?
True Religion.
True Religion, right? Because they put a little horseshoe thing on the back. What is that? And then you wearing somebody else's style. That ain't even your style. You know what I mean? You pay $84 for a Lacoste shirt, a t-shirt. Because the brother, the tennis player, his name, I forgot his name, something Lacoste. But he was known as the crocodile.
He don't even own it no more.
Huh?
He don't own it no more. Some Swiss people do.
There you go. But it's his style though. That's what he used to do. You wearing another man's style. How gay is that? You see that? You ain't even wearing your flavor when you wearing a polo or a Ralph Lauren and all that, but you bragging about it. You wearing Gucci. That's another nigga. That ain't your style. That's his style. That's what he wears so he could look good.
Bring it out.
And you wearing his stuff.
That's right.
And paying top dollar for it. Y'all see that? Then we coming out, we wearing our own style. You know what I mean? There's one garment I designed one year, that was my thing. You know what I mean? Had the lamb's fur on the top, You know what I mean? Came out looking like the dude from Gladiator and all that. That was my style though. And I paid for my style. Couldn't nobody else be like, yeah, I wore that last week. No, that was mine. Y'all see that? But look what you having to brag about today. That's commoner status, man. The things the things in this world that they brag about, like, you wearing another nigga's clothes. But that's nothing to brag about. You letting your Louis Vuitton drawers hang out. You wearing a faggot's underwear. You know what I mean? You wearing a French dude's underwear. That ain't even your style. We was balling, man. Back in the day, your woman was making you your own custom clothes. Back in the day, our temple was decorated better than anything you'll wear personally. Y'all see that? Yeah, your house don't cost as much as just some of the things we used to decorate the temple. The house you live in now, think about that. If I could take one of the decorations of the temple and buy your house, you're broke. Y'all get that? The things we're reading about, you really got to take them to heart, because a lot of y'all, like I said, if I'm saying Pashmina and you don't know what I'm talking about, then that means you don't have a rich person's mentality. Why? Because we was raised broke. It ain't no, I'm not dissing y'all. I'm not, you know, because when I heard about it, I was like, the lady put her cart next to us in the mall, and I was like, yeah, these are nice. I said, oh, you know, because I was thinking about maybe buying my rib head wrap or something. I was like, how much are these? She was like, 300. I was like, yeah. I ain't gonna touch that no more. Like, for a scarf? So I was like, what is Pashmina? She, oh, it's goat's hair. That helped me click everything into place, because I'm like, goat's hair? I've heard of that somewhere. Who wears goat's hair? We did. We didn't even wear it. We just decorated stuff with what they wearing. Arabs and Indians now think they balling because they wearing stuff we use to cover our bread. So how rich were we? Gold, right? Gold is a top commodity. It's right there under what? Platinum? What's above gold? Platinum and something else. But yeah, I thought it was something else that was above it too. But it's high, right? Gold is high on the list. Solomon was throwing gold dust in his hair. The things they value now that they want to kill each other over, we was using to decorate our bodies. He would put you know, grills and all that. Grills that they kill each other to be able to buy now, right? You go to the mall, have what's his name?
Johnny Dang.
Yeah. You have him make you a whole gold grill for what, $1,500? We was doing that on the regular.
And it ain't even like pure gold. It's like 14. You'd be lucky to get 14K.
Yeah. Solomon was doing 24 beyond 24 karat, the purest gold he was gonna get. Done. Grill, crush it up, throw it in the hair, walk out. Y'all see this? Oh, and then when he walked out, on each one of his steps, you dealing with like a 2-ton gold lion. 2 of them. Just to decorate the steps. We was balling, man. What we're reading about in the temple is no joke. You know what I mean? That's why when you read it, it's boring until you start racking up the actual money. When you start racking up the actual, like, did he just say brass? Cover everything in brass? I got a saxophone used from some chick that was a student. She probably stole it from her school, and that cost me $200 to offer up. He said cover 10 feet by 10 feet in the same metal. I paid $200 for. I started racking this stuff up. I'm like, damn, that's a lot of money, man. That's money you ain't even seeing today. And this is just the temple. And this, you know what the temple means is, the reason I keep saying the temple, who gave to the temple?
The people.
The people. So this is the temple was a culmination of portions of what the people gave. So how rich were the people? We're the ones that made the temple. We showed you in Exodus 35, right? We're the ones that gave all that to the temple. And these were just the things we wanted to give out of our abundance. So each brother, each sister was decked, man. You understand? There weren't no broke Israelites. These nations were killed to live in one of y'all's houses back in the day. Y'all get that? But now like I said, man, if I break down everything that we doing now, you would know we're now dirty, wretched, and filthy, and naked, and poor, like the scriptures say. Because what you're wearing right now, what you go to the store and you spend your whole paycheck on is just underwear. T-shirt, jeans, right? That's underwear, bro. Look how the priests were decked out. You have fine linens, linen breeches. Have you ever looked up linen breeches, man? Linen underwear? $34 for a pair of boxers. Minimum for one pair. I ain't talking about the set like you get at Walmart. You know what I mean? Right. You ain't getting the 5-pack. Yeah. One pair of underwear, linen, $34. The priest was decked in linen. Linen breeches was standard. Then you had the linen, the linen that they put on over that, and then the silk and the embroidered work and the ephod with the 12 stones in it, right? And that was all. Remember, this was all the work of an artisan too. This wasn't just some rocks glued to a chess piece. You know, you see a lot of brothers try to make one, and there's some rocks just glued to some cardboard. Nah, this was those things perfectly cut, polished, and put in it's an ouches. What's called ouches, which is basically like when you get a ring, they have to carve the metal and mold the metal a certain way so it'll hold the rock in there and not let it go. That's the ephod. Brother will wear a whole chess piece of stones that you ain't even seen in your life. Y'all see that? Stones that you go to the jewelry store and you're like, how much is that? $7,000. What? You know what I mean? You looking through a microscope and a telescope to see that rock. And the priest would be rocking one like this big, the size of your fist. 12 of them. Beside the Urim and the Thummim, which would basically give them messages from the Most High. You ain't even gonna see that. There's stuff we had in the temple, man. The things we had in the temple that we're reading about. Like I said, I don't know any of us among us in here that could afford it in our lifetime. You see that? You be doing the year saving, just trying to put. Let me pull one of them gold shower rings up that he was talking about. You be saving up the whole year just to get one of those. That was standard. That was like the common stuff here. Yeah, let me what do you call that? Donate that. Let me donate that, so the temple could look like that. Bro, what did your house look like then? You go outside and you got a whole hill full of sheep. You know how much one sheep is today? Shoot, when we get to the sacrifices, that's money today. One sheep about a year old is about $167. You was given one of those like daily. Oh, messed up. Oh, let me go sacrifice a sheep. Right? Beside the big ones, the ram and the bullock. You know how much a cow is? Yeah, if Christ didn't come, man, we'd be in so much debt, man. If Christ didn't come, man, where you gonna get a cow at? You get mad over how much your steak cost? $6 for a pound of meat? Are you serious? Buy the whole cow. $2,400 minimum. Now imagine your offering, your offering, not your sacrifice, but your offering, what you just gave because you wanted to, was a whole cow. Y'all see this? Like I said, don't just see the words on the page, man. Rack it up in your brain. Do the math. You see that? Use your imagination and study and find out. Damn, how much is this much gold? How much is say what is a talent today? Oh, a talent is this much? Damn. And then you find out these cats was spending talents. Right? Yeah, here's a talent of gold for this, here's a talent of that. By the time of Christ even, right? The brother was given 10 talents. 10 talents don't just mean like he knew how to sing, he knew how to rap, no. 10 talents is a measure of weight in gold or silver. You ain't even seeing that no more. You see this? So when we read the scriptures, you really got to put yourself in there. As we're reading this, like I said, it just sounds like a list and it's boring. But start doing the math, man. Start adding this up. We fell from this. Our standard got to be a lot higher. Y'all get that? What's that?
Hey, this is a little bit off topic, but I was just curious. Do non-messianics, do they sacrifice?
Nope. They use the same thing that some of the niggas in Israel do. Is they try to say that they use Amos 5:21 that we use to say he despises our feast days. They use that to why they don't celebrate Passover and stuff like that, because the Most High hates our feast days. Like, not his feast days, he hates your feast days. Christmas, Thanksgiving, he hates that.
Told me. I mean, do they like have to perform sacrifice to atone for their sins since they don't believe?
That's what I'm saying. They use scriptures like that to cover it up, because there's a scripture where he said, in Psalms, in sacrifice and burnt offerings, thou wouldest not, right? Oh, so he doesn't want sacrifice and burnt offerings no more. He never did. Like, then why did he just spend all the Exodus and Leviticus telling you what to sacrifice and how and when? You still got to do it. If he didn't put an end to it, if you living in a culture where he didn't put an end to it through Christ, then you should still be giving over a ram, a bullock, a sheep, a turtle dove, all of that. If you ain't got all that, you got a pigeon, you got a cow. He had a one for the upper echelon and one for broke people. Yep. You still got to give it. He's the Most High. He changes not. But that's how they cover. They try to say the Most High didn't want sacrifice and burnt offering no more. What he didn't want was us just continually giving it over and over again without learning to stop sinning. That's what they don't get. So they try to use that scripture and say that, but they don't try to acknowledge that was a Christ that covered their sins, so they ain't got to give that no more anyway. You see that? Yeah, it's weird with them, man. But you got to take it from the source, which is a bunch of cats that used to eat blood before they came over here. So, yeah. Like I said, read that 13th Trap by Arthur Kessler, you'll know all about him. You'll be like, yep.
Just got it. It started yet, but I got it.
Oh yeah, you read it. Them niggas was eating lice out of their own drawers. Yeah, out their own pubic hair. Read it. So he used to crack you could hear him cracking the lice between his teeth like we eat the sunflower seeds. And he'd crunch them up and be like, they're delicious. Right in front of people. They'd grab them right out of their own crotch. Yeah, man. So you gotta take it from the source. Like, yeah, niggas is eating lice. So whatever you eat right now, I'm not gonna put that on the menu. You know what I mean? I'm not taking culinary advice from cats that was eating their own lice.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you go through that book, they're disgusting people, man. Yeah.
What book is that again?
The 13th Tribe by Arthur Kessler. Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah, they take a whole family, like all of us in the room, right? I wash my face, I stick my face in a bowl, wash my face off in it, right? Do the farmer's hot, right? The booger's all in there, I pass it to him. He gotta do the same thing. He gonna pass it around the whole room. That's how they did. That was their bath.
I gotta be first.
Yeah, like what they try to call a European shower now, where you get perfume and spray it all over yourself. That was not a European shower. They whitewashed that. A European shower used to be one bowl, 13 niggas. For the whole family. You know what I mean? Disgusting people, man. The chicks will come over and sit in front of people in public and scratch their vaginas right in front of everybody.
Scratch and sniff.
Yeah. Real talk. That's their culture, though. That's why when we talk about like their cultural vultures and all that, they kind of have to. They can't go back to that. You'll get lit on fire in the street if you do that. Imagine somebody come over to you and they're like, yeah, what's up? Like, oh, gotcha. And start eating their own fleas right in front of you. You be like, nigga, you gotta go. What's that?
There's reports coming out. I saw like a while back that those Jews in Auschwitz and stuff, they didn't die in gas chambers. Most of them died because they were carrying what's called typhus flu.
Yeah.
And it's very contagious, and they were so dirty of people. The typhus flu, when you see all them bodies lined up, those people just died of typhus flu. Because they couldn't, the way they said they gassed them, that couldn't be possible because the Germans that were putting the what do you call it, the gas into the showering chambers, they would have died as well because the gas would have came up.
Yeah, the gas it was a heavy gas.
Yeah,
it was heavier than oxygen, so it would have came down and killed everybody on the ground.
God,
the smokestacks would have had to been 100 feet high in the air for them to gas them with that kind of gas.
God.
Yeah.
So it's like I was seeing somebody that they were so dirty that when you see those bodies, they died. There was dead bodies of Jews, but they died from just like being nasty people, like taking showers.
Yeah. That's what Diarrhea Anne Frank, right? She died of typhus.
Typhus flu?
Yeah. They just start coughing up blood and everything. Yeah. But that's their life. That's their style. You know what I mean? Read that book, man. Like I said, if I could, I'd go through all the excerpts that I have stuck out of there, and you'd be like, yeah, this is Esau. They're the most vile people on the earth. Literally. Yeah. But, yeah, I forgot what made me have to go that route. What were we talking about?
We're talking about
the last question was about like where those artifacts were that became.
No, you said that. I remember that, but.
Oh, brother. Yeah, Will.
Oh, well, that goes about the Messianics.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, why they don't sacrifice and all? Yeah, you got to take them with a grain of salt, basically, man, because that's where they come from. The so-called you got the non-messianic Jews, which don't believe in Christ, right? And remember, non-messianic Jewish, they don't believe in Christ, but they don't sacrifice because they believe certain scriptures said that he did away with sacrifice, which aren't true. Then you got the messianic Jews, they believe in Yahushua, but they don't want to tell you that you're a Jew. They want to still say they're the Jews, even though they have no scriptural backing for anything that they say. All right. Then you got Israelites.
That's what I was thinking of, because I hear a lot of brothers say they Torah based, and I was like, the Torah, do they still do that?
Right. And they're the same as non-messianic Jewish people, because that's usually where you find out that's who they learn it from anyway. Like you be talking to them, they'd be like, yeah, my rabbi said, who's your rabbi? And then they lead you over to some red-haired dude from the Caucasus Mountains. Like, you're learning from a dude we had to teach how to bathe? That don't make sense. You know what I mean? You'll see, read that book. You'll be like, wow, I don't need to hear from these guys no more. You know what I mean? Your rabbi used to wear his clothes until his underwear disintegrated. Instead of changing clothes and bathing to cover the smell, he would just put on another layer of clothes until the bottom layer disintegrated. That's their culture, man. So yeah, I don't let white people teach me nothing, man. Yeah, I got my son going to school talking about so-called planets. You know what I mean? Like, he don't even believe in the solar system the way I teach him. I'm like, don't believe nothing they tell you. Until they bring it to you, then don't believe nothing if it ain't in the Bible, man. Because them niggas was barely learning how to bathe in the 13th century. So I'm good. It took y'all 13 centuries to learn how to bathe, to find water and put it on your body. The most abundant resource on earth. It took y'all 13 centuries to learn how to connect it with your body. I'm good. Hey, You can't teach me about outer space when it took you 13 centuries to learn how to wash your body. Y'all see that? Again, consider the source of where you get your information from now, and then consider the source that you're getting your information from here. This ain't never fed. Y'all see that? This got more riches in it. This is talking about more baller stuff than your average rapper will ever see in his life. You see this? Yeah, 2 chains. Like, 2 chains? Are you serious? 1 chain from the priest will buy 2 chains' whole career. You understand? The chain that connected the ephod to the linen part will buy 2 chains' whole career. That's what you're reading about when you read these lists right here. All right? So when you're reading it, don't get bored. Start racking up that money. Start seeing how much that will cost you right now. Y'all get that? All right, let's get back in it. Where we at?
We stopped on verse 6 of chapter 27.
Okay, next reader. Let's get it.
Oh, by the way, $226. Wow. Now make one of these out of pure silver. 100% pure silver. Y'all see that? That's just a ram's horn, fashioned. Pure silver, we used to have like, I think like 50 of those for memorial blowing of the trumpets.
Something like that.
Pure silver. Go ahead.
Mark, Shabbat Shah, Ban Yamyan, Ban Yashal.
Mark, Shabbat Shah, Ban Yamyan, Ban Yashal. Imagine. Right.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shab Rakathon.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shab Rakathon.
Yeah, like I said, just in this day and age, this one's made out of paper. That's $700 for the Torah scroll right there. That's why we make brothers not touch that. All right, $700 for that, and that's paper. The original one would have been lambskin, printed on lambskin, rolled up on that wood.
Oh, I need that.
And huge. That's what you see the fake Jews. When they have their ceremonies and stuff, they bring that out. They bring out the lambskin one, and they bring that out from like a whole different room. It's like in a room by itself. Yeah, man. See, they still kind of live in a knockoff version of what we were doing, because they got the riches of the world now. They got our riches that they stole. You see that? But this is the original. What you're reading about in the scriptures is the original of all that. So when you see the fake Jews and they look like they live in the life, that's a watered down version of how we did it. Because they know where to live, but they don't know how to live there. They know what to eat, but they don't really know how to do it. You know what I mean? They meat raw. They want to wrap it in bacon, and that's a delicacy for them. You see that? But what we do, we whip it up, man. You get real delicacies when you deal with Judah, when you deal with Issachar, when you deal with who is it? I'm trying to think that the Jamaican food, the curry and all that stuff. That curry was money, man. The Westerners were coming over here for that curry alone.
Oh, the spices, yeah, spices.
That's what that Marco Polo and all that was about. Was they were trying to get spices because white people was eating dirt with nothing on it.
Yeah, that was part of slave trade too, spices.
Yeah, they was eating raw rats and dead bodies and stuff like that. And they, wow, this has flavor. Came over to the east and got served some food. And wow, barbacoa. What is this? Not for real. You gotta read these Christopher Columbus books, the stuff around that time, the West history of the West Indies of New Spain, all these type of books, man, that you read and you find out these cats was getting served. The stuff you eat today, like, oh yeah, barbecue, that's common. Nah, they was getting served like that as like they were royalty when they came over here. That was royal food when you came over here. Barbacoa was royal food. Barbecue, that came from barbacoa. It came from, that's what they got served as they first like meat dish when they came over here. They ate one little bit of that, they wanted to rape the whole Western hemisphere of spices. deprived do you gotta be of all flavor to just taste some barbecue and want to decimate 400 million people to take the spices?
Tortillas.
Yeah. All it is, man, this was common. The same thing that you eat common now is why the whole Western Hemisphere got raped. You go into a taco truck now to eat stuff that they came over on boats and raped your forefathers for. We fell a long way, man. We fell a long way. And that was still watered down on what we were doing in Israel. You get that? Because just your offering had to be what? Fine flour mingled with salt, with the meat, with the oil, right? You was giving up fried chicken, fried beef to the Most High. You get that? Isaac, he was eating venison. You know what venison is? Deer meat, deer stew. Where are you getting that today? Shoot, we were, I'll give you an example of how far we fell. We were shopping for dog food for this dog that we got. Dog food is like, it was like for a 30-pound bag, 28-pound bag, $55. Because it's made with, it doesn't have no grains in it. It's only made with like bison and venison. I'm like, $55? Are we supposed to feed this to a dog? I ain't eating bison. Have you ever had a buffalo burger? $7. For one patty. This nigga about to sit down and eat a whole bag of it. I'm like, we not eating that good. And then you read the Bible and Isaac is getting served venison for free. Like, just go out on my land and go hunt me a deer. That's what you around the Renaissance time. The kings, they go out, they go hunting. They're not going to some foreign country. When you see them hunt Henry VIII, he's riding on horseback, and they have this little hunting party and the dogs and all that. They're on their own land doing that. All you got is a backyard. You got a backyard, maybe a front yard with a little fence around it, man. These cats was on horseback riding for miles, and they're still on their own land. And that's where they get their deer. Y'all see that? We done fell off a long way, man. So everything you're reading, man, is you're not just reading about some stuff we threw together. You're not just reading about somebody pitching a tent in a desert. You're reading about a kingdom. Y'all understand? This is money right here. What's that?
Spice to this day is still a billion-dollar industry. Spices.
Still. Back then, a barrel of salt was a man's year's salary. A barrel of salt, man. That was a year's salary for a regular working man. That's sad. So that'll tell you, man. And we had this was standard. When the white man was discovering salt in the 1600s, 1500s, we had already had it being given in our offerings. At the time of Moses, he was already designated that you put that fine flour mingled with salt. Y'all see that? This was common to us. So you gotta really take it really take it to heart when they tell you they're gonna educate you on something. When the things they're discovering now is just common things that we had. Let's go ahead and read, man. Unless there was any questions on that topic. All right.
Exodus chapter 27, verse 7. And the stave shall be put into the rings, and the stave shall be upon the two sides of the altar to bear it. Hollow with boards shalt thou make it, as it was showed thee in the mount. So shalt thou make it. And thou shalt make the court of the tabernacle for the south side southward. There shall be hangings for the court of fine twined linen of 100 cubits long for one side. And the 20 pillars thereof, and their 20 sockets shall be of brass. The hooks of the pillars, and their fillets,
yes,
1611, shall be silver. And likewise for the north side and the length.
Right. So again, look what you're reading. 40 feet of fine twined linen. All right. Now, Egyptian cotton, right? Linen sheets, Egyptian cotton. You want 1,000 thread count, right? The higher the thread count, the finer the little holes in between, right? And that's, how much is that costing you for about a sheet?
30 something.
If you don't know, you know what I mean? If you don't know, you can't afford it. What do you say?
It's like 30 something.
About 30 something for a sheet to cover your bed, right? Let's see. Let's look it up.
Are you talking about 1,000 thread count?
Yeah, 1,000 thread count, Egyptian cotton. Yeah, last time I checked on it, I was like, nah, I'm good. I'll just go to Walmart, get a sheet, throw it on the bed.
I think the 1,000 count about $70.
Who got it?
1,000 pounds.
Looking at 99, and it says the original price is $299. This thing can cut it down. Our price $99.99.
For how big? For about
Sheet.
1,000 thread count, Egyptian cotton, solid sheet sets. I guess the original price trying to say is $299.
yeah, list price $300. Our price $99.99, and that's from Royal Egyptian Bedding, right?
So what's it? What is it, like a twin
That's for
or
a
a
set?
double or a?
That's
the bigger
one
the
sheet.
sheets, the more it costs.
California King.
Yeah, king size sheet, one sheet, $300. 40 feet. We decorate the temple 40 feet of this, and then on the sheet you're gonna attach silver fillets. The fillets are just the things that make the circle in the sheet, and they keep it from fraying. You put the metal thing, and you do it like that so that it doesn't fray when you connect it to the ring.
So like,
Pure silver.
I believe what Jermaine was pointing out, the $35 one. That's with Bed Bath and Beyond. So
Right, marked down.
Yeah, it's not
Marked down, not real Egyptian cotton. You know what I mean? Yeah. Probably not even real cotton.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Now we talk about that. That's from Royal Egyptian Bedding, so you're supposed to be getting it straight from Egypt, right?
Yeah.
1,000 count, or was it? Yeah, 1,000 count, right? $300, and you get maybe a what? What's a sheet for the bed? It's like 7 foot, 6 foot. We did 40 feet, 40 square feet of linen. These are just decorations, man. Y'all see that? Go ahead, keep reading.
Verse 11. And likewise for the north side in length, there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, and its 20 pillars, and their 20 sockets of brass.
So on the north side, that was just wide. On the north side, to make it long, 200 feet of fine twined linen. Go ahead.
The hooks of the pillars, and their fillets of silver. And for the breadth of the court on the west side shall be hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. And the breadth of the court on the east side, eastward, shall be 50 cubits. The hangings of one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And on the other side shall be hangings 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the gate of the court shall be a hanging of 20 cubits of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen.
All right, now blue and purple and scarlet. You're just thinking of colors, right? To make these colors, you had to get into some very hard to get things. All right. So when you deal with the, I think it's blue. Blue was what? Shoot, I'm trying to remember where they got a lot of these colors, man. I used to know all this stuff. I used to know all this, but basically you had to like crush up these certain
plants.
Certain plants, certain things. You had to go find these different things. It didn't just come like, oh yeah, go to Walmart, give me a blue sheet.
I think the violet was like from a sea snail or something like that.
Yeah, remember you had to make these colors. All right, you had to make these colors, so it didn't just come as a paint set or a dye thing, a dye job, you had to go make these things. All right. So when you hear these words like blue, purple, scarlet, these weren't common colors. These weren't easy to come by. No, you had to. When you got to the time of Julius Caesar, you couldn't even wear purple.
Royalty.
Only royalty could wear purple, and that was only if you were a Caesar or an emperor. Because they said Julius Caesar was the first one to actually don. He was the first ruler to don the purple without being like emperor. Yeah, but he was trying to show that because that was supposed to be for the gods. So what did they think of us when we was rolling around decked out in purple like that?
God.
Yeah, why? Because the purple color was too hard to come by. So that was only reserved for the gods. Y'all see this? So the things you take for granted, just the simple colors you're reading about, is again, it's more fortune that you've seen in your life. Go ahead.
Wrought with needlework, and their pillars shall be 4, and their sockets 4.
Yeah, the equivalent of reading scarlet and purple and what was the other color? Blue. Mm-hmm. Is the equivalent of us saying candy painted car. Y'all see how that racks up, right? Yeah, for this day and age, a candy painted car is like, whoa, damn, okay, you got dough, right? That's what you're talking about when you hear gold, scarlet, purple, and blue. That's hard to come by. It's hard. It was hard to make. It was rare. That's what he wanted in the temple. Y'all see that? He was coming in the lap of luxury, man. Beyond luxury. Go ahead.
Verse 17. All the pillars round about the court shall be filleted with silver. Their hooks shall be of silver, and their sockets of brass. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere, and the height 5 cubits from a fine twined linen, and their sockets of brass. All the vessels of the tabernacle, and all the service thereof, and all the pins thereof, and all the pins of the court shall be of brass. And I think that was it going 1 Kings 5, 1 through 6.
Okay. Wait, you're here.
God.
You didn't read it?
No, Major read that. Major read Exodus 26.
Oh, okay, yeah, that is supposed to be you.
So we're jumping over to 1 Kings chapter 5, verse 1.
But yeah, that's what it means when it says study to show thyself approved. A workman that needed not to be ashamed. When you study, all this stuff means a lot more to you. Because when you stop just reading, when you study, you're supposed to go in there and actually find out what these things mean. You understand? That's what studying is. You know, brothers be like, yeah, I studied. Like, what'd you do? I read Exodus. You read the whole book? Yeah, I read the whole book. Okay, but if I go back over that, are you going to know what any of that stuff means? You see that? Are you going to know the weight that each one of them words has to it? Because that's what the Most High wants you to do. He wants you to find out how heavy this book is. He wants you to go in there and really like chop this up. That's why he said, chew it up. It'll be sweet in your mouth and bitter in your belly. Right? You're supposed to go in there just like you do with food. When you eat food, you don't just throw it in your gut, right?
Save the table.
Yeah, you know, we could all eat like that and just live, right? But you eat and you want to savor. You eat for taste and you eat for flavor. That's why we have spices, right? Right, and you chew that up and you can taste all the different sensations and everything that happens. That's what the Most High wants you to do with the scriptures, man. So when you study, man, you supposed to, what the hell's a chopper? Let me look that up. Oh, damn, those are heavy as hell. Made out of what? Brass? How much is that? You're supposed to find out what kind of weight these scriptures have to them. Because if that has that much value just in the carnal, then when you start studying into the spiritual, you're going to be like, damn, it's going to blow your mind. You got to think about that, man. When you start studying stuff like what Christ said, all these things you'll be able to do it greater. Wait, you mean like cursing a fig tree and making it be able to wither away with the words of my mouth? Not my breath like I was back in the day. You know what I mean? But just the words is so powerful. But yeah, he said all these things you'll be able to do it greater. that'll have more weight to you. When you start hearing stuff like, in my Father's house are many mansions. Well, his Father is the Most High. So in his house is many mansions. How you get mansions in the house? You try to just put that together down here and you like, okay, so he's talking about he got a lot of space. Where he is a lot of room. There's a lot going on with the Most High. You see that? When you start thinking about the spiritual stuff he dropped, and how you'll start getting into concepts like love. I started studying that. That blew my mind. I'm like, love is the only thing that can compel the Most High to give his only son to die. Love is the only thing that can make the Most High want to kill his own favorite people. For love's sake, he made what you know as the universe. Just out of love, he wanted to do that. Then it says the Most High is love. So what makes you a God? Your ability to love. So why do I got to read this? I got to find out how to become that God. I got to find out how to become this loving God that knows how to take things patiently, that knows how to love in spite of people's faults. You see that? I got to find out what the hell love is. I thought love was just that Hallmark card fill it up and get next week. Right? I thought love was when I buy my girl some flowers. No, that's the opposite of love. You just killed like 10 Hondurans every time you bought one of those. See, you'll put more weight on the things that's why it says, surely oppression make a wise man mad. Why? He's wise. He done studied. You know what I mean? He ain't looking at a bushel of flowers for what it is. He's looking at it for what it did. You know what I mean? The 10 Hondurans had to wrap this thing up. They all had to touch pesticide-soaked flowers, and they all got cancer now. You see what I'm saying? You look into you start adding things up for what weight they have to them. So when you start reading these scriptures, you're going to make yourself rich. Why? Because you're going to start looking at the weights that all these words have. When David said, I consider the heavens the works of your hands, it made him feel small. He said, what is man that you were even mindful of him? Just looking up in the sky, he thought like that. Like, why do you even think about us? You got so much other going on, man. The sun, the moon, the stars, all the things that are going on, the birds of the air and all that you got to take care of, that you create. The fly with no reasonable explanation. And you think about us. See, that makes you start thinking about those spiritual things a lot heavier when you can at least start analyzing and looking at these carnal things he set down. But if you don't study, you're going to think the Most High ain't worth nothing. When you don't study, you're looking at this thing in the temple, you're like, oh my God. How many times is he going to say pillar? Are you serious, man? He's still 10, 20 minutes later, we still talk about chapters and pillars and rings and sockets. Yeah, made out of gold, made out of silver, made out of stuff you ain't even seen in your whole life. You live in a concrete, plastic, fiberglass world. You ain't even seen some of these. Y'all see that? Like I said, oppression make a wise man mad. $1,000? Really? It's made out of $5 worth of parts. It's made out of $5 worth of material, man. The glass that they covered it in is meant to make the phone break. And the glass was discovered by us thousands of years ago. It was common for us. When the white man discovered glass, they made it like it was a luxury, man. It was kings walking around like, look at my glass. You're like, what the hell? It's a cup, nigga. But you can see through it. But this was common for us. We already had these things. Y'all see that? So we try to come back to our status, man. We try to come back to our status, but we won't know unless we study. We won't know these things unless we study, unless you talk to people, unless you get out in the world. Start thinking about things and relating them to the scriptures. Have this as your anchor when you dealing with other cultures, when you're dealing with watching movies, when you're dealing with anything else. You'll have that anchor as the scriptures. You'll be able to say, wait a minute. Now I can break this down. Now when I read about this goat hair, I'm not going to wonder why the Most High want to cover stuff in goat hair. I'm going to have an idea that, damn, goat hair, pashmina. You see that? I'm going to be knowing what these things are made out of that I value today and be seeing, dang, are they even in the scriptures? Was this stuff even valuable back then? You kill another man for his car. You kill another man. I kill to be able to ride in that ride. Man, let me get that Maybach. Let me get that Lamborghini. What's that Lamborghini made out of? Because the cars back in the 80s were more valuable than the cars that are made today. They had more valuable material in them. You know what I mean? But you'll sit there and despise somebody driving around an old 50s car or old 80s car, and their car will crush your car. They can tap your car with a deuce and a quarter, man. They can tap your little Hyundai and your little Toyota, and your whole car will explode. And it won't even have a scratch on it, because it's made out of Detroit steel. And yours made out of fiberglass with crumple zones. Like, wait a minute, you put crumple zones in the car at the start? So there are zones that are meant to make my car smash down like a tin can on impact. Nah, I'll take one of the Detroit steel cars with the 8-track radio. And you hit me in that, and you'll just bounce. Yeah, you hit my car, your car explode, and I'm good. I don't even feel it. I don't even know we got in an accident. I'll take that. See, back then there was quality. It was quality, and there was care, and there was craftsmanship. That's why I said all this stuff you're going to find out is in the work of an artificer. Right? That's an artist with that work, with that metal. This stuff was craftsmanship, man. Quality. Then you had these brothers having to carry that all around the wilderness. Gold. All them gold staves and rings, all this stuff had to be bundled back up and walked to the next zone we were going to live at. Brothers was yoked, man. Healthy. All right, well, let's keep reading though, man.
1 Kings chapter 5, verse 1. And Hiram, king of Tyre, sent his servants unto Solomon, for he had heard that they had anointed him king in the room of his father.
See, so we're reading about that. What I was telling you about Hiram, king of Tyre. All right, this is a Babylonian kingdom, an African nation. Go ahead.
For Hiram was ever a lover of David. And Solomon sent to Hiram, saying, Thou knowest how that David my father could not build an house until the name of the Lord, his power, for the wars which were about him on every side, until the Lord put them under the soles of his feet. But now the Lord my power hath given me rest on every side, so that there is neither adversary nor evil occurring. And behold, I purpose to build an house unto the name of the Lord my power, as the Lord spake unto David my father, saying, Thy son, whom I will set upon thy throne in thy room, he shall build an house unto my name. Verse 6. Now therefore command thou that they hew me cedar trees out of Lebanon, and my servants shall be with thy servants, and unto thee will I give hire for thy servants, according to all that thou shalt appoint. For thou knowest that there is not among us any that can skill to hew timber like unto the Sidonians.
Right, see, so he went to the best. He went to the people that were artists. This is Solomon building the temple. All right, what we were reading before was Moses having to build the tabernacle. Now Solomon's going to build the temple. He's going to get the best. And like I said, if you look up about cedar trees, that's why they give you the mulch. When you go get mulch, right, that crushed up wood chips, that they do that so you can put that on the base of your rose bushes and all that. That's supposed to keep the insects from coming to eat your plants. It's a natural insecticide. You don't gotta spray Monsanto on your plants. Y'all see that? But that's what he was building the entire temple out of this cedar.
Wow.
So the whole temple was bug free. You weren't dealing with roaches up in the temple. Y'all see that?
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
That was it.
That was the end of the reading?
That was the verse 6.
All right.
6.
So you be the next reader.
So y'all get that?
Uh-huh.
All right. Any questions? All right. Now again, he's dealing with Hiram, the king of Tyre, that he loved David, his father, so much that he was willing to help Solomon to help build the temple and give him the best cedar wood and everything like that, and have his craftsmen work on it.
Even looking up cedar trees,
Mm-hmm.
it's saying that they are native to the mountains of the western Himalayas and in the Mediterranean region, occurring at altitudes of 1,500 to 3,200 meters in the Himalayas. So you have to go up high to get those.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's rare.
Wow.
That's why I said these woods and things like that. Shittim wood is acacia wood. That's too hard to even come by. You're not getting that unless you living in a castle. You ain't getting some of these things that they talk about unless you build in a castle, man. Go ahead.
1 Kings chapter 5 and verse 7. And it came to pass, when Haran heard the words of Solomon, that he rejoiced greatly and said, Blessed be the Lord this day, which hath given unto David a wise son over this great people. And Haran sent to Solomon, saying, I have considered the thing which thou sendest to me for, and will do all thy desire concerning timber of cedar and concerning timber of fir. My servant shall bring them down from Lebanon unto the sea, and I will convey them by sea and floats unto the place that thou shalt appoint me.
Right, so you remember watching, was it 12 Years a Slave? Y'all watch 12 Years a Slave? And the brother was trying to tell him, like, listen, you can float these down the river, and it'll go, this will go faster. We can make this go faster. And he was telling them to wrap all the trees together, and when they chopped them down, and they just float them down the river. Solomon was doing this already. This is 900 something BC. The white man still didn't know how to do this at the time of 12 Years a Slave, 1800s, 1700s. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
I will cause them to be discharged there, and thou shalt receive them, and thou shalt accomplish my desire in giving food for my household.
Doing what?
Giving food for my household.
What was wrong with the Africans?
Giving food for my household.
What is wrong with the Africans today? Starving.
Feed the children.
Y'all see that? Why are they starving? There ain't nobody like Solomon around down there no more. We were feeding their household. He didn't need no damn trees. He didn't need no gold. He needed food. His whole nation needed food. We provided that for them. Go ahead.
So Hiram gave Solomon cedar trees and fir trees, according to all his desire. And Solomon gave Hiram 20,000 measures of wheat for food to his household, and 20 measures of pure oil. And thus gave Solomon to Hiram year by year. And the Lord gave Solomon wisdom, as he promised him. And there was peace between Hiram and Solomon. And they two made a league together. And King Solomon raised a levy out of all Israel. And the levy was 30,000 men. And he sent them to Lebanon. 10,000 a month by courses. A month they were in Lebanon, and 2 months at home. And Adoniram was over the levy. And Solomon had 70,000 that bare burdens, and 70,000 hewers in the mountains, besides the chief of Solomon's officers, which were over the work, 3,300, which ruled over the people that wrought in the work.
So when you think about this, you're like, yeah, you had 3,000 people do it. These are employees. again, y'all are employees. He had 4,000 employees. Y'all see that? Where have you fallen off from, man? He had, how many did it say? Did he levy? 30,000 men?
Yes, sir.
30,000 men. That was just, those were just employees that he was like, hey, listen, I'm gonna give 30,000 of y'all jobs.
Wow.
Just like that. You want to be a boss? You looking at Jay-Z? Come on, man. Jay-Z ain't got no 30,000 employees. And that was just a section of the work. That's just for trees. Y'all see that? You looking at these great rappers and everything. Oh, they ballin'. I want to live like them. They have never touched this many employees. Donald Trump ain't got 30,000 employees. Go ahead.
1 Kings chapter 5, verse 17. And the king commanded, and they brought great stones, costly stones, and hewn stones, to lay the foundation of the house. And Solomon's builders, and Haran's builders did hew them, and the stone quarters. So they prepared timber and stones to build the house. Chapter 6, verse 1. And it came to pass in the 408th year after the children of Israel were come out of the land of Egypt. Just checking. Oh, 69. In the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziph, which is the 2nd month, that he began to build the house of the Lord. And the house which King Solomon built for the Lord, the length thereof was 80 cubits, and the breadth thereof 20 cubits, and the height thereof.
All right, so we got 80 cubits, 3 times 20. So 60 cubits is 120 feet, right? So it's, what's that, 40 yards? 40 yards by what? So 60 cubits, and then what?
3 score cubits, and the breadth thereof 20 cubits.
So it was 20 cubits, 60 cubits long is 20 cubits wide. All right, so that's 40 feet.
120 feet and 5.
Yeah, 120 feet by 20 feet. All right. Y'all seeing that? 40 yards long. This is one side of the temple, right? And I don't even think this is the outer court. This is like one wall in the inner court. 40 yards. Go ahead.
And the length thereof 30 cubits.
And I'm saying that because why? Because don't think just a wall like this drywall. We talking about 40 yards of cedar. 40 yards of cedar wood, overlaying a foot thick of solid gold on each side. That's a lot of money, man. It's a lot of riches. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And the porch before the temple of the house, 20 cubits was the length thereof, according to the breadth of the house, and 10 cubits was the breadth thereof before the house. For the house he made windows of narrow lights. 5. And against the wall of the house he built chambers round about, against the walls of the house round about, both of the temple and of the oracles. And he made chambers round about. The nearest most chamber was 5 cubits broad, and the middle was 6 cubits broad, and the third was 7 cubits broad. For without in the wall of the house he made narrowest rests round about.
So there's no other, remember, Solomon was the richest and wisest king to ever live. So everything you're seeing after this is just a pale imitation of what he was doing. They're just trying to reach Louis XIV, trying to build his big monstrosity in Versailles. It cost like it almost bankrupted the country. Actually, it did bankrupt the country. It had to steal from some other country. And that wasn't even close to what Solomon was doing. That only had like a portion of what Solomon had done in the temple. Y'all see that? These nations will literally bankrupt entire kingdoms trying to do what Solomon did. They'll rob and rape and pillage a whole nother kingdom just to do one room of what Solomon did. The things they're saying architecturally, I'm listening to them like some of the castles that they always used to try to give all this glory to when I was coming up in school. And I'm like, wait a minute. That sounds like it said the narrow windows he built. Those are called murder holes in castles. And they use those so like the archers can be able to get out, can see out and shoot at you, but it's hard to get anything in. Y'all see that? No. So, you know, these are things like they had murder holes, portcullis. They had all these different things that you heard in these in this castle architecture. And all that was in Solomon's temple already, 1,000 years before Christ. But the white man tried to take credit for all this. As I said, consider the source that you've been reading. Really study what you've been reading, because everything you are learning now, you could have been known. Everything you're learning about right now, from military tactics to medicine, you could have been known by reading the Bible. And in that, you know, the stuff they try to tell you ain't in there. Well, there ain't no stuff about sex ain't in there. Well, you would know that on common sense after you dealt with this. After you dealt with the Bible, you're like, okay, ain't no eating blood. So I'm not doing 69s. I'm not doing no weirdness in the bedroom. Y'all see that? I'm not doing no defiled acts in the bedroom. I'm not doing crack. Why? Because oppression make a wise man mad. I'm wise because I study. I want to study what do they put in their crack. I'm studying what I put in my body. Am I just avoiding crack? No, I'm avoiding certain foods too, because they the equivalent of eating crack. Y'all see that? That's the equivalent of just sucking down a whole crack rock. I'm not going to eat that. Why would I eat sugar, which is legalized crack? Why would I eat refined white sugar that is legalized crack? It's more addictive than crack. Think about it. How long did you go? How long did it take to wean your Negro ass off of Kool-Aid? I already know a lot of us ain't gave it up. We just call it Gatorade when it's grown-ups. Gatorade is Kool-Aid with salt. That's all it is. It's Kool-Aid. They say it's electrolytes. Electrolytes is salt. They put table salt and Kool-Aid. It's the same exact formula. Smell it. If you don't believe me, smell it. Open a pack of Kool-Aid and then open a fresh bottle of Gatorade. It's Kool-Aid. Well, when you drink it, it tastes a little salty. Y'all see that? Because it was made for the Florida Gators down there, so that for the football team. And when they got hot, it was supposed to replace their electrolytes. All they was doing was basically putting Kool-Aid with salt.
Same thing as Pedialyte.
There you go. Y'all see that? So a wise man's gonna consider, what am I drinking? What am I? Nah, I still drink the Gatorade. It tastes good, right? But at the same time, you're gonna consider, right? You're gonna sit there and think, what is this gonna do to me, though? Y'all get that? A wise man's gonna consider a lot of things, and you're gonna learn these things by reading the scriptures. And it's up to you. Wisdom is just whether you accept it or reject it. Y'all see that? So if you're gonna take it and use it, okay, still drink the Gatorade. I didn't use the wisdom, but I got it. I still know about it. When I'm drinking, it kind of takes some of the points off for me. So I'm like, damn, I'm basically drinking poison. Why am I drinking this? But it tastes good, right? But it'll ruin other things for you too. Like, no, I'm not gonna eat shrimp, crab, pork, and lobster. No, I don't remember when it used to taste good. Because all I can think about is how I was eating a roach. I was eating a boiled up ass roach and somebody tricked me into thinking it was a delicacy. Y'all see that? No, I don't want to go to school and learn that BS y'all trying to teach me. Like I'm still so mad that they got my son having to make this little model of the solar system thing. I'm like, y'all ain't proved not one of these damn planets exist. You ain't got no real pictures of any of these planets. Every picture he pulled, he's seen it himself. He was looking on the internet like, I was like, look, there ain't no stars behind them. They just a black background, like it posed up for a 90s album. Then he even he seen it, I think it was Venus or one of them. They had like 50 different pictures of Venus and it was different colors. Like, what, it changed clothes? It's a planet. It's supposed to be the same color every time you see it. God. Why the hell is it changing colors? And these are supposed to be pictures. No picture had any stars in it. I'm like, they ain't got no real pictures of the planets. That's CGI, man. Look it up. Try it. And then the names, every time he was like talking about how he got to make one, it's like he keeps saying Jupiter. And, you know, to the layman, you're hearing Jupiter, you're just thinking planet, 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 planet. To me, I'm thinking about the Roman god, if they named it after, and they got my son uttering the name of strange gods out of his mouth, breaking the commandments. Because he got to keep naming these strange gods out of his mouth that are not planets, that those people were looking up in the sky and calling these things gods. Y'all see that? These butt-naked, starved out white men was looking up into the sky, praying to the damn stars, man. To the lights in the sky, they was praying so they could get bread and so they could get food. And then they got the nerve to sell that to you and say, oh, it's a planet. That's why we're looking into the night sky and saying Jupiter. No, you're looking up into the night sky saying Jupiter because you still calling on those gods. You're still praying to demons. Like I said, surely oppression make a wise man mad. See that? Because they haven't proved none of that stuff to you, man. They haven't none of that's in. Look up planets in the scriptures. It's said one time, and it's said because they were talking about the other nations praying to those planets, calling them planets. That wasn't our custom. But the white man did that so you look at them as God because you know how hot the sun is? You is smart? Oh my God, I gotta go to your school. How much does it cost? $50,000 a semester? I'm in. So I can walk around and act like I'm better than everybody else. Like, nigga, you know a whole bunch about imaginary stuff. Like, everybody that said they're an astrophysicist, now I'm looking at them like, you're retarded. Like, prove that to me. Prove me there's a planet. Well, we got these pictures. Okay, well, I go up to the picture and Venus keep changing colors. What's up with Venus? Why does it change colors? You said it was made out of all gas. When's the last time you saw all gas sit in a perfectly round circle? Have you seen it? When I cook food, the water in its gaseous form comes out. It don't form a little sphere right above the pot. So how you got Venus, supposedly all gas, in a perfectly formed ball in the middle of space? Stuff don't make sense, right? I'm only going through that, man, because again, I do this pretty much every week. I end up going into this because consider the source of your education. A lot of our people like to get high-minded and they like to look down on the Bible like it's primitive. This Bible is more advanced than all your scientists today put together. They are studying what is in here. When the angel told Ezra, weigh me the weight of fire, science tried to do that. You understand? Find me the depths that are under the sea, Jacques Cousteau tried to do that. They had already done it. Most High has already got all those measurements, man. And he gives them to man at will. He gave them to Solomon. That's why Solomon's building the temple with all his wisdom. Like, what man know, okay, if you was going to build a house, some of y'all just found out cedar wood was a natural insecticide that would keep insects away. So if you was going to build a house, what would you have built it out of?
Cedar wood?
No, without that knowledge.
Wood? Oh, great.
Just find some wood, right? That's why you got roaches. That's why crickets is chirping in the middle of your house. That's why brother opened up his garage one time, man, when I was hanging out with this one brother. He opened up the garage and a possum the size of a dog came in there. Scared the hell out of everybody.
Shot that thing.
But this one going on in Solomon's temple. Y'all see that? Why? Because what I just learned in Trinidad, I was like, why do you guys pave the outside of the house? They pave the outside. Like it would be pavement, like concrete. Like, why do y'all do that? Oh, well, it keeps the grass from growing up in, the grass edges and all the grass line and all the things that live in the grass from coming up in your house. Makes sense. You know what I mean? Well, Solomon was already building the court like that. He had already built the temple like that. 1,000 years before Christ. I would have known that studying the scriptures. Architecturally studying the scriptures. Scientifically breaking down the scriptures and looking at that and saying, damn, how would this be practical? Practical. You see that? So I said, we're the school of practical knowledge, man. We teaching you how to apply scriptures. When you're reading this, you're reading and you're trying to apply what you're reading. That way you can put yourself there. That way when we get to like the sacrifice of Christ, you ain't thinking about the white man that just got a couple of whips. You know what I mean? Some other white people came and just whipped him a little bit. You know what I mean? No, you're thinking of a black man being beat by yoked black soldiers till you could see his flesh. And then you gotta really study, like, okay, what were these just regular whips like I'm looking at a Django? No, these are like cat of nine tails. This is the Roman system of whipping a person. So a cat of nine tails is what? It's 9 of these little whips attached to one rod, and on the end of those is tied in little broken pieces of glass and clay, and sometimes iron balls. And when a whip cracks, you gotta study that. How fast is the end of that whip going to make it psh? That's a sonic boom. Did y'all know that? Yeah, do you know what a sonic boom is? It's the speed of sound. So the end of that whip is going 720 miles per hour to make that sound. It's going so fast that the sound has to catch up with the motion that the whip made. That's what that whoosh is. It's the sound catching up to the air that it left behind. And that ripped into the skin of Yahushua and tore down into his flesh to where you could see his bones. You got to study medicine. Study the medical field. Then you'll know when they pierced Christ why water was pouring out of his heart. Because there's a pericardial sac. And when you're under so much stress, your heart actually tries to protect itself by inserting a bunch of fluid into the sac around your heart so that it can take the force of anything that might damage it. Christ's heart was so filled with water that when they stabbed him, it sprayed out on everybody. It said water and blood came out. Y'all see that? But you don't know why that happened unless you're dealing with medicine. You think that's some mystical force thing. No, that's stress. That's his whole life of stress. When you look at the beat down that Christ took, you start breaking that down. That's why you got to study. You see that? Because all you've seen so far is the movies. Ain't nobody seen nobody get crucified, right? Right. Unless you watch a movie. Then the movie's going to do what? They're going to clean it up a little bit. They're going to give it in graphic detail. They're not going to show you a guy doodling on himself. They're not going to show you a guy peeing on himself in the movie. But that's what happens. They're not going to show you that when you're hanging up on the cross, you literally you're not just hanging there. They didn't just nail you up there and you're stuck up there. You got to hold on to those nails for dear life, because if you slump down, you'll suffocate and die. So every time you want to breathe, you got to pull up on your whole body weight on those nails, which are stuck in your hands. They're holding on by the metacarpals in your hands, the two bones in your hands, is stuck right between there, and you gotta pull up like this with your whole body weight. And Christ was fat. He wasn't that little skinny 6-pack dude on the movie. This big, probably 300-pound man was trying to pull himself up on these nails, man. Y'all see that? See, they don't show you the real dirt, man. So you gotta really study. You gotta really analyze all the things that you're reading. When we're reading about the temple, what's going into that? What kind of riches did you fall from? Does the Most High God waiting for you in the new kingdom? Because the new kingdom ain't gonna be 12 gold lions on some steps. The new kingdom is gonna be made out of pure gold, everything. 1,500 miles high, 1,500 miles wide. Y'all see that? That's gonna be a lot to deal with, man. That's gonna be that's a bigger goal than you've ever set in your life. And how hard do you strive for goals like a woman? How hard do you strive for goals like getting a check in 2 weeks? Getting your little $400 in 2 weeks. So how hard would you strive for a city that's 1,500 miles wide, high, and long of pure gold?
God.
You see that? That's what studying comes in. It makes this more real to you. It makes this live. When this lives for you, then you'll live for it. Where we at?
1 Kings chapter 6, verse 6, last precept. That the beam should not be fastened in the walls of the house. Verse 7.
So all the work that was done, this is more expensive labor, all right? And this is more genius right here. Solomon was building a temple that was kind of like the Egyptian pyramids, right? All the stones was carved somewhere else. Did y'all know that? All the rocks were carved somewhere else. And then they were put together like puzzle pieces on site. So there was never a hammer or anything going on the site. Y'all, do y'all understand? I might not even understand what that would be like, man. It takes a lot of ingenuity to be able to already just to do regular mason work. To take bricks that are already formed and take the cement and put them all together and do all that stuff. Now we're taking rocks that are not formed, forming them somewhere else, and then you have to put them together according to whatever pattern is set on the site miles away. That takes genius level intelligence, man. Like beyond genius level. For this day and age, they ain't that genius level here. That's what built the pyramids, man. Like beyond genius level intelligence. Stuff where they come and be like, aliens did this. That kind of intelligence. Because they can't picture a human being being this smart. He's crafting the rocks on in a whole nother country. And then having them floated or having them brought on ships. Or having them brought over land to his site in Israel. And then all the pieces being formed into a temple. That's crazy, man. Like I said, I don't know if any of y'all know about buildings and architecture, but that's way beyond human imagination to do that like that. Because when you see it now, you drive by a construction site, what's there?
Machinery.
All the machinery, all the materials, all the workers, all on site right there. With the guy that has the plans, right? So that as they build stuff, you can be like, okay, put it right here. Okay, well, oh wait, we put that in the wrong spot, put it over here, right? But imagine you're just the guy with the plans and you're just standing there, and then they bring all the things already perfectly formed to you, and you just that's insane, man. But you know what? I watched Issachar do it. Issachar did the exact thing that we're reading about, man. They brought him a stack of bricks and they brought him some mortar. And this dude built the whole dome. Yep. I was watching him. He just, I'm like, by himself. No plans. He wasn't looking at no architectural blueprints, nothing. They do this all the time, man. But I ain't seen the white man do it yet. They hire Mexicans.
Yep.
They hire our people.
Bricklayers.
Yep. They don't do it themselves. They hire ours. Especially when they want the... See, they do that for like the little rinky-dink houses, right? Little cookie-cutter houses. Architecture, plans, here's the plans, put it together. But for their houses, they have this car come out there and do it themselves. They don't give them no plans or nothing. They have them make that. Because they want that stuff you can't just make any one way. So they hire us. They hire us to imagine it and make it. That's what Solomon was doing, man. Y'all see that? You gotta pay dough for that. You gotta pay dough for somebody to design you something like that. Then make it? Come on, man. Go ahead.
1 Kings chapter 6 and verse 7. And the house, when it was built of stone made ready before it was brought thither.
See? Go ahead.
So that there was neither hammer nor axe nor any tool of iron heard in the house while it was building.
Just piecing all the stones together. And we're not talking just bricks on top of bricks like a wall. All right. Solomon's Temple had archways, domes, all that stuff that you see in modern architecture. It was like, I'm trying to remember, I was studying the Medicis built something like that, but I forgot the guy's name that was building it for him. Botticelli's the artist from around that time, but there was, damn. If y'all study about the Medicis, it's this building they were building, the Basilica in Rome. You probably be able to punch that up. When you look at this thing, you're like they're saying that this guy was like beyond genius, man. That there was nobody else that could have accomplished his work, because he basically built a dome out of bricks. But like I said, I watched Issachar do it like that. You see it? Yeah, it was the Basilica. Was it someone? Yeah, this is a major basilica. This ain't the one that I'm looking for.
Is it like St. Peter's Basilica or something like that?
Is that the one? It's basically like this elaborate kind of red dome made out of bricks. I forgot the guy's name that made it. But shoot, just look up basilicas. Look at all these. These are what they credit these people that design these with, like, genius. And it is, but it's a copy. You know what I mean? It's also, you'll look at the European man as God. So you'll look at them as great, and you won't look at your own people and say, we got genius and we got intelligence inside of us that surpasses them by light years. You understand? And I'm saying that a lot of these classes, we got the kids here. The kids are the ones that need to know this, man, because y'all go to school and they pump your head full of all this, you know, what all this that the white man did. Even during Black History Month, they still telling you about what white people did that was so great. And that's the thing, is it'll make you look like I'm trying to be like them. This is their war tactic. So the children try to be like them, and then they despise their own culture. That way I don't have to go to war with you. You just want to be me. I don't got to fight you. I don't got to waste bullets. I don't got to kill and shed blood. You want to be me when you grow up. You teach your kids to be me when they grow up. You teach your kids to start looking at their own people, even you, and despising them. That's big with Issachar. Issachar be hating their own forefathers. It'll be like, your grandma darker than you. You're like, all right, grandma. I believe I'm not going over her house. Crazy negro. Why? Because the enemy taught you to hate you and love them. So now you grow up, you blow your whole check on Abercrombie and Fitch on some clothes with holes in them, and you like, I watch them, man. You watch Issachar go through the mall with like whole armfuls of bags from Abercrombie. You like, damn, that's like $15,000 $4,000 he just spent at Abercrombie. And you like, for holes with clothes in them. And then he's going to go wear those around people that look at him like, ugh. Why? Because he's trying to be like them. He was taught to be like them. When he goes to school, they don't teach him about great people of his culture, like Pancho Villa or any of these great Aztec warriors or any people that built the Incan Mayan pyramids or anything like that. They don't teach him about that. They don't teach them about how they went down there to Central America and the Mitchell Hodges crystal skulls that they found, that they said they swore it would have took 300 workers working endlessly 60 years to make one of them. And the Mayans just had them laying around before the white man came. They don't teach them about that. They don't teach them about stuff that was in their own culture that the white man still to this day can't explain how to make. Nah, they teach them about the Wright brothers. The Wright brothers invented the plane. Hey, that's crazy because Solomon's flying a plane on an Egyptian carving 5,000 years ago. How they invent the plane? Oh, well, Leonardo da Vinci did it. That was the Renaissance. That was 1400s. It's on a temple 4,000, 3,000 years ago. Come on, man. Wasn't no Wright brothers back then. How you tell me they invented light bulbs when I got a book that tells you that there was light bulbs in ancient Egypt? Bigger than those. Who invented it? But see, they're going to teach your kids to hate you. The kids is going to grow up learning like, my dad ain't crap. The white man did all this. Go ahead.
That's exactly what they're teaching us in school.
What?
The right
Oh, yeah? I don't even go to your school. That's the spirit, though.
I was trying to explain to, because they're so lifted up in pride that they actually believe like this is the greatest society ever. I was trying to explain to one of my coworkers one day that the farther back you go in time, the more advanced technology gets. Yeah. They'd be so dumbfounded. And I was like, why do you think they call it the 7 wonders of the world? Like, why do you think they can't replicate the pyramids to this day if your technology is so great?
Yeah, so they still wondering how they got done.
And I was also explaining to them, if you look it up, America has like a D- rating in infrastructure. That's why in most of these houses, after like 10 years, like the doors start creaking, the foundation is messed up. Yep. They gotta do maintenance on these major highway bridges every 7 years, unless it will collapse. Like in 2014, there was a bridge off I-10, going I-10 headed to San Antonio that just collapsed. Because the white man gotta keep going and doing the maintenance on it. And I was explaining to him, you look at that, and then you look at the castles that were built in the so-called Dark Ages. How come those things are still standing without relatively no
They're still standing and they're still livable.
That's right.
Like, not condemned and they're just all this ruin that is there. Nah, they're still livable. You can go in there, put some lighting system in there, put an AC up in there and live there. It'll still hold you. The floors will still hold. The structure will still hold. You can ride a damn horse through that thing. And not break a chip in the floor. But what they got you doing now, they got you thinking that this is the greatest thing you can achieve. Y'all see that? See, here's the thing though. If you grow up believing that you're just trying to be like them, you'll never grow into being better than them. You'll never grow into these gods that you're reading about in the Bible. And by gods, I mean people like David, Solomon, Samuel. I'm not talking about the angels even. I'm talking about the judges of the earth. The people that was really running things, that the other nations came and said, Hercules. No, that's Samson, bro. We call him Samson. Shumshawan. You called him Hercules. You worshiped him as a damn demigod. He was just a man with the spirit of the Most High gave him. Y'all see that? The Flash? No, that's David's brother, man. That's the one of David's kids. What are you talking about? He just runs really fast, man. Azahel. Ran as fast as they say he ran faster than a deer. You over there praying to him? He died. How you praying to a man that died? They worshiped us as gods, man. But they got you trying to be less than them. They got you. The whole civil rights movement, man, is laughable. Is a bunch of gods being happy to drink at the water fountain of mortals. Of cavemen. I'm just happy to be able to sit in the front of the bus with a caveman. That's what the civil rights movement was about. Us trying to be equal to them when we are made better than them. We're Israelites, man. They look at everything we do and take it. Why? Because they know we're better than them. You understand? This ain't black supremacy. This is how you were made. This is your birthright. Like it ain't human supremacy to be like, I'm better than my dog, right? Why? Because the dog was made for a certain position, and the human was made for a certain position, right? So it's not black supremacy to be like, no, we're better than you. No, the Most High told us we're better than them. He's told them to bow down and watch what we do and use that. That's right. That's their birthright, is to copy us. Our birthright is to be the innovators and the inventors. If you don't believe me, get on your little Googles and look up every invention known to man. Your cell phone was invented by a black person. The internet was invented by a black person. Your Nintendo, your PS4, all that stuff was invented by black people. All Israelites. Not Africans. Not Chinese. Black people.
Elevator, everything.
Elevator, hair dryer, escalator, airplane. Huh? Yeah. All of it.
Sign language.
Because only niggas gonna try to get something from a deaf person. Right? This is how we roll. We're gonna find a way. How was the cotton gin invented by Eli Whitney? Eli Whitney's white, right? How was that when they didn't work with the cotton? All they did was crack the whip. A nigga's gonna figure out how do I make this job easier? How do I make it so my fingers ain't bleeding at the end of the day and I still get whipped? The car. Yeah, the monkey wrench, right?
Jack Johnson.
Yeah, the boxer. He invented that. The car was way before Harrison Ford. There was a brother pumping out cars already. Who's that?
C.S. Patterson.
C.S. Patterson. And all what you call it did, Harrison Ford did was make the what you call it, the mass production process. There it is, the assembly line. Y'all see that? But when you go to school, they ain't gonna tell you about that. That's why I can't barely remember the name. I can remember Henry Ford. I can remember Eli Whitney. What's the other guy? The light bulb? Alexander Graham Bell with the telephone. You remember all that, but you don't remember the black men that actually invented it, and they didn't have enough money to buy the patent. And so the white man stole it, bought the patent, and he put it out under his name. It's Jim Crow today. The patent, it costs you $900 now. How many of y'all niggas got $900 to spend on a patent? But how many of y'all got the best ideas, though? See?
I had ideas stolen.
Fortnite, making billions, stealing all these rappers' dances. All of them. And they changing the names of the dances, so they ain't gonna give them none of the credit.
Who was that?
It's a video game called Fortnite. The kids love it, man. Play for hours. They'll play for days. If you let them, they will not get off that game. They'll do all the dances and not know that it was a black man doing that on the street corner. That it was a black man selling mixtapes making up that dance. Busting his butt. Y'all see that? Won't know it was Issachar that's making all the things that they live in right now. Because the white man ain't never gonna tell you that. They trying to build a wall talking about all the Mexicans are rapists. What? The average rapist, according to your statistics, is an 18 to 35 white male. Why are you building a wall? You need to build some spray. You got off from mosquitoes. You need to get off for these white boys that's going around raping everybody. Y'all see that? They don't want to teach you your true heritage, man. So you got to learn it here. You got to learn it in the scriptures. This is what this is for. For y'all kids, that's what this Bible's for, man. It's not just a group of stories, man. It's your real history. It's what made you. And it's who you could be. See, they get comic books. They believe it. They get comic books. They believe they can do it. All your little so-called inventions now. The reason your cell phone rings a certain way and it sounds real familiar is because all these sounds was on Star Trek. And some little nerd was looking at Star Trek like, man, I gotta make something that does that. See, they make the little comic books, they believe they can do it, then they go pattern themselves after that. When you read the scripture, you're supposed to read that and know this is in you. This is who you are. This is your real strength. This is your real potential. If you believe. But if not, you go out there and believe science. You go believe what they tell you. And they'll lie to you to kill you. They'll lie to you to kill your whole family. Where we at?
1 Kings chapter 6 and verse 8. The door for the middle chamber was in the right side of the house. They went up with winding stairs into the middle chamber, and out of the middle into the third. 9. So he built the house, and finished it, and covered the house with beams and boards of cedar.
All right. Where are we at?
Verse 10.
1 Kings 6, verse 10. All right, 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 10, and we're reading through verse 13. All right. And then he built chambers against all the house, 5 cubits high, and they rested on the house with timber of cedar. All right, so these are those castles where you see it's a like a tower like this, and then it look like it just branches off like this, like there's a building just stuck onto the side of it, like a house, like a room just stuck onto the side of it. Solomon's already doing that. All right.
Something like that.
Yeah. Matter of fact, my son was doing some project. I think I told y'all this last time, but he was doing a project in school, and I told him to do it on Hezekiah. Tell him how he built the aqueducts. But every time he Googled the aqueducts, all they put up there was the Roman aqueducts. Those invented by the Romans. And that's who they credit with inventing them. But King Hezekiah had already done it like 900 years before Christ. You see that? He had already made the aqueducts, and it's in Scripture. And it's in archaeological evidence. They found it. Y'all see that? But they teaching my son that the white man did it. The Romans did it. See this? What was that?
Yeah, I learned the same thing when I was in art class, that how they give the Romans history for what's so-called creating the artists.
Yeah.
That they have a photo of like a building that was long before the Romans that already had arches in it.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that's what they say, the Roman arches. The Roman arches is like, bro, there's been arches. There have been arches way before the Romans. But who do they give credit to? Like I say, even the Arabs was already building buildings with domes. And in India, the Maharaja had made that Taj Mahal and all that stuff like that for his wife and all this stuff. They had already been doing those domes and arches and round things and all that. But when the white man do it, then they want to be like, look, we did it. No, they didn't do it, we did it. And that's the only thing about the white man that I really got a problem with. Besides them being filthy and disgusting, is that the only way they can make themselves look intelligent is by erasing everybody else's intelligence.
Right.
There wouldn't be a problem if they would just compete. But they don't do that. It's like you run a race, but you shoot everybody else. You didn't win. You killed everybody. You see that? You didn't win the foot race. You shot everybody else. You brought a gun to a damn foot race. That don't count. That's what they did. And then they come back and whitewash your history and put everybody that they can't, if they can't actually duplicate it to prove that they still know how to do it, they just say either aliens did it or it was a white man. We can't make any of Mozart's music anymore, so we'll just whitewash Mozart. Because we can't prove that we can actually do what Mozart did. Because think about it. Has any of them been doing anything on Mozart's level since? So why'd they have to whitewash him? Because we can't prove that that was us. My cousin, Howard Dodgen Pratt, he's on Mozart's level. But you ain't going to hear about him. Unless you go to the White House. He was playing for Obama. But dude's Mozart level. But they ain't going to hype him up. Why? Because that's a black man proving that Mozart must have been black. Y'all see that? But let some little white boy be able to be like, play chopsticks and they'll put him up there like he was Mozart. That's the problem with them, is they got to erase your history to better theirs. Y'all see that? Where we at? Yeah, verse 10 through 13, right? So, and then he built chambers against all the house, 5 cubits high, and they rested on the house with timber of cedar. And the word of the Most High came to Solomon, saying, concerning this house which thou art in building, if you will walk in my statutes and execute my judgments and keep all my commandments to walk in them, then will I perform my word with you, which I spake unto David thy father. And I will dwell among the children of Israel and will not forsake my people Israel. So again, Most High is constantly showing you through the scriptures, his people are Israel. Man. 2 Corinthians 9, verse 1 through 15. So we're going 2 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 1 through 15. Y'all got any questions over that part? 2 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 1. For as touching the ministry to the saints, it is superfluous for me to write to you. All right, so he's saying basically, so far as what the saints got to do, it's like extra for me to have to even write these things to you. It's like telling you, it's like preaching to the choir. All right, it's not necessary, but he's writing it anyway. Why? Because for the generation to come. He said, for I know the forwardness of your mind, for which I boast of you to them of Macedonia, that Achaia was ready a year ago, and your zeal has provoked very many. See, what Paul was doing was the same thing I'm doing with y'all, man. Trying to show y'all that y'all better than what they taught you can be. You understand? Y'all don't have to strive to be equal with somebody else. Y'all just got to strive to be equal with what you're reading in the scripture. That makes you better than everybody else. You understand? Trying to reach a godly standard, it makes you better than the average human being. It makes you better than their brightest. He said that this person, Achaia, they was ready a year ago, meaning they was forward-minded. They was already on stuff that the white man ain't even gonna catch up on. That's what you're reading about with Solomon. That's what you're reading about with Moses. The intelligence and the things that the Most High was giving them, it made them beyond. It made Solomon millennia beyond the white man. You understand? Architecturally, scientifically, chemically, everything. Spiritually, he was beyond a lot of people, man. You understand? Before Rhodes was even a college, before Harvard was a college, Solomon was already the wisest king on the earth, man. There's things Solomon did that kings from then on have been trying to replicate. So y'all got to know this, man, that this is going to make you forward a year ago. This is going to make you start saying things that people got to catch up with. I find myself doing that a lot of times. Brothers have taught me doing it a lot of times where I'm like, damn, brother said this 10 years ago. It's just circulating on the internet now. Man, I said this 10 years ago. Now you ready to do it? We could have been on that. Why? Because the Most High, he'll make you, his wisdom will make you forward a year ago. Huh?
I was saying selling a big bottle of oil for us.
Yeah. I was on that a long time ago, man. It was making the oils like, leave it up to me. We'll be selling a half ounce for $1,000. Because I already know how America works, man. I know the mentality. When we first got here, they were selling a pair of Jordans for $5,000. And the way they did it, they put it in a glass case and put a lock on it. It wasn't no different than any of the other Jordans. But they said, these ones are $5,000. Why? Because they had a lock on it. Niggas will buy it. They'll spend a whole year's salary and buy that. Because it got a lock on it, man. You do the same thing, man. We put one of them red vials, get desire. Pour it in a red bottle, or pour it in the clear bottle. Let them see that ruby red look on there. We'll put it in a glass case. Leave it and put it on the side. Put it somewhere and put a brother in front of it in a suit, like he's guarding it. He was to throw their grandma at you to get that. Here, take her. You know what I mean? That's how it works. But we're seeing it now. You know, you raise the price. We raised the price like $10. Castle was there 10 years ago. They coming up. Oh, it's $10 more. Okay, take it. They still buy it. We can raise it all the way up because the value's there. But see, that's the thing. Is it's going to make you forward a year ago. That's what we're reading here. It said, Achaia was ready a year ago. Verse 2. And your zeal hath provoked very many. Yet have I sent the brethren, lest our boasting of you should be in vain in this behalf, that as I said, you may be ready. So that's the thing. We want y'all to be ready, man. We want y'all to be ready a year ago. That's why we teach with so much fire, so much fervency, counsels, getting gone into the punishments, the get-togethers, all the drilling and everything like that. That's for y'all brothers to be ahead a year ago, man. That's for y'all ribs to have a man that ain't as slow as these little knuckle-dragging, sagging pants dudes is walking around right now. You understand? For y'all women, y'all gonna have a man that's ahead of the game. He ain't just stuck in the game. Y'all see that? What verse we going to? Verse 15, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me get there.
It's the whole chapter.
Yet have I sent the brethren, lest our boasting of you should be in vain in this behalf, that as I said, you may be ready. Lest haply, if they of Macedonia come with me and find you unprepared, we say not ye, should be ashamed in this same confident boasting. So he's saying, listen, we're trying to get y'all ready so that when I bring these other brothers and I say, listen, this is what I've been talking about, y'all still be on it when we get there. And you won't make us look bad.
Right.
All right? And there's nothing wrong with what Paul's doing right here. He's trying to make sure that these brothers are on point. Because he might have been bringing them a Macedonia, or Christ might have been coming back. Either way, you should be prepared. Huh? It said, let's happily, all right, verse 5. Therefore, I thought it necessary to exhort the brethren that they would go before unto you and make up beforehand your bounty. Whereof you had noticed before, that the same might be ready as a matter of bounty, and not as of covetousness. See that? So he's saying, listen, I'm trying to get y'all ready so that when we get there, it's not that y'all want to be at this high level. Y'all already are and are abundantly at this high level. Y'all see that? When we trying to get y'all ready, we're not just trying to teach you some Bible stories like Sunday school. No, we're trying to make you the next people that are in the Bible. We're trying to make there be chapters about you. You understand? Not just so you just be people that read about some people one day, but that you be people read about. Y'all get that? So that's what Paul's saying here, man. We're trying to get y'all ready for Christ coming, though. We're trying to do it for a bigger reason, for Christ coming. And when he come, he examine y'all, and you be ready. That he examined us. We reading and studying all the time so that he examined us and we're ready to rule, to judge angels, to rule nations. You understand? Let's see, verse 6. But this I say, he which soweth sparingly shall reap also sparingly, and he which soweth bountifully shall reap also bountifully. You're going to get in what you put in. That's all Paul's telling you. You're going to get in what you put in. If you put in hard work and labor in these scriptures, if you study to show yourself approved, you will judge angels. If you rest on your little GPA and your bachelor's and your associates and how good a job you had, then that's what you're going to reap. You're going to reap the reward of that, which is death and destruction, because Christ ain't coming back and keeping the Fortune 500 companies. He's going to burn them down. He's going to burn them all down. He's not keeping your high school where you graduated from. So your diploma ain't going to be crap. Y'all see that? Your college you graduated from is going to be burnt to the ground. You're going to have a piece of paper. From where? Oh, that college in that burning rubble over there. Nobody's going to care. You understand? This is what's going to matter. In the end, the word is going to matter. What verse we at?
Verse 7.
Verse 7. Every man according as he purposeth in his heart. What is Paul telling you? In the truth, you can do whatever your mind wishes. You can do whatever your mind imagines if it's in the will of the Most High. Out there, you can do what your boss tell you to do. That's right. The brother used to say, man, suckers do what they can. Real niggas do what they want to.
Bring it out.
That's what Paul's telling you, man. You can either be the guy that got a diploma and now you work for somebody and they tell you what to do. Or you could be in this truth and you could be learning the scriptures and be ahead of the game. And be ahead of all of them. And they want to be you. I've been listening to the rap videos and I think I said this before, but I listen to some of these rap videos and I'm like, damn, they trying to be me. That was me 5 years ago. You know what I mean? That's brothers in the truth. Wreck it by a new one? Come on, man. We live like that. That's all that happens in the truth, brother. Oh, what happened to your car, man? When you rolled the Benz last week? Yeah, crashed it. What you get now? I think I'm going to go for the 300. It ain't no if. It ain't no like, oh, you got the money for that? No, it's just, there it is in the driveway next week. Why? Because we stealing money? Because we doing it? No. Because the Most High bless us. He gives us wisdom. I look at TV, I be like, yeah, that's cool. Maybe I think about maybe get one of those for my son. I don't know if I want to waste the money. Next thing I know, it's sitting in my house. Why? Because I stole for it? Shoot, I ain't even really had the energy to get out of my house. But there it is. Because the Most High give you wisdom and you'll be able to obtain those things if he cares that you have it. Sometimes they give it to you just to show you didn't really want that. I'm like, PS4 is the same as PS3. It ain't really doing nothing for me. Like, so what? It just sits there and I go watch my phone. You know what I mean? And if you don't know, you will. Live in the truth long enough. And that's just carnal. Like I said, spiritual. When you start talking to somebody and you just all you're doing is you thought you was just reciting some Bible verses to them, but next thing you know, they talking about how they start feeling better physically. And you like, damn, did I just do what Christ said I could do in the Bible? Did I just heal you with the words of my mouth? Yeah. Like, damn. So Christ said I could do it and I'm doing it. Y'all see that? Y'all gonna live that life. But you gotta believe here. You gotta believe just like what he's talking about. Every man according as he purposeth in his heart, so let him give. That's what you gotta do. You just gotta give your mind, give your body, give your spirit to this word. Give your time. Sacrifice. And anything that you imagine, the Most High get at you. It'll be that easy. Y'all see that? Like I said, you will if you haven't already. Not grudgingly, nor of necessity. So brothers shouldn't have to beg you. Should nobody have to beg you to give your time give yourself, come around, be around, come learn. Nah, you just do it. Why? Because you want that knowledge. You want to be like Solomon. You want to live like Moses. You want to have that imagination where you can imagine a building in one nation, have them build it in another nation, and then put it together in your nation. You want that level of genius, man. The Most High give it to you. That's how Solomon got it. We can go back and read the whole Chronicles, and you can see where Solomon went to college at. He didn't go to college. Where he went to high school at, where his GPA was. No, all he did was get on his knees one day and he asked the Most High for wisdom. He didn't ask for the death of his enemies. He didn't ask for a bunch of wives, and he didn't ask for money. He didn't ask for riches. He asked for wisdom to guide his people. The Most High gave it to him. And you'll get the Most High's wisdom that's pure. You won't get that defiled wisdom like Esau has, where it's like, hey, we're raising thousands and millions of dollars because we need to cure cancer this year. Oh, we just fell short, but hey, we can make your penis bigger. Take this pill. We almost cured cancer, but we just fell short. Now we got a pill that gives you diarrhea. Makes your head feel better. Like, why y'all keep coming up short? We giving y'all billions of dollars. Y'all raising billions of dollars in these charities, and all y'all coming out with big penis pills? That's all you got? Slim Fast? You giving the charities billions of dollars every year. What was it, Hillary Clinton? She took like how many million for Haiti? Like 17 to 20 million dollars to help rebuild Haiti, and all they built was 6 little huts. Some expensive ass huts. That's why everybody's asking, what y'all do with the money? Y'all see that? You're giving all this to them and they ain't doing nothing with it. That's the wisdom that they have. They don't know what to do with it except jip you out of your money. They're not going to benefit society. You're going to each be beneficial to society when y'all learn these scriptures, man. When y'all really study these scriptures, you become a benefit to people around you. Y'all get that? Let's go. Verse
last precept of 7.
Right.
Mr. Ronnie. No, you saying the verse.
Oh yeah. It said, not grudgingly or of necessity, for the Most High loveth a cheerful giver. And the Most High is able to make all grace abound toward you. Why is your life going crappy? Because you ain't locked in with the Most High. Why are things going bad for you? Because you ain't locked in with the Most High. Y'all see that? Kids, why you guys getting in trouble? You ain't locked in with the Most High. You trying to chase everything the world is telling you to chase. They put it on the TV show, I gotta get that. They put it on the YouTube video, I gotta get that. Your friend talk about it at school, I gotta get that. What about the Most High? Give me Matthew 6:33 real quick. What about going for the wisdom of the Most High?
Matthew 6, verse 33.
Read that.
But seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High.
Seek it last.
First.
Chase boys first.
First.
Text girls.
First.
Send naked pictures.
First.
Right.
The kingdom of the Most High and his righteousness.
See, you're supposed to seek first the kingdom of the Most High and his righteousness. And then what?
And all these things shall be added unto you.
And then all these things will be added unto you. Solomon had 1,000 wives. 700 wives, 300 concubines. Didn't ask for one of them. You didn't hear about none of that in his prayers, right? Yahweh, please give me a rib. I see cats praying for that on Facebook. Like, praying to Facebook God? For a rib? What's wrong with you? Seek you first the kingdom of the Most High. You hear Solomon pray for one rib in the whole 2 Corinthians chapter 7. You didn't read about that. Is it Corinthians or 1 Corinthians? Chapter 7 where he does the prayer. You didn't read about him praying for not one woman.
You mean Chronicles?
Chronicles. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Chronicles. You didn't hear about him praying for one single woman on there. He ended up with 1,000 of them. You didn't hear him praying for one dime from the Most High. Ended up the richest king on the earth. Because if you seek first the kingdom most high and his righteousness, all those things will be added unto you. And he'll give you so much that you'll understand that it ain't worth nothing. Because Solomon, at the end of all of it, he ended up studying ants for free. You know what I mean? Proverbs chapter 6. Look to the ant, you sluggard. Consider her ways and be wise. You wouldn't talk about, look at my new Maybach I just bought. Look at my Porsche 911. Nah, he was like, look at these ants. That's where he got the wisdom. Y'all see that? Because he sought the kingdom of the Most High first, and when the Most High gave him all those things, then he understood that those things weren't worth anything. Read the book of Ecclesiastes. Vanity of vanities. All is vanity. He's trying to tell you from a man that got it all, that it ain't all worth nothing. Y'all see that? Don't let the world fill your brain with all this seduction, man. Proverbs 12:26. The righteous more excellent than his neighbor, but the way of the wicked seduces them. That's what's happening to y'all kids, man. The way of the wicked is seducing y'all. They trying to make you grow up to be petty as they are. They trying to make you grow up to be a little knuckle dragging, penis chasing, vagina chasing, Neanderthal like they are. Instead of seeking the Most High first. Y'all see that? If you don't believe it, man, ask your kids, man. What y'all want to do today? Ain't none of them gonna say study. Why? Because they ain't made this something that they need to know about. They want to watch a YouTube video. They want to watch. I don't even remember the names of these YouTube idiots, man. They want to watch people unbox stuff they got.
Oh, yeah. That is one.
You know what I mean? Sing songs badly. Lip sync some stuff that they weren't even old enough to be around for. What was the one Fluffy was making fun of? Gabriel Iglesias. His son was watching other people play video games on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what you watching? The guy's playing the game. You're watching another dude play a game? Why don't you play the game? He was like, because they're professionals. Professional game players. But then, you know, the kid came back on him. Like all the kids are being smart asses now. The kid came back on him like, well, you sit there and watch football every Sunday. Why don't you play? Because they're professionals, right? Like, they got comebacks now, so now they got an excuse not to get in here. Y'all see that? But ask them. Ask them when's the last time they sought to be like Solomon. Or who they want to be like now. The answers will mess you up, man. Because then you'll know that you got to do a lot more for your kids. You got to do a lot more as an example.
As an example.
Where we at? You read 633?
Yes, sir.
Seek the Most High first and his righteousness. All those things get added on to you. You understand? This is the only thing that's important. Everything, all this so-called wisdom that, you know, people be like acclaiming before, like, oh yeah, he's so smart, he know this, he know that. That's all here, man. That all came from here. School filled my head with a bunch of BS facts that are useless as hell. But then this gave me the wisdom to be able to put some of those things and see what's fact and fiction. Y'all see that? Going into this and saying, okay, let me study that. Everything he said, I don't care what it is. He said, son, I'm going to study the sun. He said, son, S-O-N, I'm going to study those. How do you raise kids? How do you do? It's all here. Y'all see this? All you got to do is unbox it. Unbox this. Unbox your damn Bible. It's coded. It's like secret code. You sit there and you, what does superfluous mean? Well, let me go look that up. Oh, it means this, and that. You just unboxed that word. You just unwrapped it and discovered a secret you didn't know. Like I said, I did it just on the first chapter, Genesis. And I'm like, sun. Let me study the sun. So he created the sun on the fourth day. Well, what the hell was making light before that? Okay, well now I know how to answer all these questions with these idiots that's talking about you got to do this on the exact 7th day for the Sabbath. How you know what the day of the 7th day was? Were you there on the first day when he created light? Then the 7th day is what he said it is. Y'all see that? Whatever calendar you in, take the 7th day off. That's it. Because you weren't there when he created light the first day. And then the sun wasn't created till the 4th day. So you can't give me the sun and the moon and go off the moon, because that ain't the real 7th day. And you weren't there. So you got to go off what he said in the Bible is the 7th day. See that? Then I studied the sun some more. And then you're like, wait a minute. Science is saying, I'm Googling the sun, and they saying it's 93 million miles away in cold space. See, the more I kept unwrapping, the more mysteries I started to discover. In cold space. And then the more I had to decide that, you know what? Esau's lying their ass off. But my mama wasn't lying when she said to believe in the Most High. Because everything he's saying is true. Y'all see that? Where we at?
Verse 8, it was the second precept.
2 Corinthians 9 and 8. He said, the Most High is able to make all grace abound toward you, that you always, having all sufficiency in all things, may abound to every good work. He'll make it so you never have to want anything. You'll never need anything. I don't watch brothers give up literally everything. House, car, transportation, education, everything. And get it all back. Just following the Most High strictly. Yep. Plus some. Get things I'm envious about. Like, damn, I wanted that. I should ask for that. Y'all see this? He'll make it like that, man. As it is written, he hath dispersed abroad, he hath given to the poor, his righteousness remaineth forever. Now he that ministereth seed to the sower, both minister bread for your food, and multiply your seed sown, and increase the fruits of your righteousness. So he's putting that blessing out there. He's saying, listen, the same one that gives the sower the seeds, give you everything you need. Okay? Verse 11. Where am I going to? Verse 15?
Yes, sir. The whole chapter.
Verse 11. Being enriched in everything to all bountifulness, which causeth through us thanksgiving to the Most High. For the administration of this service not only supplieth the want of the saints, but is abundant also by many thanksgivings unto the Most High. So, what we do? Work EO. That not only supplies the want of brothers, being able to have food, have clothes, have transportation, but it also builds the kingdom. It builds spiritually. A lot of brothers are here because of what brothers are doing in the mall, doing that work. The cable show we do, the YouTube videos, that work right there. It don't just supply us. Like, shoot, Google pays us maybe like $100 every like 6 months, and they trying to be stingy on that for the YouTube videos and the views we got. Nah, that don't pay us. But the Most High have been bringing people in from. Where you from, Max? Tennessee? That Max? Okay. He from Tennessee, man. We ain't even been to Tennessee. He just heard about us and came here. That abounds for the riches of the building of the kingdom, man. The Most High supplies that. We didn't go out to Tennessee and go get you, right? Nah, you knew about us. Y'all see that? Let's see. Verse 12. No, verse 13. Whilst by the experiment of this ministration, they glorify the Most High for your professed subjection unto the gospel of Christ. What he's saying there is there's a lot of people there experimenting with this truth. They're trying to figure out, is this the right thing for me? They kind of tested it out like another religion. But through you and your example, they'll be able to say, this is the way to life. This is how you're supposed to live. So I was telling y'all last time about how you deal with your kids. How you operate around your kids. If you walk around acting like everything is depressing and you're just going to die and this life is just so downtrodden on you, then what are your kids going to look forward to? They don't watch movies and be like, oh, see that depressed guy in the background ready to kill himself? I want to be like him. Nah, they want to be like the happy guy in the front. Right? When they was watching, what's the one with the little emotion people?
Emojis movie?
No. It's the one that each one of them is an emotion in the person's head. Inside Out.
Yeah.
When they was watching that, they didn't want to be like the little sad chick. The little mopey one with the glasses. I guess. Nobody want to be her. They want to be the happy one. They're bouncing around and everybody like her. Right? So why would they want to be around your mopey ass? Why would they want to see you trying to represent Christ like, yeah, another day at the factory? I don't want to be him when I grow up. I'm going to be like the white man. He walk around throwing his frisbee around with his kids on the commercial. Y'all see that? You got to be something they want to be. They're supposed to see you and do exactly what the scripture just said. It said, whilst by the experiment of this ministration they glorify the Most High for your professed subjection unto the gospel of Christ. So while they tested it out like, do I want to be in the truth? Oh, look at them. Hell yeah, I want to be in the truth. I want to be just like them. Y'all see that? I want to overcome any obstacle that get put in my way. I want to be able to answer any question that get put in my path. Solve any problem. Y'all see that? My rib was doing a paper. I'm like, I just plopped down next to her, sat down half tired, half dead, and was like, just basically shot out her whole paper just off the top of my head for her English class. Like I was just able to ramble that off for her. I ain't took English class since like 2000 even. 18, 19 years ago. But I can ramble her off a whole paper. But I ain't took an English class since then. Because the Most High is the one that gives you that wisdom, man. Not books, not their books, not their world, his world. Y'all see that? Verse 14. And by their prayer for you, which long after you for the exceeding grace of the Most High in you, thanks be unto you, the Most High for his unspeakable gift. Where we're going now, Matthew's 5 and 33. So Matthew's 5 verse 33. Any questions? And then we'll take questions off the topic when we're done. If y'all have any, if not, then we'll set up the prayers and we will be dismissed. Matthew 5:33. Here we go. Y'all got it? Huh? Again, you have heard that it hath been said by them of old time, thou shalt not forswear thyself, but thou shalt perform unto the Lord thine oaths. See that? Remember how he keeps saying, you have heard. Because they haven't read this like this. When you read this, when you read the law, you don't read this about the oaths like this. You only heard about it like this. That's why people by his time was talking about, yeah, I swear to God, I'm going to do this, and they never do it. That's why people in your day and age, I swear to God, I'll do this, but never do it, never come through. Shoot, how you know a nigga's lying now is he says, I swear to God. That's how you know people lying. First thing, oh, like, I swear to God. Okay. You lying your ass off. See, he said, you have heard that it has been said by them of old time. See, because when you read it, we read it last week, you went to the priest, and if you had an oath that you was going to do for something to do, you went to the priest and you swore that oath in front of the priest and the Most High. Right? That's why he said, this is the way you heard it, but the way you did it and the way it was written was a whole different way. It didn't say you swear to the Most High on your oaths like that. You heard it like that. You see that? That's why people turned it into, no, we're not going to go to the priest so I can swear in front of them, in front of man. I'm just going to swear to the Most High. Then when I don't come through, if you don't strike me dead, well, then you'd be like, I never swore that. But the scriptures also say the sentence on the evil work is executed speedily. You see that? But see, that's how people was playing the loopholes. The Most High wouldn't strike you dead right away because he ain't wasting his time no more. He just adding all your sins up and then smash you like retarded. Or give you some plague instantly. See that? But by Christ's time, he was using I swear to God for everything, just like you are now. So he said, you have heard these things. That's why when he goes and says, but I say unto you, it's not him changing the law. He said, but I say unto you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is the Most High's throne, nor by the earth, for it is his footstool, neither by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great king. See, he was breaking down the way people started using I swear on this, or I put that on this. Because you ain't going to come through. So stop swearing. See that? Unless you're ready to do it in front of witnesses that you can see and that can hit you with rocks if you don't come through, then don't swear. Don't bother. Because you swearing by stuff that ain't going to get involved. The angels ain't going to come down and beat you up because you swore to somebody. I put that on my mama. I was over there last week. They ain't going to come down and beat you down for that. They're not getting involved in those little trifling matters, man. Because your uneducated, trifling mouth is now swearing on everything. They're not doing that. The Most High is just, okay, kill them if they ain't under the Christ's blood, or don't kill them if they ain't. Y'all see that? But, you know, cats is doing that now, and they were doing it at the time of Christ. So he wasn't changing any laws. He was basically telling them, listen, don't swear at all, man. Because y'all not doing it right. You're not going to the priest and having witnesses. You're just sitting there talking about I swear to God and then lying your face off. Verse 36. Neither shalt thou swear by thy head, because thou canst not make one hair white or black. But let your communication be yea, yea, nay, nay. For whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. That's it. So he's like basically just say what's real. Be real. If you're going to say something, don't lie. Is that not Torah? He didn't change nothing. The Ten Commandments tell you don't bear false witness. Right? So he didn't change nothing. He told you just stop swearing, man. Stop doing that. I swear on this and I swear on that. Because you're not doing it right. And you're trying to hide behind the law of Moses that you ain't even reading right. The law of Moses said take it before witnesses. We read that last time. Y'all see that? But now, by the time of Christ, it was, yeah, I did it. I gave, what was the thing? The thing that was doing when they would put it on the priest and say that they gave it to the priest. Carbon. Yeah. Korban. And they say, oh, I gifted it to the priest already, right? Because they didn't want to give money to their mom and their father. So they said, I ain't got it, I gave it to the priest. Then they contract with the priest to put it in writing to say that he gave it to them. But they really didn't give nothing. See, by his time, they were swearing on everything. So he said, stop swearing. Because a lot of y'all niggas just lying. And the Most High gonna get you for that. You see that? So he didn't have to change the law. He just had to bring edification. Listen, don't swear at all. Just let your yea be yea and your nay be nay. And anything else, if you lying, that's evil. Simple as that. All right? So we got to learn that as brothers and sisters, as children. Y'all got to learn that. Don't lie. Was that it? That was it, sir. That's all? Okay. Any questions on that? All right, so we'll take any questions that y'all got on any other topic. We said we was going to hold that. If there's no questions, we'll give y'all a few minutes. If there's no questions, then we'll dismiss class after we do the prayers. And if y'all want to do the anointing, we'll do that. After class is going to be food. They're bringing it in now. I think they do it with hot dogs and stuff like that. But that's like $3 kosher. All right, before y'all start nitpicking on the internet. All right. But yeah, it's going to be back there. It's like $3 for a plate. So, you know, we'll have that. We're not going to be going out street teaching because it's like 40 degrees outside. And then brothers are going out of town, I think, tomorrow, but there will be flyers. So your brothers will be coming in for flyers. We'll have the brothers lead y'all out. and we'll hit up some neighborhoods with flyers and everything like that. All right? Come.
There are questions online.
What's that?
The first question is from Kiddos Do. He said, example, if I myself have a family of only females and no males, can the lineage get lost through the women?
Well, going according to how the scriptures at it, your nearest of kin was supposed to carry on your lineage. So if you was he's saying he got a family of only sisters.
He's the only male.
Then he's the one to carry on the lineage. But if he should die, it was supposed to be like his nearest cousin would deal with his wife, and then he would have children they would have children that would be his lineage. It would count as continuing his lineage.
I got Numbers 27.
Yeah, there's a few examples of this. I know in Joshua and Caleb's time, I think it was Caleb. Caleb had passed away, and his two daughters. He had only had daughters. So when he died, they were like asking about the inheritance because they married these other men. And if they married these other men, whether in the tribe or out of the tribe, then the inheritance would go to those men. You know what I mean? Instead of going to the women. So he made a mandate for that it would stay in their lineage forever. All right. So basically, if anybody had married them, that they would become part of Caleb's line. Well, where are you at?
Numbers 27. If the father died and he only had daughters. Numbers chapter 27 and verse 3. Our fathers died in the wilderness, and he was not in the company of them that gathered themselves together against the Lord in the company of Korah, but died in his own sin, and had no sons. 4.
So yeah, this is one of those examples. Their father, he didn't get killed with them, but he did die in that 40 years wandering in the wilderness. But he didn't get killed with the wicked like Dathan and Korah and all them. But he died waiting to get into the promised land and having to wander around 40 years. So he was kind of a victim of their stupidity. So these two women are saying, well, listen, he died, but he didn't have any sons. So where's his inheritance going to go? All right, go ahead.
4. Why should the name of our father be done away from among his family?
And that's the important part, is the name. All right, is the name going to be gone? Is anybody going to be able to say they were his sons, they were his family? What's going to happen? Are they going to be blotted out? And this great man that was, he wasn't wicked, is he not going to have a name no more in Israel? Go ahead.
Because he hath no son. Give unto us, therefore, a possession among the brethren of our father. And Moses brought their cause before the Lord. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, the daughters of Zelophehad speak right. Thou shalt surely give them a possession of inheritance among their father's brethren.
See, among their father's brethren. So you know what? Put that on his brothers. Put that on the dad's brothers. See that? Now, if you being the man in that family, if you should pass away, then that should go to, it'll be your nearest of kin. If you ain't got no brothers, that'll go to your cousins and stuff like that. And then, back then, your sisters or something like that might marry one of your second, third cousins removed and keep that inheritance going that way. All right? So that will be the law back then. Now it would be kind of unacceptable, and your sisters might not be down with that, dealing with, going to the family reunion and picking out a boyfriend. That might not be for them. So basically, the way it is now, unfortunately, because we are under these curses, when you die, that's it. If you don't have no kids, that's it. That's the end of your line. I'm in a similar position. If I pass, if I should pass and my son should pass, that's it. That's the end of that line of people. But that's, again, we're under the curses. I don't know a lot of my family like that. I wouldn't trust them to give, my son or my daughter to them because they're out in the world anyway. So, a lot of that, because we are under the curses and we're not living under this society we used to live in, we're unfortunately under the problem that if you pass, man, that's it. That's your lineage, it's gone. So, be careful with your life. Try to have kids as soon as possible, as many as you can, and we're trying to build our nation from scratch, man. So it starts with you. That's really it. That's all. That's the best we can give you so far as applying those laws to today. That law in particular is going to be real tough, man. It's going to be real tough to apply that law today. That's like trying to get a woman to marry you without going to the altar and giving her a ring. It's going to be tough.
Come.
All right. Was that the question?
Con, that was the question.
All right. Yeah, let's get to the next one, because like I said, with that, what's going to happen to your lineage? Same thing that Moses prescribed. It goes to the nearest of kin. All right, same thing you're reading about in the book of Ruth, where Boaz, you can read the book of Ruth and see the same thing. Boaz was taking Ruth, but he had to go ahead and pass her to his cousin first and say, hey, you're the nearest of kin. You want this? And then he laid on all these extra responsibilities to make it look bad. Like, yeah, you'll get Ruth, but you also got to take care of his land, and you got already your own land and all this stuff, and you'll get all this, and you'll get all this. And the cousin was like, nah, it's okay. You take her. See that? So he kind of played his cousin for Ruth. But, they were still obeying that law about the next of kin. All right? So this is when they had to kind of set the precedent that, listen, if your father should die and he didn't have nothing but girls, then that goes to the father's brethren. And they're to take care of the daughters, and the daughters grow up. Did he explain about the daughters? Read it again. Go ahead.
And the daughters of Zepoiah speak right. Thou shalt surely give them a possession of an inheritance among their father's brethren, and thou shalt cause the inheritance of their fathers to pass unto them. And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if a man die and have no sons, then ye shall cause his inheritance to pass unto his daughters.
Right, so that's where the inheritance passes to the daughters. The daughters now rule over the things of the father if that father died with no sons. Go ahead.
And if he have no daughters, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his brother. And if he had no brother, then shall ye give his inheritance unto his father's brother.
Right, see? So if you didn't have no brothers, then it goes to your father's brothers, your uncles. Right? Your uncles took care of all that. That's why you see that in their cultures now, in Edomite cultures, and how they twisted everything is, they go ahead and, okay, well, your uncles, you're his ward. Right? You watch those movies with rich white people, and the father dies, the parents got killed in the accident. Okay, well, now his brother takes care of you. Your uncle ends up raising you as his son, and all the money from your rich dad goes to your uncle to hold in trust until you're of such and such an age. That's this. All right? Rich white people are able to apply this, but we're not in our kingdom. So you don't get jack. That's the problem. You know what I mean? You die, that's it. Your sisters ain't gonna go marry one of your father's brothers. They're gonna be like, what? Uncle Frank? No. I'm gonna give me a regular boyfriend. I'll start from scratch. It's good. They're gonna carry on your father's name and do all that. Nah, all they're gonna do is be like, well, I'll keep dad's last name. And then they'll unspiritually impose that on their husband and be like, nah, I'm keeping my last name. You'll get a hyphen. And they'll do it prideful as hell, but they ain't gonna do it the right way like the scriptures say. Y'all see that? But yeah, like I said, this is the best you're gonna get in this kingdom, man. Where we at?
The next question.
But where was that for his answer? Numbers what?
27.
Numbers chapter 27, verse what?
3 through 11.
Numbers 27, verse 3 through 11. And that's where you're finding out the precedent that was set for if your father died without having female children, and how to continue on that lineage.
The next question is, it has been said that the characters/events in the Bible are stages of consciousness that an individual goes through in their spiritual growth. What is ISBHPK view?
Who said that? I already told you what my view is. Consider the source. Who said that? The scriptures say, let the Most High be true and every man a liar. Acts 5:29. We ought to obey the Most High rather than men. All right, so you got to examine who said that.
That was talking about last night.
Because every story of the Bible, give me Romans 15:4. Every story of the Bible that you read is for spiritual growth. It's not just different stages of it. All right, a lot of it's repeated, so you'd be going backward. Genesis, in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. St. John 1:1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. So you just started all over. That's why David said, through thy precepts I get understanding. Psalms 119. You got to go precept on precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. Because it's not just what you read from Genesis, and then by the time you get to Revelation, you're a spiritual astronaut or spiritual A student. Nah, you're going to have to go back and look at what happened to your forefathers and what they did here. What did Samson do? Where did he err? No, Samson erred in lust. Okay, cool. I'll watch out for that. David did the same thing. That's where he messed up. Okay, I'll watch out for that. But Adam just was listening to his woman, who listened to the devil. So I'm gonna watch out for that too. I'm not gonna sit here and listen to everything the devil, society today, tells me. I'm gonna analyze what the hell are you telling me. See that? But no, it's not just like I said, you start at Genesis and you're a kindergartner, and then by the time you get to Revelation, you know calculus. That's not how it works. All right? It's precept on precept. Read that.
Romans chapter 15 and verse 4. For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning.
See, everything that was written before time was written for your learning. So it's not like, oh yeah, I'm already too smart for Genesis, I don't got to go back there. Nah, you're going to have to go back there. You don't graduate just because you got to Revelations. If that's what you're saying. All right? But yeah, there's people that will say that it's all anthropomorphized, it's metaphorical, they're not real stories, they're just meant to teach you life lessons and all that. Nah, these are archaeologically proven people in this book. This is your history. All right? Go study the archaeology of these things and you'll find out these are all real people that existed. All right?
Next question.
Well, finish that scripture. Read on.
That we, through patience and comfort of the scriptures, might have hope.
Right, so the things that were written aforetime were written for you to learn so that you can get patience and comfort through the scriptures and get hope. Hope to be better. Hope to be better than just the nations around you that have been telling you could be like us. All right?
Next question. So I have a question about Ezekiel 19, especially verses 7 and 10.
Ezekiel chapter 19.
Says 7 and 10.
Common.
Yeah.
And he knew their desolate places, and he laid waste their cities, and the land was desolate, and the fullness thereof by the noise of his roaring. Verse 8. Then the nations set against him on every side from the provinces, and spread their net over him. He was taken in their pit.
Hold on, where are we at again?
Ezekiel chapter 19, that was verse 7, and that was 8. You wanted 7 and 10, or just 7 through 10?
He said 7 and 10.
Okay. So that's verse 10.
Okay, this is easy. Read verse 1.
Verse 1. Moreover, take thou up a lamentation for the princes of Israel.
For who?
The princes of Israel.
Who does this apply to?
The princes of Israel.
Okay, so when we get to verse 7, it says, and he knew their desolate palaces, and he laid waste their cities, and the land was desolate, and the fullness thereof by the noise of his roaring. The Most High did this to us. That's why we're reading about what we fell off from. Why don't we have 100-foot walls of cedar with foot-thick gold on each side for a temple? Why aren't we congregated and united as a nation? Because the Most High was against us. He was against us. Why? Because we turned our back on him. And that's what he's explaining in Ezekiel. He said, say this to the Israelites. Right? Verse 2. And say, what is thy mother? A lioness. She lay down among lions. She nourished her whelps among young lions. And she brought up one of her whelps. So as you go down, the nations also heard of him. He was taken in their pit. And they brought him with chains unto the land of Egypt. See, this is what happened to Israel. Y'all see that? He said, now when she saw that she had waited and her hope was lost, then she took another of her whelps and made him a young lion, and he went up and down among the lions. He became a young lion and learned to catch the prey and devoured men. And he knew their desolate palaces, and he laid waste their cities, and the land was desolate, and the fullness thereof by the noise of his roaring. Then the nations sent against him on every side from the provinces and spread their net over him. He was taken in their pit. Samson. All right. There's been a few leaders like this, but this specifically, the best example I can give you is Samson. All right. He was the young lion that Israel raised up as a leader. We all looked to him. And then the nation spread forth that net to trap him. Delilah. Right? But this happened to many kings after him too. That's why by the time you get to David, again, David and Solomon, we're talking about Proverbs 12:26. The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor, but the way of the wicked seduceth him. Because what? The nations around us be trying to get us into that wickedness, man. Trying to get us into leaning like they do. Let's see. So by the time you get to verse 7, he said that he knew their desolate palaces, and he laid waste their cities. This is when Samson did this to the Philistines. He laid waste their cities. And the land was desolate, and the fullness thereof by the noise of his roaring. Wow, he burnt the whole place down. He got them all in there. First he sent the foxes through all their fields and burnt that all down. Right? Burnt all their fields down. And then he tore down the temple of Dagon. When he got them all in one place, he tore that down and killed all of them. So this is one example, one prime example of what they're talking about right here. It said, then the nations set against him on every side from the provinces and spread their net over him. He was taken in their pit. And they put him in ward in chains. This exactly happened to Samson. And brought him to the king of Babylon. They brought him into holes, that his voice should no more be heard upon the mountains of Israel. This happened to all Israel right here. Thy mother is like a vine in thy blood, planted by the waters. She was fruitful and full of branches by reason of many waters. So it's talking about Israel, our mother, right? Israel was a fruitful place. It was full of everything we needed. It was strong like a tree that was planted by the water, right? But what? We turned our back on it. We started doing against the things of the Most High. That's why when you read Baruch chapter 4 in the Apocrypha, that's Israel trying to call us back, like that woman that lost her children. If y'all haven't read that, we can go there. But yeah, that's what Baruch chapter 4 is. It's like an answer to this. It said, and she had strong rods for the scepters of them that bear rule, and her stature was exalted among the thick branches, and she appeared in her height with the multitude of her branches. So, among the other nations, Israel was strongest. All the other nations looked to Israel. That's all this is telling. Is that their question? Like, what does it mean?
Kind.
Okay. Yeah, this is basically representing Israel and how we raised up, young lions among us to rule over us instead of Christ. But those lions end up falling to the other nations. They end up being tricked by the other nations and brought down low. And then we as a nation, we no longer in Israel. We're not covering the mountains and anointing them with our voice no more. Because we're now what? We're trying to be like everybody else. We're trying to live like city folk. You know what I mean? Trying to live like the other nations and praise their gods. So the Most High got rid of us out of there. That's why he said, verse 12, but she was plucked up in fury She was cast down to the ground, and the east wind dried up her fruit. Her strong rods were broken and withered. The fire consumed them. This is what the Most High did to Israel. All right? Matter of fact, let's go to Amos real quick. Find it fast. There it is. Is it 8 and 9 or 9 and 8? I'm flipping around. Nah, he said I was going to sift you. 8 and 3. Man, I can't remember nothing.
99.
99. There we go. Yep. See, this is where he promised it would happen. So you got Amos chapter 9, verse 9. He said, "For lo, I will command, and I will sift the house of Israel among all nations, like as corn is sifted in a sieve. Yet shall not the least grain fall upon the earth." So he scattered us. He said, you ain't going to be in Israel no more. I'm going to scatter you among the nations, but I ain't going to lose none of you. He's going to keep track of every single one. All right, so he'll punish you when you're doing wicked in China. Or he'll lift you up and exalt you and give you his wisdom when you on your knees praying for him in Chicago. It don't matter. He'll find you no matter where. And he ain't lost none of us. All right? But he did carry out that promise. He did sift us. He did get rid of us out of Israel. All right? There's plenty scriptures, Deuteronomy 28, right? Deuteronomy 28:64, Deuteronomy 28:68. You find out that he was going to kick us out of Israel for disobeying the law, statutes, and commandments. All right? Was that it? Next one?
I don't know if this was answered during the reading, because I think this was a question I was asked during the reading, but a person asked, so during this time, Hebrews were eating utensils of gold, while foreign nations were using their hands or chopsticks made of wood to eat with?
The things that we were reading were the utensils of the temple. So, not necessarily, we were all just sitting around eating off gold, but we could have. I'm just letting you know. We didn't lie. With the scripture didn't lie when it said in Romans 11:11, when we fell, the Gentiles got rich. When we fell, the nations got rich. When we lost, not just physically, but spiritually also. Because when the Most High turned his back on us, he said, I'm going to hide my face from them. I'll see what their end shall be. And then he said he was going to give his name to another people. He's going to let another people that are not a people. We got to go there, man. Them that are no people. I think it's still in Romans 11. Make sure. Ten and 19.
Romans 10, verse 19. But I say,
verse 18.
Verse 18. But I say, have they not heard? Yes, verily, their sound went into all the earth.
Right, so this is talking about the word of the Most High is going to go through all the earth. Go ahead.
And their words unto the ends of the world.
Right, and Israel's words, the words of the prophets from back in the day, went into all the earth. That's why all the nations know about Christ. All the nations know about Moses. All the nations know about David and Solomon and the Most High and Christ and everybody else. Go ahead.
But I say, did not Israel know first? Moses said.
See, he said, didn't they know first? Didn't Israel already know first? They was the first ones to know because those were our prophets. Those were our people. Moses, David, Solomon, Samson, all that was our people. So we knew first. Go ahead.
First Moses said, I will provoke you to jealousy by them that are no people.
See? That's what Moses was talking about, man. He said, listen, when you stop listening to the voice of the Most High, he's going to provoke you to jealousy by them that are no people. So when you deal with the Caucasian man and you look up the word Caucasoid and it said a subspecies of humankind, and you wonder why Joel Osteen gets to say Jesus one time and make $4 million, that's because you fell. That's because you turned your back on the Most High. And $4 million would have been nothing to him to throw at you. And we're reading how he was throwing it at us. We was donating money like that. What Joel Osteen has for a house, we was donating that as pocket change. That's what we just read in Exodus. But we fell from that, and now the nations got it. Spiritually, they're able to just utter the name of the Most High, and boom. They get everything they need. Why? Because we turned our back on him. Now we got to earn our place back. That's why, again, going back to Baruch 4:28, as it was in your mind, Israelite, to go astray from the Most High, so being returned, seeking 10 times more. You got to try 10 times harder. Because you had the relationship, but you were holding up. You had the relationship with the Most High. You cheated on him. And now you're coming back, realizing that you're a filthy little hoe. And you got to come back to the Most High. So now you got to earn it. Y'all see that? Now you got to fight for it and prove yourself to the Most High. Whereas the other nations just got to be like, yeah, Jesus is black. Okay, cool. I believe that. And they live in their kingdom. But you got to fight for it. See this? You thought Christ was lying when he said the children of this world, the children of light will be cast out into outer darkness, man. Because it's going to be a lot of people that think they should be getting in just off my blackness. I should be a god. No, you got to earn that. All them dumb segment Kemet niggas on the internet talking about I'm a god. No, you're not. You got to earn that now. The white man gets to be a god. Now go back to work. You a god, but you working at Walgreens. You a god, but the white man, you got to punch the clock for the white man and explain why you was 5 minutes late again. But you a god. Take your hotel ass back to Walmart.
God, you can't pay your bills.
Yeah. You a god and still trying to pay for Jordans. You're trying to make payments. You're not a god. You got to earn that. Y'all see that? Where we at? The scripture I just quoted?
That was the end of it, I believe.
You talking about
Yeah, that was 10. That was 10, 19 through 20.
Oh, 10 verse 19. Where we at?
18 and 19. I will provoke you to. I read it.
Yeah, he said, I'll provoke you to jealousy with them that are no people. So, yeah, we got to earn that spot back. Right? Give me the question again.
Were Hebrews eating utensils of gold while foreign nations were using their hands or chopsticks made of wood to eat with?
Right. So while the foreign nations were using whatever they want, you deal with China, they was dealing with chopsticks. You deal with the white man, he was not having to use utensils because he was picking lice out of his pubic hair. You deal with the African, he was poking cows in the neck and drinking their blood. So, I can't really call it. But I can tell you, just going off of again, anthropological study, when you look, you find out that a lot of these nations was dealing in that beastly caveman mentality. The bubonic plague got spread just because of germs. I don't wash my hands. Don't brush my teeth. We taught them all that. All right, there's frescoes and paintings of Moors, what they called us Moors in Europe, leading the little white girl to water and showing her how to bathe. They didn't do that. All right, that's in their history. It's in their historical books and anthropological references paint them out as those type of people. They were the Flintstones. That's why there ain't no black people in the Flintstones.
That's right.
All right? What should scare you is wasn't no black people in the Jetsons either. So they trying to tell you what they got planned. Somebody else had their hand up here? Right, but yeah, that was the Most High showing that, yeah, we lost all that, man. We lost all that, and he gave it to them that are no people. So now, they living with the silver spoon, and we living off our hands. We eat nachos. Where we at?
Next question.
It says, what is ISBHPK view on an individual cursing the roots of an obstacle or challenge, like Christ cursed the fig tree at Matthew 21:19-22?
Well, go there. And we're going to go through what the scripture's view is, because there ain't no ISBHPK view of nothing. Scriptures. That's it. All right, I got to correct that. It's not our view. It's the Scripture view. We're going to explain it through the Scriptures. So let's read Matthew 21, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. Matthew 21, 19 to 22.
Matthew 21, verse 19 through 22.
Matthew chapter 21, verse 19. And when he saw the fig tree in the way, he came to it, and found nothing thereon, but leaves only, and said unto it, Let no fruit grow on thee henceforth forever. And presently the fig tree withered away. 20. And when the disciples saw it, they marveled, saying, How soon is the fig tree withered away? Yahushua answered and said unto them, Verily I say unto you, if ye have faith, and doubt not, ye shall not only do which is done to the fig tree, but also if ye shall say unto this mountain, Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, it shall be done.
Right, so he's showing you that all these things, nothing will be impossible for you. That's one lesson. Another thing is, you think the object was for Christ to just show off and show that how much power he got by withering away a tree? The whole point, it's a veiled threat. If you're useless and unproductive, and he said that with his own mouth, so it wasn't just him just like trying to throw some side shade out there and be like, yeah, look what I did. Be scared. No, he said it out of his own mouth. If you're fruitful and unproductive, the Most High will do this to you. You understand? So he was showing you through the fig tree that if you're fruitless and unproductive, the Most High will curse you and wither you away. And Christ was showing y'all that he had the power to back that up. So you apostles better get in order, that the ones that were following him, the apostles, listen, if you're fruitless like this, you don't produce fruit, this is what you got coming to you. Y'all see that? So he was threatening them and at the same time showing them the example to listen. I can do it, you're going to be able to do it. But no, was it just so so you could stub your toe on the kitchen table and curse the table and then it just disintegrate in front of you? If you become that faithful, he said you could do it. But is that what you're going to waste it on? You know what I mean? Because, I got people in my circle that get frustrated over term papers and get frustrated over the dog not going outside to use the bathroom. You're going to just curse dogs and they explode all over your house. And you know what I mean? Like, what are you going to use the power for? Like, I used to ask brothers way back in the day, like, why can't we fly? It's because brothers don't learn how to land. Like, why would I give you the gift of flight? You be up 30,000 feet and don't know how to get down. Brothers don't study. See what I'm saying? If you don't study how to land, I'm not going to give you a gift of flight. If you don't study how to drive, I'm not going to give you a car. Make sense? If you don't study how to control your temper and your anger and your emotions, I'm not going to give you the gift of being able to tell somebody to die on the spot like Peter. You know what I mean? Peter was like, listen, because you lied to the Holy Spirit, not to me, and he made sure he gave glory to the Holy Spirit. He said, the people that carried your husband out will carry you out. And then look, the woman dropped dead. He's not going to give you that gift when you're sitting over there emotional over your bills. You punching holes in the walls over your bills. Your rib get out of line, you punch a hole in the wall. He ain't gonna give you that gift he gave Peter. You can't control your emotions. Y'all see that? You'd be over there cursing every damn thing. Wouldn't be no earth left. Y'all gotta understand why he don't give certain people certain gifts. If you don't have those gifts, check yourself. Because he said if you have faith being what? You just believe in Christ? You got to believe in the scriptures and apply them. And say, you know what? I'm going to control my emotions through the scriptures. And I'm going to work on that until I'm somebody that's trustworthy, that the Most High can give that power to. So if you don't have that power, it's not because of the Most High, it's because of you. You got to look into yourself. Because I've done it before. Not to lift myself up for anything, but in my personal life, I've seen other brothers do certain things and speak things into existence. But you know, when I first came to the truth, I was living in Colorado, and I remember this line of these ants with wings was crawling in the window, and I was just looking at them. You know what I mean? But I didn't want them in the house because there was a lot of them coming in. And I just thought about it. I was like, you know, I just thought it real hard, but like kind of like half a prayer, kind of not. And I went to go get some spray to go spray them. And they were crawling in, all crawling in and everything. But when I came back, it was dead. They weren't moving. And I was like, damn. And that was like one of a few times in my life that I did that. And I was like, okay, I got to watch who I prayed those things on. Because I did it toward a city one day in my anger. And that city had the worst wildfire they had in history. Not a few years later. So I was like, I gotta watch who I pray these things on. You know what I mean? And like I said, not to say that I'm any kind of powerful, but because I've seen a lot of other brothers do it. But Christ didn't lie. Christ didn't lie when he said those things that you can do that. But are you in control of your emotions? Are you in check? Or do you have that in check? Because you end up cursing. I thought somebody cut you off in traffic and you curse you evaporate, and then be your own brother or your own sister you didn't know was in that they was in a new car. Y'all see that? It'd be your own mama that'll cut you off in traffic and flipped you off. Then you will curse her into an early grave. What would you do with the power? That's the question that you got to ask yourself. Really.
It says Revelations 11:19 says the Ark of...
Well, hold on. So the answer to your question is in the scripture you just gave. That he was showing you, if you have faith and doubt not, then you can do all these things. See, but you got to be... Faith means applying the scriptures, using the scriptures for your life, and believing in that. Go ahead.
Revelations 11:19 says the Ark of Testament was seen in his temple in heaven. Is this the same ark spoken of in Exodus 25 and 10?
Revelations 11:19.
And the temple of the Most High was open in heaven, and there was seen in his temple the ark of his testament, and there were lightnings and voices and thunderings, and an earthquake and great hail.
All right, now, is it the same one that Moses made? No, remember, we just went over it. We went over it in Hebrews 8:25, and we went over it in Exodus. See that you make all things according to the pattern that was shown you on the mount. The things that was shown Moses in the pattern was the things that went on in heaven. So he was making a replica of everything that was in heaven. So this is the actual ark. All right? What Moses made was a replica of the ark. He made it according to the pattern. Remember that. So we read that in Exodus what? What were we reading earlier? 25. The reading we just went over today for hours. All right? That's the pattern that he was given. So all that...
25 through 27.
Yeah, all that we read in Exodus chapters 25 through chapter 27 is the pattern. And we went over that in Hebrews 8:25, where he said, he reiterated it. See that you make all things according to the pattern that was shown you in the mount. When you read Hebrews 8 and then also Hebrews 10, he's going through showing you how the things Moses made, how Christ, all these things, they were all symbols of Christ. They were all symbols of the heavenly things. All right? They were a shadow of heavenly things. So what you're seeing in Revelations 11:19 is the actual ark that it was patterned after. Because that ark has been gone. That ark that was here on earth, remember, that was traveling through dirty places, filth, and crap anyway. It was going through African nations. It was staying at a brother's house. It was staying in another guy's barn. That ain't going to be up in the kingdom. That's just some gold with a bunch of dirt on it. All right? This was the actual ark that it was patterned after. But does it say word for word what I just said, that wasn't that ark? No, it doesn't say it's the ark of Moses, the ark Moses made. It doesn't say that, so I'm gonna go with what it says right there in the scriptures. But remember this, keep it in mind, Moses made his ark according to what he was shown by the Most High of the heavens. All right?
Next question.
Next question. This is a long one. I'm gonna just bear with me. It says that the Ethiopians claim to have the Ark of the Covenant under constant guard by Ethiopian monks. Over the centuries, the monks have constructed additional replicas of the Ark. No one knows exactly how many replicas to fool and confuse would-be robbers. However, Jeremiah 3:16 says the Ark of the Covenant would never come to mind, be remembered, or be visited. Could the construction of these phony arks be considered a form of idolatry?
That's exactly what it is. All right, you give me the scripture, the gods of the nations are idols, but remember, they worshipped everything that you're reading about that was part of our culture, that was us. They worshipped a lot. You can go in the book of Acts and find out they was jumping on their face and trying to worship Paul and the apostles as gods. All right, so they worshiped everything from us to the angels to the things we worshipped, and they made idols out of certain things that they weren't to make idols out of. Like I said, when I go refer to that Indiana Jones, right, Raiders of the Lost Ark, or no, it was the Last Crusade, I think it was. They were looking for the Holy Grail, right? And the white man was really trying to find the cup that Christ drank out of. Like, when did he say to go look for the cup he drank out of? You know how many cups Christ drank out of? It said he was a drunkard and a wine bibber, Matthew 11:19. Like, go find the bottle I drank out of, but you're a drunk? That could be anything. Y'all see that? Then it wasn't like he was just strapped with a cup, like, oh, we having a feast? Nah, he's just drinking out whatever cup is at the feast. They provide you with cups when you go, right? You ain't been to no party where you had to bring your own cup. BYOC? You been to a BYOC party? Nah, they got cups, right? But these white men in this movie was trying to worship that as if it were God, like it had power. Y'all see that? Same thing. Yeah, they might have done that with the ark. They do that with everything. They do that with the menorah. They do that with everything that we had. They worship everything that was us. But, yeah, are we to worship that? No.
Psalm 96.
What's that? Gods of the nation. Yeah, Psalms 96 and what?
5.
Read that.
Psalms chapter 96, verse 5. For all the gods of the nations are idols.
Right, that's all they got. That's all they got is what they can carve and what they can see and touch. So yeah, they'll idolize it, but we didn't idolize it. All right, and as for them doing that, like I said, Christ never told you to go follow those things. He never said go look for the Ark of the Covenant. Moses, when he made the Ark of the Covenant, didn't have people fall down and worship it. They just put it in the back room. That's what happened with it. They put it in the back room. The priest came, cut some animals open, sprinkle blood on it, wash it off. That's what it was. You wasn't supposed to go. You had never seen them go and bow down and worship it. But he's talking about the Ethiopians are making that. They're making replicas.
Kind. That's what he said.
Yeah, everybody been doing that. The Catholic Church is the most guilty of that. They talk about they got the spear of Longinus, the spear that they stabbed Christ in the heart with. Like, was it autographed? Like, because when you read the scripture, the dude was like, truly this was the Son of God. So I don't think that nigga was going around talking about, hey, I'm the one that stabbed Christ. Nah, he realized that was the Son of God when he did it. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of repenting going on, and he was probably thrown to the lions as a martyr later on. He was probably going around proclaiming the name of Christ, but I ain't going to write no extra scriptures. You know what I mean? But he proclaimed that this was the Son of God. So, but the Catholic Church will tell you, yeah, they got the spear of Longinus, they got they got Mary's panties, they got it. They telling you they got every damn thing.
One time they said they had a shroud. The shroud.
The shroud of Turin, where they got the shroud they supposedly buried Jesus in, and they got his face imprinted on it. And you know, if you look at it long enough, he'll bleed and all this crap. Everybody does that. Yeah, I forgot what they called it. It was like iconism or something like that. Not iconoclasm. That was the other thing, where they whitewashed everything. But it was like. Had something to do with icons, but basically that's what they were doing. They were passing around little relics of everything. During the Renaissance and all that, to get more money into the church, they was charging people to come look at the Shroud of Turin, and come look at the Spear of Longinus, and come look at the headless, or the head of Sister So-and-so that was one of the apostles' girlfriends or some crap like that. They was doing all kinds of weird crap in the Roman Catholic Church, man. Don't make it true. That's why, again, Jeremiah 10, he told you, don't learn the way of the heathen. Don't be dismayed at the signs of heaven, right? Because the heathen are dismayed at those. Don't start making graven images to bow down and worship them. Exodus chapter 20. So we already know the Ark of the Covenant, wherever it is, whoever got it, don't matter. Apparently, from Revelations 11:19, the real Ark is going to be descending from heaven. So nobody got it. All right.
Next question is, if my father is Trinidad, what tribe would I belong to?
So far as the studies we've gone into, the people that are descended from the Arawak Indians and the native inhabitants of Trinidad will be known as the tribe of Benjamin. All right. So I tell you in Genesis chapter 49, I tell you about Benjamin was going to raven as the wolf, right? They was going to. I lost the whole rest of that scripture just that quick. It was on top of my brain. Read that. All right, read that. Genesis 49:27.
Benjamin shall raven as a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil.
Right, see that? So in the morning he shall divide the prey. When he wake up, he's going to be able to divide that prey, man. He's going to be able to get it and break down the scriptures, because this used to be our prey. This is what we used to hunt after all the time. So in the morning, when you wake up, that's what the morning represents. When you rise up, when you wake up, then y'all gonna be able to divide that prey. You're gonna be able to break down the scriptures. Like the brother, you got the brother Matatawa. He's an elder out there in was it House of David, I think it is. But yeah, brother's cold with the scriptures, man. He's going to Israel all the time and all that stuff. Big brother. You can't hardly understand what he's saying.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. But yeah, he said in the morning he's going to divide the prey. Go ahead.
And at night he shall divide the spoil.
And at night, when he lay down, he's going to divide the spoil, man. He's going to eat off of that. But that's as a nation. As a nation, you look at Benjamin and they the hardest workers, man. Brothers be having like 2-3 jobs. That's what they known for. Just like Issachar. Right? Be hard workers. And he said eventually y'all gonna be able to eat off of that. And that's when you look at the hard-working brothers of Trinidad, because I was down there for like 5 months. These brothers working hard day and night, man, getting paid little. But the scriptures say you won't divide the spoil though. Eventually, you're gonna be able to eat off that. It ain't gonna be the white man, the Assyrian, the Chinese that keep moving up in there that's gonna be eating off that. That's gonna be y'all. Same thing, Jamaica, the West Indies. Those brothers, hard-working brothers and everything, but right now they ain't eating off of that. If they get down and start getting back into the prey, getting back into the scriptures, then they're gonna be able to eat off their own works, man. So that's part of how we break that down. There's whole breakdowns on each tribe, and brothers are making those breakdowns for you, so you'll be able to get a breakdown of the tribe of Benjamin. But that's what we got so far from the scriptures and the history of those nations.
Next question. My wife feels like she is no longer under the Old Testament because Christ's death covered our sins, and all she has to do is live in the New Testament. What is my next move?
First of all, at the time of Christ, there wasn't no New Testament. So, how did the apostles get saved? Matthew 5, verse 17 through 19.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 17. Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets.
So, where do you find the law and the prophets when this is Christ talking? Where do you find the law and the prophets that he's talking about?
Old Testament.
Obviously, right? It's in the Old Testament because there wasn't no New Testament yet. Christ was living it. Right? Yeah, it's like if somebody wrote the book of S.O.W. Where are you going to find the stuff I was talking about? It was before the book of S.O.W. because y'all wrote it about me. See what I'm saying? How you going to find out the stuff of the New Testament? You have to read about the Old Testament to know what Christ was talking about. The prophets he was talking about are all located in the Old Testament. All he was quoting was Isaiah, Jeremiah, Elijah. That's all he was quoting the whole time. That's all Old Testament. That's why he said, think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. Read.
I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill.
No, I just came to enact what they talked about. What they said was going to happen with this certain brother that was going to drop down. That's me. I'm doing it. Go ahead.
For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law.
So you ask wifey, like we tell these brothers on a basic level, is heaven still here?
Gone.
Is earth still here?
Gone.
What did Christ say?
Not one jot or tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled.
Right. So as long as heaven is here, as long as earth is here, all the law is still here. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments.
What least commandments? The New Testament? With no New Testament. Go ahead.
And shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven.
There it is. And like I said, yeah, you'll be the least in the kingdom of heaven, but Luke 16 shows you that heaven and hell are separated by the span of the Most High. So you be the greatest being in the right hand, and then you'll be the least being in hell on the left hand. So that's what he means.
Romans 15:4.
We just looked out, right? We brought out Romans 15:4 a few minutes ago. There's a million scriptures you can show her, and we got them. And there's we got classes called like "Is the Law Done Away With?" Paul versus the law. We did a lot of these classes, man, to show you that no, it's not done away with. All right, give me Romans 3:31 real quick.
Romans chapter 3, verse 31. Do we then make void the law through faith? The Most High forbid.
Right. Just because you believe in Christ, does that make void the law? He said the Most High forbid. You see that? Like I said, read Romans. Keep reading all through there. Romans 7, read Romans 3. Let me see what this is.
I always take you to the last page in the book.
Yeah, Revelation. If you take away from or add to, Most High blot your name out of the book of life. That's the whole book. All right. Baruch chapter 4 and 1.
Baruch chapter 4 and verse 1. This is the book of the commandments of the Most High, and the law that endureth forever.
For how long?
Forever.
Till Christ comes?
Forever.
Sounds pretty concrete to me. This is the book of the commandments of the Most High, which, if you know about Baruch, he was Jeremiah's scribe, so this is Old Testament. So he's saying in the Old Testament is one of the Old Testament characters saying, this book is the law that endures forever. All right? What was it, Jeremiah 1 and 8? I'm sorry, Joshua 1 and 8. Sure. This is the book of the law, or this book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein. For then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. So, I mean, there's more. We keep going.
2 Timothy.
Huh?
2 Timothy 3:16.
Study to show thyself approved, right? But you know, we got to keep it like what, New Testament for them, so they can understand that Christ didn't do away with the law.
All scripture do. God.
Perfect. Read that.
2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16. All scripture is given by inspiration of the Most High, and is profitable for doctrine.
Wait. Read that again.
All scripture is
Some
given.
scripture?
All scripture.
A few scriptures.
All scripture.
The ones I like.
All scriptures.
The ones my mama told me.
All scripture.
The ones pastor uses to take my money.
All scripture.
Okay.
Is given by inspiration of the Most High.
So he said all scripture is the mouth of the Most High. Because I know what you mean, man. There's Facebook prophets out there talking about Paul was just giving his opinion. The scriptures say all scripture. All scripture was given by inspiration of the Most High. Y'all see that? So that's him, the Most High, inspiring that. He's using that guy as a puppet to tell you what he wants. All right? What's that? Yeah, you can read that. It's a little deeper, but go ahead.
Sorry, verse 14.
Yeah, read it.
This is 2 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 14. But their minds were blinded, for until this day remaineth the same veil untaken away in the reading of the Old Testament, which veil is done away in Christ.
Did he say that the Old Testament was done away in Christ, or the veil was done away in Christ? So Christ was here to take away the veil so that you could see the Old Testament. Y'all see that? It's a good scripture. They just plainly told you right there you're supposed to read the Old Testament without the veil. Y'all see that? And that was the purpose of Christ. And it's telling you that in the New Testament. Read.
But even until this day, when Moses is read, the veil is upon their heart.
See? The point of Christ was to take away that veil, take away you misunderstanding the Old Testament. Christ wanted to give you the understanding. He wanted to make sure it was clear to you. But to this day, people reading the Old Testament like, oh, I don't know, can't nobody keep all them laws, and they put the veil right back on. But Christ came down and all he did was perform everything that was in the New Testament, or in the Old Testament. Y'all see that? Where you at? You finished?
Oh, that was it goes to verse 16. Nevertheless, when it shall turn to the Lord, the veil shall be taken away.
See? Even in the future, or not the future, but when you turn to the Most High, he takes away the veil for you to what? Go back to the first verse.
But their minds were blinded, for until this day remaineth the same veil untaken away in the reading of the Old Testament.
See that? He takes away the veil from you being able to understand the Old Testament. That's what he does. When you turn to the truth, you be able to understand the Old Testament. When you really want to follow Christ, that's what you got to show her, man, is that she's not really trying to follow Christ, because Christ was an adherer to the Old Testament. Everything he said was a quote from the Old Testament. Wish I had my other Bible here. I had it all marked, like everything he was saying. But if you get one of those study Bibles, you read the words of Christ, and then in the middle column, it'll have a little letter, and then it'll show you some Old Testament scripture that Christ is quoting. You see that? That's what he does all day. That's what he did all day. He just quoted Isaiah, quoted Jeremiah, quoted these prophets, quoted the law. Matter of fact, what was that? I think it's Matthew 10 or something like that. No. Was it Luke 10? The rich man came up to him and said, what should I do to inherit eternal life? He said, keep the commandments. Well, that's in the Old Testament. Especially at the time of Christ, but the New Testament wasn't written yet. Got to keep hammering that point home, right? It wasn't written yet. So what commandments was he talking about? Keep the Most High's commandments. The Mosaic ones. Way back. You find it?
Law. You said Luke?
Yeah. You remember a lot, then you forget a lot.
It's in Matthew 19, 16 to 24.
That sounds right. Yeah. Yeah, Matthew 19, 17. Matthew 19, 16. And behold, one came and said unto him, Good master, what good thing shall I do that I may have eternal life? And he said unto him, Why callest you me good? There is none good but one, that is the Most High. But if you will enter into life, keep the commandments. What commandments? He asked him. He said unto him, Which? Your commandments? My mama commandments? No. Jesus said, Thou shalt do no murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Which commandments is Christ quoting? Old Testament, Exodus chapter 20.
That's right.
That's what he's quoting. You show her that. That's what he was telling this man to inherit eternal life. Now, if Christ was true when he said, I think it was St. John 10 and 14, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No man coming to the Father but by me. This is the way he's talking about. You got to do it his way. He didn't commit no murder. He didn't commit adultery. He didn't steal. He didn't bear false witness. You got to do what he did. Those are the commandments. That's the Old Testament. You got to do that. Huh? All right. And again, check those other classes out because, like I said, that's a whole class about the Old Testament done away with, the law done away with, all that. We got whole classes where you get pages of notes on that. And that was just a few.
Next question. Do I have the right to divorce my wife if she's trying to get me to celebrate pagan holidays with her?
Wasn't that like last night's class?
Come on.
1 Corinthians 7. Unbelieving wife, sanctified by the husband. You keep believing, you stay with her or whatever, but if she start making it like that's, yeah, it says if they be pleased to dwell with you. If they start making it like you celebrating Hanukkah and the feast days is gonna like make them jump out a window, let them jump. Bye. You said don't be trying to save them. Watch, let's get it.
This is 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 12.
Yeah.
But to the rest speak I, not the Most High, if any brother hath a wife that believeth not, and she be pleased to dwell with them, let him not put her away.
Right, see, you ain't got to put her away. He said you don't have to divorce her just because you in the truth and she don't believe yet. You ain't got to put her away. Go ahead.
Verse 13, and a woman which hath an husband that believeth not, and if he be pleased to dwell with her, let her not leave him.
And vice versa. She ain't got to leave her husband if he don't believe. Go ahead.
For the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife, and the unbelieving wife is sanctified by the husband.
See that you're doing righteousness and everything like that is eventually gonna lead her to righteousness. She's gonna see how her life is going crappy and she gotta come to you for answers all the time, and she gonna start leaning toward that way if she got any damn sense. If she don't, then the Most High meant death and destruction for her, and sorry you wasted your time. But read on.
Else were your children unclean, but now are they holy.
Right, go ahead.
But if the unbelieving depart, let him depart.
Right. But see, if she decide that, you know what, I'm taking Christmas to the grave and screw you and I'm leaving you and all this stuff like that, let her go. You get you another one. Most High said, seek me first, all these things will be added unto you. So let her ass go. Take the kids too. If she done defiled the kids where they don't want to depart from Christmas, take them. Most High will make a better nation out of you. He told Moses that. And he's telling her that, even though she don't believe in what the Most High told Moses. But ask her what part she don't believe, because they'll all say that, and then they'll go pay tithes at church. That's Old Testament. They'll all say that, and then go read Psalms. Psalms is Old Testament. What's wrong with you? You go teach your kids about David and Goliath in Sunday school, and then talk about the Old Testament's done away with. Where did you read me that story from? What about Noah's Ark? Adam and Eve. You're going to throw all that away? That's all Old Testament. How is that done away with Christ? That don't make sense, right? Then at the same time, you go through Hebrews chapter 11, through faith, these people inherited this. And who do they bring up? Everybody in the Old Testament. That don't make sense, man. The whole New Testament is littered with references to the Old Testament. Matter of fact, they were all one book until like what, 100 AD? They were all separate books. They didn't have no like separation. There wasn't no New Testament, Old Testament till like 100 AD. 100 years after the death of Christ. So, you know, you can show her that. You know, you can go into the section on Bible in the Zondervan Pictorial Dictionary, and I'm sure they'll show you how that the Bible wasn't separated in the New and Old Testament till a certain time. You got a Zondervan with you?
No, I left that one.
Yeah, I haven't memorized it, man, so I can't remember, but I remember reading that way back.
From my understanding as well, I thought that it was literally called the first and second covenant. And when they put the words old and new, it's like a play on words because it gets people, oh, that's the old, that's old.
Right.
In with the new, out with the old.
Yeah.
But it's really the first and second covenant. It's not even like the Old or New Testament. It's one book joined together with the coming of Christ.
No, like I said, there's so much to bash that over the head with, and there's whole classes on it, so she can go into that. What else?
Somebody asked a question on the verses you just read. It says, what does it mean that the wife is sanctified if she's not following, but the husband is following, or vice versa?
She's going to be in the right place at the right time because of you. She's going to be with you. Sanctified just means delivered from destruction. Let's look it up. Yeah, I mean set apart or delivered from destruction. Who got it?
I got it on Webster. Cool. Webster's definition of sanctify is to set apart to a sacred purpose or to religious use, consecrate, to free from sin, purify. The definition 3 is to impart or impute sacredness, inviolability, or respect to.
Right, I like that it said purify. She's going to be purified through you. If somebody's spilling water on me, he going to get wet. Huh? If he got mud on him, if somebody's splashing water, throwing water on me or dumping water on me, guess what? Some part of him is going to get clean. Huh? And that's how it is, man. She goes see all the blessings the Most High is throwing at you, see how you're cleaning your life up, and it's going to start getting her clean. You see that? And because you're constantly getting yourself clean, she can't get you dirty. So just hang around her enough. Eventually, that's going to start washing that mud and dirt off her. So that's what that means is, you know, you're going to be sanctified. You're going to start being purified by that husband by hanging around him. If I hang around dirty, filthy people, if I hang around wicked people, I'm going to get wicked. But if I hang around righteous people, I'm going to start learning their ways. That's just how it works. Something's going to rub off. You know what I mean? Try it. You know what I mean? You hang around people that want to work out all the damn time, eventually you're going to be in the gym. You're going to start looking at yourself like, damn, I am getting a little fat. Because all workout people talk about is the 1 ounce of fat they gained last Tuesday. You know what I mean? I got to hit the gym in the sauna, man. I got to melt this off, brother. You see this? You see this right here? Underneath this pec right here, bro? That's all they do. You're going to be sitting over there like, God damn. First, you're going to be mad. Then after a few weeks of hanging out with these guys, you're going to be like, you're going to be doing the same thing. You're going to be looking at burgers like, oh, man, I already know where this is going. They told me exactly where this is going.
Right here.
You know what I mean? That's going underneath my pectoral muscle, my pectoralis major. You're going to start talking like me. So you stay around her. That's what's going to happen. She going to start talking like you. As long as you keep in the spirit. So that's what it's saying is, you know, it's sanctified, meaning they're going to start being cleansed by your conversation. Matter of fact, get that one while they behold your chaste conversation. First Peter 3. Two.
Yeah, 1 Peter 3:2.
Oh, 3 and 2. Okay, I'm like, I'm not off my whole chapter.
1 Peter chapter 3 and verse 2. While they behold your chaste conversation.
Sorry, one.
Come. Verse 1. Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands, that, if any obey not the word, they also without the word being won by the conversation of the wives, while they behold your chaste conversation, coupled with fear.
See? While they look at you talking about the Most High, that's gonna win them over. If that can happen with sisters, then how much can happen with a woman's husband? See that? Just like you convinced her to do all that freaky stuff in the bedroom, that rubbed off. Now she do it. See that? How'd you get her into a marriage? You was talking to her, convincing her, chasing her around, talking to her, and if she eventually wanted to be a part of what you was on. Of course, it's a little harder in the truth. All right, it's a little harder that way, but as you keep living your life, the Most High is going to show her. Now, if she starts talking about, you know what, it's Christmas or die, or Christmas or I'm going to shoot you in the face, leave her. You'll get another one if you need one. All right?
Colin.
Next question. This is the last question. It says, where in the Bible does it say the Most High, where in the Bible does it Most High say we can change our slave names to Hebrew, or whom is allowed to do so? Or how do you earn a Hebrew name, and where's it?
The damn thing from last night. This guy's asking the same damn questions.
Well, apparently she said that her question wasn't answered last night. It was skipped.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why she's asking it again today.
Questions wasn't answered last night.
It wasn't answered last night.
Okay. Okay, read it again. I just remember seeing it. You're right. I don't remember the answer.
I remember seeing it too.
1 second. It says, where in the Bible does it say the Most High say we can change our slave names to Hebrew, or whom is allowed to do so, or do you earn a Hebrew name, and where's in the Bible that we can do so? I guess they're asking, how do we earn our Hebrew names?
Where can you change your name? I mean, there's plenty of examples of people that got their name changed. Like when you read in Judges, Gideon's name was Jerubbaal. Daniel's name was Belteshazzar in the Babylonian Empire. Saul was changed to Paul in the book of Acts. Joshua was Hoshea before Moses changed his name to Joshua. Jacob got his name changed to Israel in the book of Genesis chapter 34 or 35. I think it was 34.
Abraham.
Right. So there's plenty of times where the Most High would give people a name and change it, and men would give people a name, because Moses changed Joshua's name from Hoshea to Joshua. So the man you know is Joshua in the book we just read. All right, Joshua 1:8. His name was Hoshea. And you'll even see it like that in the Apocrypha. When you read the Apocrypha, they refer to themselves as Hoshea in that book. I think we just read it last week in Exodus, where he changed his name to Hoshea, from Hoshea to Joshua. So far as like we're talking about like the authority given to man to do that.
She said, I've been told that the Hebrew names that are given to the priests are not the Bible. I need confirmation, please. That's what she just read.
The Hebrew names given to the priests are not in the Bible?
Yeah. I guess that's what she kind of said.
Yeah, and again, these names that are given to men, we get that authority being what you call a Christian, I guess, a follower of Christ. All right, they were first called Christians in the book of Acts. Was it chapter 6? He said they were first called Christians in Antioch. But being like Christ, we're gonna name a person according to the Spirit, not according to the names we were given in the world. All right, because in the world you was given a name like Portia because your mom couldn't afford a Porsche. Right, so you was Portia or Diamond or whatever else your parents couldn't afford. That was what they put on you. Bill, right? That's all I see is Bill. So you're Bill. You know what I mean? That's the name you got in the world. But when you get in the truth, people analyze your spirit. When you learn the knowledge of the scriptures, when you got to a certain point in the scriptures, the brother would see your spirit, and sometimes your name would get changed, or the Most High would change your name. He said the angel will tell you that ain't your name no more. Well, we got to, again, give me Genesis 34 real quick. We'll go to the story with Jacob.
5 and 10.
35 and 10.
And the Most High said unto him, Thy name is Jacob. Thy name shall not be called Jacob anymore. Be called any more Jacob, Salakia. But Israel shall be thy name. And he called his name Israel.
Okay, hold on with that. Because wait, you got 35 and 10?
35 and 10.
When he wrestled with the angel?
Yeah.
That's 32. Mm-hmm.
32 and 24.
Oh, okay. And 28 is the first week. He changed his name on there. Verse 28, 32, 28.
Right, that's it. 32, 28. I don't know why I don't remember that right off. But when you read it says this is Genesis 32:28, and he said, Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hast prevailed. Now, when you read up, and Jacob was left alone, verse 24, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. You see that? He was dealing with an angel. That wasn't the actual Most High that did that, but this angel changed his name. Told him, this is your name from the Most High. All right, so as men, yeah. As spiritual men, you see a brother and you know he's in the truth and he's proved himself and he's done these certain things. You start to see his spirit kind of unfold in the real him, the one that he can use to honor the Most High. A brother might say, you know what, your name's not gonna be Pookie no more. You know what I mean? I don't know what to do with Pookie. Your name's Daniel, Judgment of God. You know what I mean? You might get a name that's more fitting of your station in life instead of Pookie Jenkins. Sorry. You know what I mean? We gotta apologize in advance for that. Yeah, no, we can't take Pookie to the kingdom, man. You know what I mean? We can't take Tyrone that used to be the heartbreaker and got Erykah Badu singing bad. You know what I mean? We can't take him to the kingdom. We gotta take him the brother that's righteous now. The one that's not a whoremonger no more. Y'all see that? We can't take Baby Boy. What was his name? Jody. We can't take Jody to the kingdom, man. You know what I mean? What kind of name is Jody, man? Like, we can't take that to the kingdom, bro. So yeah, a brother change your name, man. We Hebrew Israelites. We're not Americans. So once you come to your true nationality of saying you're a Hebrew Israelite, then you gotta have a name that the Most High put on you, and that's what your names are when you get a Hebrew name. It's in Deuteronomy, I think it is. Or we just read it. Let me get it. We just read it in Exodus, I think.
Oh, in the reading?
Numbers 6 and 27. There it is. Wow, I don't know how I don't know this one. Wow. Oh, God. Memory. Number 6, verse, start at 22.
Numbers chapter 6 and verse 22.
And this is the prayer we're going to do after class, which we do every week. So go ahead.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron and unto his sons, saying, On this wise ye shall bless the children of Israel, saying unto them.
So this was the Most High giving his authority to men to bless the children of Israel in this way. Go ahead.
The Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. They shall put my name upon the children of Israel.
Right. So we supposed to put the Most High's name on the children of Israel. So generally, any Hebrew name is going to involve the name of the Most High, or it's going to involve something that you have a meaning to the Most High in this way. All right? And so that's going to be given to you by the Spirit. But you're seeing that these men were given the authority to change people's names or put the Most High's name on a person. All right? So that's where we get that authority from. If you want to know, like, where we get the audacity to change your brother's name from. All right? Because I know that's probably how he's asking you. Like, show me a scripture where brothers get to change brothers' names. That's it. Okay? Beside the fact that you got, again, Christ changing Peter's name. Who else? Who's the other brother? Paul got his name changed.
Or
Saul to Paul. Man, there was a lot, man. Simeon was surname, or Simon was Peter, right? Again, Gideon, Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, all had different names in the Babylonian kingdom. Joseph's name was Zaphnath-Paneah in Egypt. Also Imhotep.
Was Elisha? Was his name, or Elijah?
Elijah?
Was one of those two things their name changed? Was John?
Not that I can remember. There's a lot though, man.
Abraham.
Yeah, we brought up Abraham to Abram went from Abram to Abraham. Sarah went from Sarah to Shariah, to my princess to my princess. Wow. I said Gideon. It's a lot of brothers, but there was a lot of name changing going on. All right, and you were named according to your spirit. Like when you talk about Nabal in 1 Samuel, it talks about that Nabal, fool was his name, and foolishness was in him. So his parents saw him at a young age and was like, Nabal, you're a fool. That's sad. You know, it's even sadder that you get married to a man and his name's Fool. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's a few of those type of name changes. You know, again, anything where you see so and so surname so and so, they had two different names. All right, you think cats was running around that was Hebrews called Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? Nah, those aren't Hebrew names. Those are Greek and Roman names put on Hebrew people. All right, so they were known in Rome as these names, and it was known among their own people as different names. All right, Christ, his name wasn't Jesus Christ. That's what the Romans decided to call him. We know him. That was Yahweh Shai. All right, that's how his mama knew him, Yahweh Shai, or what you might call that name Joshua nowadays. In that same scripture, you got brothers changed the names of places they were at because of that. In the same scripture in Genesis 32, Jacob changed the whole name of that city to Peniel, which means face of God. So, yeah, men have the authority. Remember, where's that authority given to us? Genesis chapter 1. Adam was given authority to name all the animals on the earth, including human beings. So we got that from the beginning. You get to change people's names if you need to.
Okay, so this is the last question. According to the law, can we eat chicken and turkey or not? Please explain briefly the second Exodus and the wilderness.
It finally made it into the classroom. I was waiting for it. Wow. They hit you with the chickens only got 3 toes or whatever. Chickens got the same feet as doves, and doves are clean animals. Yeah, it tells you in Leviticus 11 all the fowls that you can eat. And it says it creeps on all 4s, and then some idiot got in there talking about, well, it's talking about the amount of toes they have, and chickens got 4 toes, but so do doves. So tell them to study. All right, read Leviticus 11, and read what's on the page. Don't make up nothing else. All right, because those are the fowls you can eat and the ones you can't eat. Yeah, I was waiting for that one. That's funny. That's sad.
That's it. That was the last question.
Yeah. Yeah, lawfully read Leviticus 11, and it'll tell you everything that got that's fowls, and if it creeps on all 4s, it's talking about like bats, because bats, they fly, but they creep on all 4s. They crawl on their feet and on their wings. All right, they got little hands on their wings. Don't eat those. Those are flying mice. They're rodents. Let's see. All they do is eat bugs and everything like that. Yeah, that's all the. Remember, you can't deal with doctrines of men and fables and stuff like that. You got to just go with what's in the scriptures. It gives you the criteria. If they crawl on all 4s, talk about they crawl on their hands and feet, then you can't eat them. So you can't be eating a platypus. All right, it's unlawful. Things that crawl like that, you can't eat them. It's as simple as that. They gotta have feathers. They gotta have, they gotta have a certain way of walking. It's right there in Leviticus 11. It's all there.
There's a brother that got a whole hour breakdown on why it's off.
Yeah, because he's like trying to trace him down to Esau science with being reptilian and all this stuff. Like, you can do that with anybody. Look at your skin. Look at the back of your hand.
No, he didn't go that deep. He was just saying Hebrew because of the Hebrew, how it's translated.
Really?
Yeah.
He said how the Hebrew is translated.
He said the way it's translated is talking about, he was saying a cuckoo. It was called the cuckoo, is the bird that they're referring to in the scriptures, and he was saying the chicken is the cuckoo. But they didn't start calling chicken the cuckoo till like the 1800s. Now it's way after the Bible was translated.
Yeah. Well, that's, again, let's start it off here. We're at Leviticus 11. Give me the part where it talks about the fowls. And we'll just go through the criteria. So if you don't know what a kite and a gear eagle and a ossifrage and all this stuff is, read the criteria and it'll make it easy for you. Yeah.
And these are they which ye shall have in abomination among the fowls. They shall not be eaten. They are an abomination. The eagle and the ossifrage and the osprey and the vulture.
See, if you don't know what none of that is, keep going.
And the kite after his kind. Every raven after his kind. And the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckow, and the hawk after his kind, and the little owl, and the cormorant, and the great owl, and the swan, and the pelican, and the gear eagle, and the stork, the heron after her kind, and the lapwing, and the bat. All fowls that creep, going upon all 4, shall be an abomination unto you.
Right, so he's giving you some more criteria. All the fowls that creep, going on all 4, those are abomination to you. If they walk around on all 4, if they use their wings and everything like that, don't mess with no bats. But he already said bats, right? But he didn't say platypus. So what do? You go to the criteria. They crawling on all 4s. If they've got wings and don't fly, don't eat them. If they got wings and they fly and they fit these criteria, don't eat them. Most of these birds that he named are like birds of prey. Most of these birds he named, that when you study their anatomy, the way they process their food is messed up. All right, they're just only meant to process like either other disgusting animals and disgusting insects, or they eat grass, but they process it the wrong way. Like, you know, he told you not to eat a rabbit, but when you study why not to eat a rabbit, well, why can't you eat a rabbit? They just eat carrots and grass, right? Bugs Bunny, he just eats clean foods. What's wrong with them? Well, their body ain't made to process the chlorophyll and stuff that's in plants. So what they have to do is they don't produce rumen in their stomachs like a cow does. Rumen is the thing that breaks down the chlorophyll in the plants. So they poop, and right before they poop, that's where their gland is that shoots out the rumen into the food, right? So the poop is now being processed, and the chlorophyll is all being broke down and everything. So they turn around and eat their own poop. Don't eat those animals. See that? So, you know, there's studies of, you know, why you can't eat the shark. Well, study the shark then. Again, if the chicken ain't on the list, if the chicken's not specifically mentioned on there, go study the chicken and see how they did. All right? Because when you deal with a shark, right? Shark is full of pee. They swim through the water all day. They don't stop to pee. They don't stop and urinate. Their gills and the way they're set up is not made to process the water that's coming in through their gills and everything like that. So they basically, their waste and everything just stays in them. Stays in their blood, stays in their flesh, everything. So they're just full of pee. Don't eat those. They're full of waste. They don't process their waste the right way. Y'all see that? Same thing with camels. Camels, they're basically full of piss. They don't process their waste the right way. It stays in that hump. All that juice is in that hump is not clean water. That's pee. All right? They store all of their waste in their body, in the fat. All right? That fat ass hump on there is not for eating, because it's urine. Y'all see that? So yeah, their body don't process the waste the right way. They only got one stomach and they eat grass. Cool. But the way they process things ain't right. Okay? So the Most High said, don't eat those.
Don't somebody eat that for a delicacy? Camel?
Yeah, Arabs.
Yeah.
Camel hump, camel testicles, all that. They kill it.
Yeah. What are you eating? Saying on Rush Hour, you know, he was asking Jackie Chan what he was eating at one point, and he was like, camel's hump.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, that's sick, man.
Yeah, it's pee. Yeah. But yeah, so far as the chicken thing, like, we didn't really go out of our way to like study that one, because it's a fowl, it got feathers, you know what I mean? It's not a bird of prey like an eagle or a vulture. It doesn't eat waste and dead things. And then of course you got the other people to argue and be like, but yeah, if you lock it in the pen, then it'll eat its own and blah blah blah. People do that. You know what I mean? Well, we know people ain't lawful to eat anyway. But any animal will do that, will turn to eating its own if you lock it in a cage and it get hungry enough. Bugs Bunny should have taught you that. You know what I mean? What was that? When they got locked on the island and the one look at the other one and you turn into a steak? Yep. Everybody do that. You get hungry enough, everything look like food. Alright? So yeah, you can't use that to just prove chickens. It ain't in the scripture to say don't eat chickens. It gave you a list. If you look it up and you find out that chicken was a cuckoo back in the day, then okay. But we ain't looked it up and found that. You ain't found that anywhere.
Somebody asked two different questions on what you're talking about now. Can we eat the organs of an animal, or were they used for sacrifice? And then someone said, what about organs, mainly liver?
We used to burn that. When you go into the law of the Passover, Exodus 12, he showed us how we were supposed to prepare the Passover, and we even though we roasted the Passover with the pertinence, with everything in it, when you ate the food, you didn't eat the pertinence. All right. Most of the organs are meant to process blood. So when you get to Genesis, is it 6? Yeah. The blood is the life.
That's 9 and 4.
Genesis 9 and 4. He's given the instruction to Noah. Go ahead.
But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat.
See that? So flesh with the life, with the blood in it, you ain't supposed to eat it. Your heart, you don't eat the hearts. The liver, you don't eat the liver because that's all the blood. The gizzards, you don't eat that. That's all processing blood. That's why when you eat it, it tastes like a bunch of dried blood. It tastes like you eat a scab or something. All right? You ain't supposed to eat that. That's just blood. All right? He said that's why even when you drain your food, you drain all the blood out of it because he said flesh with the life thereof. Well, certain parts of the flesh are only made for that. They're all just a bunch of clumped up blood. You know what I mean? Kidneys and stuff like that. That's meant for blood processing. So all that's gonna be in there is blood. It's not even the actual flesh. Y'all see that? It's just all blood in there. What's that?
It's the same. It's reiterating the same thing.
Oh, it's reiterated, right? Leviticus 17:14 tell you the same thing. So yeah, you don't mess with the we didn't eat monkey brains and cow brains and all that stuff like that. No, that was for people that's starving to death. Eat the flesh. Eat the flesh, drain the blood out. You know what I mean? We were built higher than that. All right? You don't eat the bone marrow. All right? Like a lot of people like to suck their chicken bones and stuff like that. My grandpa used to do that weird stuff.
Or eat the bone.
Yeah, don't do that.
So you said we can't eat gizzards?
Yeah, gizzards, livers, kidneys, the heart, all that. We didn't mess with all that.
Is that a certain type of part of the animal, the gizzard?
I used to like the gizzards actually because KFC used to give you like a whole box of gizzards fried up.
I think it was like that.
It was good as hell. But
is that like that?
Now,
like that
nah.
whole part? The gizzard? What part is the gizzard?
I forgot which part. Is it?
Isn't that like that hanging part?
No.
Intestines or something.
Yeah, like a sack.
Yeah, it's part of the processing part.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well.
Nothing. I was about to answer something. Say this next question. Somebody asks, if we can't be with other nations, why Deuteronomy 21:10? Can we marry another woman outside of Israel?
What we saying is get 1 Kings 11:1. But let's go to Deuteronomy where they're talking about first. Let's go there.
I got 1 Kings.
Where in Deuteronomy?
21.
Yeah. Where in Deuteronomy is that?
21.
21 and 10.
21:10.
Verses 10 to 14.
Deuteronomy chapter 21 and verse 10. When thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, and the Lord thy God hath delivered them into thy hand, and thou hast taken them captive, and seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and hast a desire unto her, that thou wouldest have her to thy wife, then thou shalt bring her home to thine house, and she shall shave her head, and par her nails, and she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, and shall remain in thine house, and be well her father and her mother a full month, and after that thou shalt go in unto her, and be her husband, and she shall be thy wife.
Right. So, a lot of people, as they go into trying to graft the other nations in. I mean, we got 12 tribes of Israel that you're dealing with. That's one thing. 12 whole tribes of women that you get to choose from. But if you need you a Becky, you need you a Ling Ling, and that's what your heart desires, he's telling you, when we conquered these nations, when we wiped them out, and they didn't have nothing to go back to, but you was like, I'm going to take this one. Okay, then you're going to humble her. You're going to shave her hair off. You're going to cut her all her nails all the way down. You don't cut off you, so she can't scratch you and give you none of their weird diseases or nothing. And you're gonna basically humble her down. She's gonna have to be changed almost into an Israelite. She's gonna have to be humbled all the way down to where she don't even deal like a nation no more. If you get that nowadays, you're lucky, but it's gonna be hard to find. You're gonna be hard pressed to get you a Becky. We're gonna be in the same situation as the brother before. That's gonna give up Christmas, all her white privilege, all the 4th of July and all that stuff like that, and follow you being a black Hebrew Israelite or whatever. That's gonna be hard to find. All right, but he's showing you the process. This was in conquering, in war. Brothers wasn't coming back home among Israelite women for years. So if you found one out there and you want to make her your wife and do whatever, then you did this process. All right, this is in war. But so far as the nation of Israel, this is what you got. Go to Tobit.
Tobit chapter 4, verse 12. Beware of all whoredom, my son, and chiefly take a wife of the seed of thy fathers.
Right.
And take not a strange woman to wife, which is not of thy father's tribe. For we are the children of the prophets, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Remember, my son, that our fathers from the beginning, even that they all married wives of their own kindred, and were blessed in their children, and their seed shall inherit the land.
Right, see, so the scriptures are showing you, we got these men of scripture showing you that you gotta follow after what the Most High has laid down. You should go after women of your own tribe. You should go after women of your own nation. All right, the tribe meaning nation, not meaning you're a Jew. You gotta be with a Jew. All right, it's talking about your tribe like you're as in your nation.
Exodus.
What was that, sir? Tobit what?
Tobit 4 and 12.
Give that 1 Kings 11 verse 1.
God.
1 Kings chapter 11, verse 1. But King Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Sidonians, and Hittites.
Right, see, so read it again and read it slower so we can break down each one of these nations.
But King Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites.
Right, so he loved the daughters of Pharaoh, right, the Egyptian women. Go ahead.
Women of the Moabites.
Right, Moabites, right, these are other nations outside of Israel. Go ahead.
Ammonites.
Ammonites, go ahead.
Edomites.
So Ammon and Moab were the children of Lot. They were the children of incest. He liked these women, right? Go ahead.
Edomites.
Edomites, so-called white women, Becky's. Go ahead.
Sidonians.
Zidonians, Africans, right? Go ahead.
And Hittites.
And Hittites. Go ahead.
Of the nations concerning which the Lord said unto the children of Israel, ye shall not go into them, neither shall they come in unto you, for surely they will turn your heart away after their gods.
Right, he says, surely they will turn away your heart after their gods. Y'all see that? So this is why he didn't want us to deal with those people. Was it in here? It exists. I think it's in Exodus 23. I'm trying to read it real quick. But he said, yeah. You got it?
It's Exodus 34, verse 16.
What was it? What verse is that?
34 and 16.
Yeah, there it is. It's verse 11, 34:11. Observe thou that which I command thee this day. Behold, I drive out before thee the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite. He said, take heed to thyself, lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land whither thou goest. lest it be for a snare in the midst of thee. But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves. For thou shalt worship no other God, for the Most High, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a whoring after their gods, and do sacrifice unto their gods, and one call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifice. And thou take of their daughters unto thy sons, and their daughters go a whoring after their gods, and make thy sons go a whoring after their gods. So when you're reading in 1 Kings 11, is that it came to pass. We went messing with them, and there it is. He went after their gods. Y'all see that? So what you're seeing when you're, why are we dealing with strictly Israelite women? Yes, there was a provision that, for these warriors going out to war, not being around their family, not being in their nation for years. That they saw one of these women, they could take them, break them down, and make them basically servants. They're basically servants that you sleep with. They're like concubines. All right, but he put wives on there because you're sleeping with them. You're putting them on that status. But that's why when you go, what we were reading last week, about if you get him another wife, right?
That's a couple verses down.
There's a couple verses down from where we were. Let's go back there, because he said if you get him another wife, he wasn't supposed to diminish what he gave the first one.
21:15.
There you go.
Deuteronomy chapter 21 and verse 15. If a man have two wives, one be beloved and the other hated, and they have borne him children.
No, that's the other one. It should be around here. 21:10. So we read this last week. 21 verse 7. And if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the men servants do. If she please not her master, who has betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To sell her unto a strange nation, he shall have no power, seeing he hath dealt deceitfully with her. And if he hath betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. Right? If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. And if he do not these three unto her, then shall she go out free without money. Now this was actually Israelites though. So if your Israelite daughter was having to be a maidservant to a man, and he got him another wife, he couldn't diminish what he got from her. Now, so far as these nations, these are what you read in that first scripture that she pulled. That was for acts of war. When we went out, we conquered these nations. We basically broke them down. But you got situations like the walls of Jericho, and what was her name? Rahab the harlot. Now, I don't say nobody ended up going and marrying her that I seen, but you had Rahab the harlot. She became basically broke down as an Israelite. She was saved from the destruction of her nation, and she basically was engrafted in. So there was plenty of times where that was done, but again, in this day and age, do you have to do that? No. You got plenty of Israelite women all over the place. You got so-called Negroes, West Indians, Haitians, Dominicans, Guatemalans, Cubans, Puerto Ricans, Chileans, Argentinians. You got all these different nations you get to choose from. Beside the ones scattered all over the world, Ghanaian women, you know what I mean? You got these different types of women that you don't gotta go into purposefully looking for a Becky. All right? But that was a law there that we had, that if you were conquering these nations, you could break one of these women down. At one point, we took a few women from another nation to basically killed off their husbands, and anyone that was pregnant, we killed them, and then we reproduced with them, They were just basically the womb to breed a new nation of Israelites. But the Most High did warn us is that these people would lead our hearts into other gods. And that was the problem when you get to Solomon's time and when you get to brothers even before him.
Samson.
Because, you know, when you deal, Samson with Delilah, she was a Philistine woman.
What's that? His father and his mother, in verse, they have told him, why can't you take a woman of your nation?
Right.
You get brought, like, so it was like, it wasn't customary to be, for us to even like, they would look at you crazy basically if you brought your, like a woman of another nation to your parents and said, hey, I want to marry her.
Yeah, Peter in Acts chapter 10, he was saying it's not even lawful for a man to sit with them of another nation. So that's what Peter was saying at the time of Acts. You know what I mean? So we weren't dealing with these nations for the main reason for this is the Most High says it right there, is that they will surely lead your heart into other gods. Now, when you deal with Moses, did it happen like that with him? No. He had an Ethiopian woman and a Midianite woman, and neither one of them could lead him astray from the Most High. The only thing that could hurt him was himself. David, he had women of other nations, but did they lead him astray? No. Solomon, it happened to him. So to avoid the whole 50-50 chance that might happen, the Most High said, don't deal with them. Deal with your own nation. Drink waters out of your own cistern, like the scriptures say. All right? But yeah, that was a wartime kind of benefit of a soldier, so that he didn't end up getting on rape charges or nothing like that. He could break down a woman and use her as a wife. All right? But it's not for us to go out there. It's not for us to go out there doing one of two things. You're not going out there purposefully looking for these women in the other nations. And then on the other side, you're not questioning a woman to death to find out if she got Esau on her great ancestor side and all this stuff. And then you find that out and you're like, I'm kicking you and the kids out. I knew you was wicked. You know what I mean? Like dudes get tired of their chick because she got fat and they want to go into her ancestry all of a sudden. You don't get to do that. All right? That's why Paul said, avoid endless genealogies. All right? Well, let's get on to the next question, man.
Next question. How do you fight evil spirits off when at work or in an uncomfortable situation? How to fight off evil spirits. How to fight off evil spirits when you're at work or uncomfortable situations.
Galatians 5:16. 5:16. No, that's
I just want to say that.
Oh, yeah, I got it. Usually I say it wrong. Yeah, Galatians 5:16.
Galatians chapter 5, verse 16. This I say then, walk in the Spirit, and ye shall not fulfill the lust of the flesh.
All right, so y'all brothers, y'all gonna start getting these scriptures, right? What's the Spirit?
Word.
Well, show me.
We said up here.
Yeah.
Oh, it's St. John 6 and 68.
Let's get that. St. John 6 and 63, right?
6 and 63.
What is the Spirit? He said, walk in the Spirit, and you will not fulfill the lust of the flesh. So if you're at work, how do you keep from looking at somebody's booty and going off in the back room and doing things with yourself? Read.
St. John chapter 6, verse 63. It is the Spirit that quickeneth. The flesh profited nothing.
What's the Spirit? Go ahead.
The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life.
So where do I find the words that Christ spake unto me?
In the Bible.
In the Bible. So I gotta study, man. If I'm sitting there studying, I'm not gonna look at the chick's breasticles next to me in the next cubicle, right? I'm reading the Bible. If I'm sitting there meditating on the scriptures, I'm not looking around trying to see what I can see through somebody's pant line. I'm reading the Bible. I'm thinking on those things. If I'm really studying, remember, I'm not just reading the Bible, but I'm looking at this, then I'm trying to go in the dictionary and find out what that means, and I'm getting my Zondervan out, and I'm looking at, okay, well, I'm looking up the chicken and I'm trying to find out if that's lawful or not. I ain't looking at booty. Y'all see that? I'm not looking at what I can steal from my coworker's desk. I'm not gossiping. I'm obeying all the commandments just by hanging with the Most High, man. St. John 14 and 26. St. John 17 and 17.
St. John chapter 14, verse 6. And I will pray the Father, and he shall give you another comforter, that he may abide with you forever, even the Spirit of truth,
right,
whom the world cannot receive.
Hold that. 15:26. Read that one.
St. John chapter 15, verse 26. But when the Comforter is come, whom I will send unto you from the Father, even the Spirit of truth.
Even the what?
Spirit of truth.
Right, so this is the Spirit. What Spirit is he talking about? He's talking about the Spirit of truth. Go ahead.
Which proceedeth from the Father, he shall testify of me.
The Spirit of truth is going to testify of Christ. Go ahead.
And he also shall bear witness.
Right, so the Spirit of truth that the Most High is going to send is going to testify of Christ. So what is this Spirit of truth? Give me St. John 17 and 17.
St. John chapter 17, verse 17. Sanctify them through thy truth. Thy word is truth.
Right, so this Spirit of truth is going to be the word that you're holding right in your hands right now. So how do I walk in the Spirit? I got to get into the Spirit of truth. What is the Spirit of truth? It's the Scriptures. Right. Walk in the Spirit and you shall not fulfill the lust of the flesh. How do I walk in the Spirit? St. John 6 and 63. The Spirit quickeneth, the flesh profiteth nothing. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit. Y'all see that? So I'm going into the Word. That's how I walk in the Spirit, so I don't fulfill the lust of the flesh. All right?
That's it. That was the last question.
That was the last one?
No, don't hop up, but that was the last one.
All right. Yeah, that one about the Deuteronomy one, it's troublesome because in this day and age, man, people will be trying to engraft other nations in and do all these things. And all we're trying to avoid is that you go out there looking for somebody just because they're not an Israelite. You know, brothers get mad at the black woman. They want to try to bring a white woman in. That doesn't count. Once you have the knowledge that you ain't supposed to be dealing with these other nations, you're supposed to stick with your tribe, with your nation, right? You got plenty of sisters of all shades and colors and sizes and all that you can deal with without having to go purposefully go get you, because there's reasons. You got to analyze your reasons for doing that. And a lot of brothers, is coming out of the world, you get hurt by a black woman, now you like, I'm going to the opposite end of the spectrum. That's not a reason to do that. Sisters get hurt by a brother, I'm not dealing with brothers no more. I'm dealing with the white man. You know what I mean? It's like your mind state is off. Didn't nobody tell you to go screw everybody before you actually knew them, and then decide that they were not the boyfriend type. You know what I mean? And then get your feelings hurt. You were supposed to test them out. So again, in the kingdom we're in, you're going to have a problem because, for one, nobody got a record of their genealogy that they whip out. They show you that all the way back to the nation of Israel that they're an Israelite. So you might get you the blackest of black women on the planet and find out she's a Edomite. On the other hand, you might turn down some women and find out they weren't Edomites. They was Judah. You know what I mean? It's a touch and go kind of thing. So that's why we tell brothers, like, you're not purposefully going out there to go find these other nations. Yeah, in wartime, yeah, you was in a whole other country or whatever. You was slaughtering their whole families, and they were begging for their life, not for you to not kill them. And you didn't want to end up like the American soldiers going over there trying to assign screwing goats into law. All right, so you wanted to have sex with a human being. So the Most High said you could take one of these nations that you just conquered, but you had to do these things. You had to break them down, break down their pride, break down their physicality, and break down and make them humble. And they had to be following you as a Hebrew Israelite. They couldn't bring their gods with them. They couldn't bring Buddha with them, and you hang out because you like her noodles. All right? You couldn't do all that. She had to be broke down. A lot of brothers see that scripture, and now they want to go out there and just, I'm going to go bang anything. You know what I mean? I can deal with any nation. No, you can't, because they will, the Most High didn't lie, they will lead your heart to other gods. They'll do that because your ways ain't their ways. And in this day and age, you don't get to break them down like we did back then. You know what I mean? You imagine taking Wei Chung and then you grab her up and you like, listen, cut your fingernails off and shave off all your hair before you get with me. She ain't staying with you. Have you seen Asian women's hair? They ain't cutting that off for you. People buying their hair, they're like, You gonna tell them that right off the bat? You got to cut all that off, and now you're a Hebrew Israelite. Now you gotta stop eating pork, shrimp, crab, lobster. Like, whoa, my whole diet? Tell a Vietnamese girl that, she'll throw up in your face. Everything they eat swims and squirts ink and does all that. They ain't trying to hear all that. But good luck. If you can find one, man, it's easier to just get you a black woman that don't like eating everything she see in the ocean. You know what I mean? Or if she do, it's easier to break her down and show her who she is and why she's supposed to eat the right way. You know what I mean? Whereas you go into a whole other nation telling them about a God that's not theirs. They ain't trying to serve some God that ain't Buddha. But like I said, good luck.
There's one more question that came up online. It says, with the notion that Azel means scapegoat, Azel? Or that Azel means scapegoat, is it possible that this has a spiritual connection to the narcissistic dynamic, which includes scapegoats, triangulation, gaslighting, etc.?
It was just a goat, man. There was a spirit, that spirit was out there, Azazel, that received that goat with all your sins on it. All right, but more than likely that spirit was coming to kill anybody that had sin. So that's why you placed your hands on it and you prayed and you said your sins and confessed your sins, and that goat went off into that wilderness to deal with that spirit. It was more than likely heading that spirit off at the pass, kind of like the blood covering the doorway during the Passover. But the scriptures don't go into the way spirits deal, but just seeing, that the death angel would see that blood and pass over your door, more than likely you're dealing with the same situation with Azazel. And they've romanticized this and made whole stories out of it. The movie Fallen got that demon in there, Azazel, and all that stuff like that. And you can read certain books and they'll start naming the angels and demons, and Azazel's one of them and all that stuff. But so far as what the scriptures say, you put your hand on the goat, you confess your sins. The goat went into the wilderness, and what did it say? What scripture is it? Did he talk about?
He did say a scripture.
There's that too. We need the scripture that y'all talking about with some of these, because I don't have all of them memorized. But I don't remember if they even named that. You got it? You see that?
1626 or 16 plus 16.
Is that it? I didn't say it was Azazel in there. Yeah, it doesn't name the actual. See, I let some stuff slip. Let some other stuff I be reading.
Oh, 16:8 is verse 8. I think it actually mentions Azazel. See, in Hebrew it says that
Yeah, that just means the Hebrew word for scapegoat is Azazel. It don't mean that's like, that's why I said is cats do that, and now all of a sudden this is the spirit that lives out in the wilderness and it's waiting for the scapegoat and eats it alive, and next thing you know it's a movie and Azazel jumps from human to human and all this crap like that. That's just the Hebrew word for scapegoat. That's how you say scapegoat in Hebrew. Alright, it'd be like atazal. Alright? That doesn't mean there's an actual demon out there waiting to eat that goat. The scapegoat is what you put your hands on and you let off into the wilderness. It's really enough in English. As I said, a lot of people, before you trying to go into the Hebrew, and next thing you know, they're turning that into a name of a spirit. It's like, no, Azazel's the goat. Alright? As I said from the beginning, like the spirit had me saying in the first place, it's just a goat. Alright? Yeah, I'd have to get fluent in Hebrew, but I'm sure if I type it in right now with my Hebrew keyboard, la. And then you say translate. Even this, yeah, but this, it doesn't give that in context. I'd have to look at it directly in Hebrew. Because it might be atazal. Sometimes they put Z's for tazah instead of zah. See, you type it in wrong, it says hell. That's the translation. Izazal. So I gotta see what it says in the Hebrew. We'll get that for you. I'll look that up and I'll get back to you on that. But so far as what you just see in the study Bibles is gonna say in Hebrew it's Azazel. So all Azazel means is scapegoat. That's what they translated that word as. Alright? Didn't say take the goat, give it to the demon that lives in the wilderness. That's Midrash and what's the other one? They got Midrash and can't remember. It's a bunch of basically Jewish fables that they injected into the scriptures. Like Adam sleeping with a woman called Lilith and making babies with her, and they're all demons now, and they come and eat your babies in your sleep and all that. Midrash, not scripture. Was that it? All right. But yeah, I hate to laugh, but some of these is like, I understand where the Jewish fables came in.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, see, appears in the Bible in association with the scapegoat right. Yeah. In some traditions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, religion, it is the name of a fallen angel. Yeah, so basically, that probably came from Book of Enoch, and we know who's responsible for that. They wear all white, and I'm not going to go any further.
God caused a lot of havoc in Israel, man.
Coincidentally, that's where I heard the first doctrine of chicken being lawful from. He was associated with the Almighty.
Oh wow! So all this doctrine is coming from the same camp?
I heard it from that guy. He was associated.
Yeah. Because that can't be, because they was out in the back cutting chickens' heads off for the feast for the tabernacles. Yeah, never mind.
The guy that I saw, he was actually at the summit. He spoke at the summit. They put the video up about chicken being unlawful.
And he said chicken was unlawful?
He didn't say it at the summit, but he the one that put up a video about it.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't say it at the summit. See, that's the thing. There's a lot. That's why we kind of tiptoed at the summit, because, you know, there's doctrine that got to be worked out. You know what I mean? Because, you know, nowadays, it's not like before where people was qualified to be elders. People just popping up saying they've been in the truth for X amount of years, and you're supposed to take them as an elder because they either old or think they know something. And, you know, you deal with a person to find out all his doctrine came from Facebook. You know what I mean? And he's an elder in Facebook doctrine. So it's like, damn, we chopped up and spit out a lot of these doctrines. So a lot of it is like, for me, it's like years back, we already had these councils, and it was like determined, okay, boom, so just throw it away. But it's like now, all these things are becoming an issue. So it's like we got to have chapter and verse on all these things that we used to just blow off. You know what I mean? We used to just be like, no, chickens are lawful. If it's not in the list, then it's on. You know what I mean? Then it's cool. You know what I mean? It doesn't do anything foul, like, you know, eat its own feces and all this stuff like that. So it's cool. But now it's like, well, we analyze it. They eat their own poop and stuff like that. Like, yeah, locked in a pen with nothing. Yeah, they eat their own poop. That's all they got. Any animal will do that. The fish will do that. You know what I mean? So now we have to start like going into there and like microscopically dealing with a lot of this stuff. And it's like, it's kind of tedious and bothersome. You know? That was it, though?
That was it.
Any questions in class? All right.
One just popped up.
Okay.
It says, what is ISBHPK's view on the camps that quote books like the Book of Enoch and Book of Jasher, etc.?
They're retarded. We already made a video on that one, too. You can post the link. The Book of Enoch is false. You know, I think we did one on the Book of Jasher, I'm not sure. But, yeah, you read the first few pages of Book of Enoch. I'll even leave it up to your own discretion. We always say Isaiah 8:20. If it speaks not according to this word, there's no light in it. So if I go into the Book of Enoch, and they're telling me that these women, or these angels, was coming down. Now, angels about 250 feet tall and up. And then they was saying in the Book of Enoch that they were like 300 cubits tall. And then they was coming down having sex with these regular-sized women. That's anatomically impossible already. But then they were saying that the women were giving birth to these giants that was 250 feet tall. So these regular-sized women gave birth to 250-foot giants. How'd that happen? Anatomically impossible, all right? Then they were saying that these giants, in one part of the Book of Enoch, can tell you that the giants don't eat or drink anything. Then in another part, it tell you that the people was going broke and losing their lands because the giants was eating and drinking all their stuff.
Yep.
So if it starts contradicting itself, I'm not messing with it. If you're reading a book that's telling you that some angel came down and whispered in the guy's ear and started teaching him, some demon, fallen angel, came down, started teaching this man how to craft brass and instruments of brass and everything like that. But then I read in Genesis and it tells me that Tubal-Cain taught men how to make instruments of brass and everything like that. A man. Then there's contradiction right here. So I got to stick with the scriptures. According to Isaiah 8:20. If you don't believe in the scriptures, then you're going to have fun with the Book of Enoch, because it's going to lead you way away from there. It's going to lead you into knowing where the stars, what doorway they go into and out of to get into their so-called orbits and naming them and all that stuff. And you'll have so much fun doing that you won't keep the commandments no more. Because, like, from my experience, and a lot of brothers I know experience, most of these people you start dealing with that's going into the Book of Enoch, especially the women, they start going into setting up little shrines and reading your charts and knowing your astrological things and everything like that. And they're doing everything that the scriptures tell you not to do. Start drawing little images and stuff on their walls and everything like that and trying to conjure in these, because the Book of Enoch will tell you about the naming of these demons. And then you'll go into other books that'll teach you how to conjure them and bring them into your life. And all the little spells that you have. And then you'll find out, dang, wait a minute. I'm coincidentally reading the same thing in the book of witchcraft. Because I got that one too. I got this book called Secrets of Magic. The Secrets of Witchcraft, sorry. It's called The Secrets of Witchcraft. And you go in there, and now you start reading about all the names that line up right with the book of Enoch. But, oops, I thought I was reading Bible scriptures. No, I'm reading witchcraft. See what I'm saying? So, the Most High said, I suffer not a witch to live for that reason, because it might have some power behind it. I didn't want to try it. Yeah, you got brothers that was falling on their face almost dead just for seeing the righteous angels. I want to conjure up a demon into my house? Nah, I'm good. You see that? Look at your books. Look at the publishers. Look at the authors. Look at all those things. The brother used to tell me that. My elder brother used to tell me that all the time, man. One of the brothers responsible for how the camps even got west of New York, Ariella. He used to tell me, man, read your books from cover to cover. Look at the date it was made. Look at the publisher, because you're gonna find out, like the Gideon Bible. The same publisher of the Gideon Bible is the same one that published Antoine LaVey's book, the Satan book, right? So I'm looking at publishers, I'm looking at all these things, then I'm looking at coincidences. If I'm looking at the same book, naming the exact same names of the angels that aren't named in the scriptures, but then I go get the witchcraft book and I'm reading that book and they start naming those same names and I'm like, I heard these before, not in the Bible though. It's over here in this book of Enoch. Then I gotta say, maybe these were written by the same person. Especially considering when I look up the book of Enoch, it wasn't written by Hebrews. It said it was written by the Pharisees and circulated under the name of Enoch. So it wasn't written by, not Hebrews, but written by men of the scriptures. It wasn't written by prophets. You understand? It was written by the Pharisees who killed Christ. That's your number one tip off right there. Look at your author. You killed Christ. I don't want nothing written by you. Y'all see that?
That's right.
Now you wrote this and you circulated it under the name of Enoch? No, we don't mess with that. All right? Because why would you lie? Why would you say it was under his name? Enoch was a Hebrew. We already went through all this in the video, so watch the video. Enoch was a Hebrew, man. Why is the only copies of his book found in Coptic, which is Ethiopian, or Amharic? Why is it only found in that language? He was a Hebrew. Why wasn't it found in Hebrew? That doesn't even make sense. Y'all see that? So, there's a lot of discrepancies, a lot of problems with that book of Enoch. It's all in the video. We did that. Let's move on.
The same guy asked on the question, didn't angels come to earth as men?
In the image of man, yes, but they did not. Angels do not marry, nor are they given a marriage according to Christ. So they don't have sex with women and impregnate them. Matthew what?
22:30.
Matthew 22 and 30. That's all in the video too. All right. Angels and demons. We did that one. Angels. It's called Angels, Giants, and Nephilim. All right, so we did all these videos a long time ago too, and many classes on them. But yeah, angels don't have sex with people and reproduce. All right.
That was it.
You got demons that'll get on people. The people entertain. They become rapists. They become sodomizers, stuff like that. But the actual demon itself, the actual spirit, cannot, penetrate you and do all that and reproduce with you. Beside that, again, as the scriptures record, and even the book of Enoch records, the angels is like 300 feet tall in their regular form. So they weren't giving birth to, you weren't giving birth to a giant like that, and you're a regular sized woman. I get it, the angel could come, turn into a man, maybe do that, right? I get that part. But on the exit, that's going to be the problem. Because you having a giant baby, you 5'4", you having a 250-foot baby, they didn't give birth, they just exploded. That's what would have happened. You just, and there was a baby there instead of a woman. Once that baby got to even a month old, he would have done ate that woman. He would have sucked her through the umbilical cord. You just seen a woman turn inside out. So, like I said, it don't make sense. Just think of it logically. That's it? All right. Any other questions? Y'all can bring them Monday. We're going to finish the Sabbath ceremony. For those of y'all online, we're going to say shalom, but we'll keep it running so y'all can see the rest of the Sabbath ceremony. And then, again, if you got questions or comments, you can hit up Priest Kazaki at 281-707-2737. You can also hit up Priest Kwatazap at 303-557-8979. And with that, we're going to say shalom.
Shalom. Imagine, opanya hakodam. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Baruch Shema. Latapalak Nawa. Shalom Bajuka. Zayawam. Zashabat. Aita. Yemyamyad. Aita. Baruch Shalach. Ma'aka Allah. Wa'alahayim. La. Shamar'av. Barak. Rapah. Samak. Chazak. Ha'aim. Shal Yasha Allah. Also, send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, forgive all our sins. Yahushai, Ba'ah, for in you is our hope, now and forever. Amen. So again, if you want to be anointed, you'll come in after the prayers. We're going to do Psalms chapter 92. It is a good thing. To give thanks unto Yahweh. And to sing praises unto your name. O Most High. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning. And thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works! And thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not. Neither do a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, are most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Yahweh. For lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity. Shall be scattered. But my horn. Shall thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also. Shall see my desire. On my enemies. And my ears. Shall hear my desire. Of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh. Shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. Psalm chapter 133. Shayar, Hama'alwath, Ladawad, Hana, Hatawad, Wama, Ma'ayam. Shabbat. Achim. Gam. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatawab. Al. Hara'ash. Yarad. Al. Zakwan. Aharan. Shayarad. Apaya. Madawatyawa. Katal. Karamwan. Shayarad. Al Hararya. Tazayawan. Kaya. Sham. Tazawa. Yahweh. Ath. Habaraka. Hayayam. Aid. Ha'awalam.
Psalm chapter 33, 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descendeth upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Ba'ashem Yahushai. What? Alright, once again, if y'all want to get anointed, y'all can turn the face front. If y'all want to get anointed, y'all can come on up. Otherwise, if not, we're just going to salute and be dismissed. Alright? Did anybody want to get anointed? Brothers? Sisters? Okay. Children? Alright, so we got this brother right here. Alright, so come on up. We'll do the anointing and then we'll salute out. Alright.
Lewis.
You don't know how to open champagne?
It's usually always open. It's usually always open.
I got you. Right here.
I didn't want to bring you.
He ain't never opened no champagne before.
Nah, that's like an 1800 bottle, man.
Oh, 1800?
Old enough to order that.